And there we go. It's Factorio time. So let's see. So let me get the mic settings right. Maybe move it just a smidge. Let's see how that's doing. Let's say that's good. Okay. So let's see. Hopping right back into things. We've got, oh yeah, let me mute stream so I'm not talking in my own ear. And there we go. Yeah, that should be good. Almost 11 hours in, and I've just automated military science. That's pretty funny, being that you can start making military science pretty much immediately, but at the same time, I definitely get it. It's not exactly one of the more important ones to jump to right away. Speaking of jumping on right away, let me see how science is doing, because it doesn't look like it's holding up all that well right now. It should be running okay. Oh, it's the... Yes, I should figure it's probably the physics science. You look a little slow. Let's get you upgraded. Hopefully that goes smoothly enough. But let me go ahead and check production rates everywhere. So you're missing a lab. Also just missing a lab, okay. But I believe that's just a buffers issue. Waited for stone. I guess it is pretty stone heavy with the walls. Bullet damage is very nice for ships, yeah. Trying to do anything on space platforms without bullet damage is pretty rough. Yeah, we're just filling buffers there. I do want to make sure we are actively producing labs, though. Because until we fill those buffers, we won't be producing physics science full-time. I know they're in here. There's one of the more... Oh, it was probably done up in the new little area up here. Yeah, there you are. Okay, so you are producing, and you do seem to have your materials. You're lacking walls. Walls are lacking mortar. Okay, we are bringing mortar in, but what I probably want to do... I have some buffer chests somewhere. Just have to remember where. I threw them in here somewhere, I know. There you are. Although you make walls out of iron. I'm not sure what you mean. Okay, so let me see. That's organized into there, that's in there. This seems like a reasonable place to throw a little bit of mortar. Can make walls out of. Okay. Let's see. That seems fine. Yeah, that's good. Let me just make sure these chests up here are in fact marked to... Yes, request from buffer chest. That's what I wanted to see. It takes Vulcanus to unlock stone. Oh, you're playing, you're talking about Space Block, aren't you? I'm with you now. Okay. I was wondering what you were talking about. I was trying to put the pieces together now, but that makes more sense. Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you. Let's see. This produces 0.47 a second. You only need 0.2 a second. I should definitely be producing enough wall. Well, okay, you also take these, which is roughly 1-to-1. So that's really 0.3, but even still, you're producing at time and a half that, so you should absolutely be running no problem. Maybe it's just input speed. It kind of looks like you're just having trouble getting enough items in here. So let's just crank that up. Yeah, okay, now you're running better. You're able to keep up now. Wonder where my reinforced concrete's made. If not, there would have been much quicker progress. That does make sense. Okay, I was still in the mindset of the 40-hour speedrun that you were trying before, and I was kind of curious how some of these things were lining up, but I was just like, well, you know, he's got it figured out. He knows what he's doing, I guess. But that does make quite a bit more sense. Let's see. So reinforced concrete is holding up. Only barely, but it is. Where do I make reinforced concrete again? Because I think it's probably down here. Yeah, there you are. I just want to see your production rate. So you make, let's say, 0.9. And I'm consuming... Okay. So I am consuming more than I produce, because I'm consuming at about 1.8, so I am actively just flying through my buffer right now. So let's see, even if I doubled you, that would be about 1.6. Would that be enough? No, even doubling you would not be enough. So let's see what I can do. Well, you take a lot of random junk, okay. 40 hours, at least purple by the 6-hour mark now. Yeah. Well, I thought you were just skipping over military, like you were saying that you just hadn't gotten the military yet. And I was like, okay, that's an interesting decision, but I suppose you can do that. No blue signs for Vulcanus. Okay, well that's nice. Okay, reinforced concrete. Let me give you a more dedicated area down here by actual concrete, because you take very similar inputs. I just had you open, but let me go look at that again. So you do take some steel and textiles, but otherwise you still take sand, you still take gravel, you still take cement. You know, that's, and water, of course, so that's all pretty similar. You also do not have modules in you, and I have modules to spare, so go have fun. Yeah, everything else should have modules. These guys really should get upgraded and have more modules put into them. Just, again, anywhere I can have modules, I really should have modules. It just makes sense. Stacking productivity all the way up the chain is the best way to take advantage of productivity, so if the game's going to allow me to put prod mods in a furnace, I'm putting prod mods in a furnace. There we go, and once more, another line of modules through you. Oh, cool. Okay. So what was I doing? Concrete. Let's get some concrete in here. What's on your line? Okay, I don't necessarily need that material. I was kind of thinking it would be nicer if I could put it down here, but I guess it's not exactly required. Let's clean this up a little bit, since that's just a little messy. Okay, up there is fine. Maybe I will still put you over here. I'm not entirely sure if I want to take off these belts, because I'm pretty sure I built this to be a belt's worth of input. And I will probably break something if I try to take from you. Let me just see. So there's how many machines on here? Okay, so there's 12 machines on here. That should actually be perfectly fine if I just build in front of you, actually. That shouldn't be any issue at all. Need efficiency modules to use foundries at scale. Yeah, efficiency modules and foundries for a space platform is usually a pretty good idea. Especially if you're going to be power limited, which, I mean, typically you are on a space platform until you have some sort of reactor. Whether you're running, you know, a nuclear reactor, or late game you have fusion reactors. If you're just trying to go off solar, it's a little rough. And I think I will come down here and I'll just try and get the materials to flow down this way. Like, I already split them off this way for mortar. I might just continue the sand and concrete lines and then feed the other materials in. Maybe take a line of these from up here. That just seems reasonable. So let's give you a little bit of space. I don't want to be crammed right up on you. Let's go like right there. That way you would line up with where you would be, right. So, start there. Don't need this right here, so let's clear that. 1, 2, 3 in the middle. Oh, cool. Okay. Set your recipe to refined concrete. And also, I do have that other recipe for concrete. Let me just look at that real quick. So you take sand, gravel, cement, calcium chloride, and water. Sand, gravel, cement, water. Sand, gravel, cement. Okay, so it's 7 sand, 3 cement to 20. This is 2 sand, 1 cement to 5. So that would be equivalent to 8 sand, 4 cement. Whereas this is slightly less sand, slightly less cement. It's such a small discount to get calcium chloride in here and deal with all the extra pipes. Like, I recognize it's probably a good idea, I'm just avoiding the calcium chloride, but at the same time, 18 megawatts is something, but it's a bit tight. No 23 in novice orbit. Let's see, yeah, that would be quite a few solar panels if I'm picturing that correctly. So not a small setup, but all the same, that's going to be pushing it, right? Unless you mean 23 megawatts of demand, in which case, yeah, that's a good chunk of demand. Okay, let's focus for just a moment and get this build in place. We've got these water pipes up here. So I'll probably just continue these belts of concrete and sand, like I was saying a moment before. You do need only 0.5-ish gravel a second, so you can be on a second belt, that's no problem. Just bring that in. Gravel can come from up here. We bring you in... Okay, so you come in from over that way. I can split you here and just go around, I guess. Or I could split you a little higher and bring you in. Yeah, I think I'll bring you in above the roboport here, which means I want a splitter right there. How far do you reach? Far enough. Okay, that's cool. And then after this ends, we can just bring you in, though I do probably want to split you also. Let me do that. Underground you this way. And then we'll underground down this way. Which does mean this guy also needs to underground, but that's not a big deal. There we go. Sorry bots, it's only the part you've already finished that I want to underground, but such is life. Bring that in. And bring that in. Okay. So that's 3 of the inputs. So cement, gravel, sand, and then the other 3 I'll just bring in with bots. Yeah, I'm cool with that. I do dodge you. Yes, okay, so I do barely make you work. Now let's see how many of you I need. So you make 0.8 a second. That's without modules, though. I think with modules it was like 0.79 or something like that. I don't think I have a specific amount of production I want to go through, especially since I think I'm stealing capacity from the other lines in order to fill this out, which is probably not super cool. So I might only do a small square, kind of like I did for mortar. Yeah, I think it's I think a small square is probably the correct play here. So let's get pipes connected for the water. And get a connection going this way. What's your extents? Okay, you're perfectly fine on extents, no need to worry about that. Let's go ahead and start getting some inserters in here. I do want to get you horizontal flip, and then probably just one more. We can do one more after that, why not? And then we'll say that's probably good enough. Okay, so there's that, and then we'll just take this whole thing up here and move it to the bottom as well. Vertical flip. Yeah, that should work, right? Yeah, that works, okay. Drag you through. Same up here, just make sure you all get the belts that you want. And then I do have to figure out how I'm going to get you input, but before I stress about that too much, I'll go ahead and run a belt down the middle and work in your outputs. There we go. So I think what I'll do is I'll just make this an underground right there. And get a blue chest in the middle. Let's go ahead and do that as well. There you are. Oh, whoops. Forgot you. Okay. And then let's set this up, but without the cement, gravel, or sand. And I'll go ahead and put a buffer chest nearby so that we can keep these in supply and increase the amounts by a good deal. Yeah, I'll just make you all 100. I know you don't consume these in equal measure or anything, I just want some sort of buffer in here. So let's go ahead and get buffer chests, just while I'm at it. And probably... Okay, we've got roboports right there. I'll just pop you right in the middle. Seems good to me. Maybe go ahead and increase you just a smidge, since you are the buffer chest. There we go. And there we go. So that should be everyone. I just need to get power. Then since we have a pylon right there, that shouldn't really be any issue either. There we go. That should be everyone all connected up. And all I need to do now is get this over into a storehouse like I do up here. So leave room for one belt, one inserter, and then 1, 2, 3 for the storehouse itself. There we go. There we go. And how much are we producing? So each one of you is going to be like 0.8, I think it was. actually take a good deal of steel, so if possible, I'd like to go ahead and start upgrading expensive things to the Tier 2 modules. I don't know if I'm going to have those Tier 2 modules, but I will over time. And while I wait for the bots to come in and build this supply depot, I think it's time for a sip of coffee. And let's not forget to give that guy power. You can be connected to logistics, that's no issue, but I do want to make sure that I'm sending supplies up into here to get buffered, which means I'm probably going to go ahead and decommission you, which actually does free up a good bit of room, because that's also going to get rid of this supply depot here. Nothing else was using that. That might make the bots a little angry. That's going to take a little bit of doing, but, you know, we're good. Oh, I've got this researched. So you're a combination in a foundry, importantly in a foundry, of carbon fiber and epoxy. So that's probably going to go in the, like, chemical processing area. Also realize that we're almost through with research. Let's see, what would be good to have? Probably start with transport drone, stack size. Do you lead anything? You are prerequisite for pretty much everything coming up, okay? And then silicon doping also looks important. Okay, there you go. Which one looks simpler? Graphite, monocrystalline, nitric acid, compressed argon versus textiles, motor bearing, heat pipe 2. You're a little more complicated. Let's try this one first. That's going to lead to the next tier of pipe, which is cool. I haven't even used tier 3 pipes, really. Biochemistry research. Okay, it says biochemistry research. Oh no, that's your cost. Oh, there you are, biochemistry. So, oh, you take science packs. You take science packs. Interesting. It does kind of look like I don't mix you with other science, though. Like, even though you're composed of some of my my other science packs, you are kind of your own unique branch of science. So I guess I don't have to worry about expanding the other science production areas. That's kind of cool. I like that. Okay, we'll shoot towards you and just see if I change my mind. Oh, I deliberately did not deconstruct this yet. Also, this was apparently never facing the right way to begin with. But I'm deliberately allowing this to run until it runs out, and it just ran out of materials. So there we go. You are empty anyway. Okay, perfect timing. Get rid of you. And this buffer depot that was down here that had water before. Let's put concrete in right here. So of course I do have to wait for it to be built to request the trucks. There we go. Allow logistics, full stacks only, and let's keep 3 trucks, I guess. 3 trucks is a good, like, minimum default, I tend to find. Other than fluids. Most of the time fluids I don't, like, for occasional crafts like this, I'm not going to need more than 1 truck. Alright, come on guys, you got this. Oh cool, okay. And then they're just gonna wait for fuel, which hopefully shouldn't be too long. I do want to come down and make sure that the concrete is actually working though. Does seem to be, okay. Does seem to be. You guys are working as intended. You don't have water. Oh, this side just straight up doesn't have water. Okay, that'll do it. That would definitely do it, yep. Yep. Okay, let's connect you across the top then instead. Since that's how it's done over that way. There you are. I guess I'll go ahead and make you match. There we go. Yeah, that should work, just tracing all the lines, and everyone looks cool. Okay. Oh, I never really meant to build you, sorry. Go away. I was just looking at recipes. Okay, we've got our first bits coming in now, it looks like. Why are you not running? You don't have gravel, why not? Would probably help if I actually connected you. That would that would probably make a difference. Let's get that hooked in. Alright, I trust the bots to have that. Let's make sure all of this is running correctly. It does look like it is. This is the line that feeds that, yes. Okay, so this is properly prioritized and everything. We're all good there. You are full of landfill, you're cool. Everything looks cool. Okay. Sand is being properly produced and sent out. Yes, we are all good through there. And if this fills up with sand, this will flow down and get voided. Yes, okay, just had to double check everything, make sure it's all working as intended. Still waiting on the bots to place these belts, but I have faith they will get it done. Eventually. Let's go worry about something else. So this should act as the buffer for advanced concrete, so I won't be adding it to the buffer chests over here, because then we're just double buffering, and that doesn't really make any sense. Let's see, we're missing quite a few of the tier 2 medium furnaces, but that's fine, those will come in over time, I'm not exactly worried about those. How many of the higher tier prod mods do I have, and where are those even made? There you are. 25. Is that your cutoff? Yes, you're still the default. Let's bump you up a lot. All the modules should probably be at least 200. Just make sure those are constantly running. There we go. Like, especially you, you're used in absolutely everything, so let's just keep a big stockpile of you guys. 200's probably good for you. I don't actually know what you're used in, so maybe that's fine. Yeah. You're good, you're good. Decent good. Seem good, okay. Go ahead and bump you to 200 at least. Actually, I think you're a pretty important component. You go into, like, all of the modules, so maybe you can also be 300. And update you as well, so 300. 300. 300. And what are you? 200 is good for you, I think. Okay, so those are at least running again. You know what, you can be 300, whatever. Have fun. Same here. Just might as well. Okay. Just trying to think of any other things that I want to be careful of, like, all these guys in here. Do you know how many of these I've probably made? Let's make sure you're all properly moduled up. Just start with a little section there. Even though those aren't necessarily the most important things in the world, I do make quite a lot of all of these things, so If I can't have modules in them, I might as well have modules in them, you know? I'm looking for products that I know for a fact I either use a lot of or that get used in science. So like, for example, these can have modules in them because I make a lot of them. There we go, and let's not forget the small guys up this way as well, because I make quite a lot of all of these things. And I'm sure I'm not going to have that many. Yes, I'm already missing 56, but that wasn't the point. I just wanted to make sure I had them on the go. So the bots are free to fill them in as they wish. I just wanted to make sure the modules were in fact in place. Like these guys. Go ahead and update you. Even though you're not my main steel area, you are still in pretty constant use. Turbines should probably get modules. The belts and inserters definitely get modules. Tanks I make, they're a fairly common product and things, or ingredient rather. So I do want to mark them. Substations, funny enough, are going into science, so let's make sure those are marked. Again, the turbines, the pumps are actually pretty important. They're used in a lot of things. The chem plants are actually used in science as well. I think even the beacons are, eventually. Yeah, I'm just looking at things, and it's honestly hard to look at something and go, yeah, I don't want more productivity on you. So it might look like I'm just going for everything, but I am trying to be somewhat conscientious of what I'm selecting. Even though that is easier said than done. There. That's probably just about good for now. Yeah, let's at least try and allow the bots to reasonably place all of those before the end of the day. Once again, I think it's time for a sip of coffee before it gets too cold. Okay, so what else do I make a lot of? Probably don't want to do iron as a first priority. Aluminum would actually not be a terrible place to start putting a little more productivity, especially since my my mines are starting to dry up. So as long as I do an upgrade, the bots don't take the modules out until they have a replacement. So I can go ahead and just mark all of these, and only as I have the excess modules to come and fill them in do they, you know, rip out the old ones. Circuits would probably be a good thing to have productivity in, since that's going to be phosphorite, and phosphorite is the most limiting resource we have on the map at the moment. Don't mind me as I just go through and upgrade all the steel as well. Everything that takes aluminum needs an upgrade. Just because aluminum's always in such short supply, I can never seem to have enough. I can Space Casino, Tungsten, and Holmium and Space Block. Wait, how do you get Holmium and Space Block? How's it different? Like, how can you casino that? Because that sounds interesting. I have a lot more bots coming down this kind of central pathway now, so I am looking for roboports along the way that I can try and give them a hand by upgrading. Just to help charging times, allow the bots through just a little faster, a little easier. Ah, you get it from asteroids. Interesting. I mean, I don't really see any bot congestion down this way necessarily. At this point, I'm just having fun, I guess, but there we go. I upgraded a few. Still missing the exact same number of Tier 2 medium furnaces. Also the same number of Tier 2 solar panels, interestingly enough. Waiting on steel cable. Waiting on steel wire. Waiting on steel rod. Of course, this is not the only place I make steel cable, but I should be making steel cable here. Just waiting on steel ingot. Okay. Just not making it up there. Okay. What are you guys waiting on? Looks like ferronickel. Always is, isn't it? Mostly just because all the ferronickel gets eaten up here, which I suppose is maybe an indication that I could also productivity some of this ferronickel stuff. Wouldn't be a terrible idea. Okay. Got another research to tick off. Let's just go ahead and do all of this up here, because otherwise I'll just forget. Might as well go ahead, go through it, and just mark it all for upgrade while I'm up here. Can I module you? I can module you, and quite a bit actually. Can't module you though, for reasons I cannot fathom. But sure. All the ferronickel stuff gets upgraded. All of you get upgraded, and just so on down the line. Ooh, definitely the wires I want upgraded. And science should have already been... Yes, science was already upgraded, just wanted to check. Ooh, but not the actual science production. Ooh, whoops. Probably should have done that first, but oh well, can't take it back now. Oh, I did get you for whatever reason. I guess because you were taking the crushed bauxite. Wanted to make sure I had productivity on you. Included a mod that lets me walk around and handcraft to speed up the early game. I can see how that would be beneficial in a space block. Being able to walk around is probably a good idea. You also were supposed to be a surge compressor, so let's flip you around. That's the whole reason I have a compressed oxygen tank here. Most of my random compressors, like you, I just recently replaced you. Let's swap you back over to being a surge compressor. If they're surge compressors, that way they don't contribute as much when power decides to just dip for a while, for no real reason. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. So let's make sure I'm all good through here. It does look like I am. I didn't do anything to the iron area, but this is nickel, and I think I do want to do an upgrade up here on the nickel roasting, and probably nickel crushing area. There we go. I got aluminum as well there, since I realized I hadn't done the crushers on any of the metals. And I really don't care that much about for right now. I already did you, that's good. Your furnaces should have already been done. Yes, they were. Okay, oh cool. Okay, we are making some progress. It looks like literally 1 out of 111, but hey, we did it. Let's just assume that will get done eventually. And let's come down and get that one new material placed in. If only I could remember what it was. Let's see. Carbon composite. Made in a foundry. Okay. I have lots of other little bubbles I'll go look at in a minute. But let's get some foundries placed first. The real mystery here is, do you think I'll be able to get it in here? Carbon fiber and epoxy, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I don't have any of those. Epoxy's way up here, and I'm not going up that far to go claim it. Let's see. Carbon monoxide. It does look like we are using some of this carbon monoxide, which I'm actually happy to see. Always good to see your byproducts getting properly used instead of just vented. But yeah, I'm not gonna get epoxy down from all the way up there, so I guess I'll have to be requesting it. Which I still think I can do. Like, I do think this is feasible. Let me just bulk out to here-ish so that I can get past the wastewater dump. Request. I'll put the fluid on the bottom, so epoxy. And then carbon fiber on top. And I wonder how much of this stuff I need. Where was that? There you are. Carbon composite. What are you used in? Okay, you're used in the next tier of belts, and heavily. Lots you in the next tier of inserter. Lots you in wind turbines. Okay, you're used in the next tier of pipes. Okay, so I need a lot. You're even used in robot frame 3s. Okay. Okay then, so a lot. A little more than I was thinking. Okay. Ship is 2 chunks wide, 4.5 tall. I mean, granted it is space block, so my common sense on what is and is not a large ship are maybe not entirely accurate there, but yeah, that's a pretty good size ship, I'd say. It would definitely be one of the bigger, like, pre-Aquilo ships that I'd made. Chunks, though. Like, I'm trying to visualize exactly how big that would be. Yeah, I mean, that's a big ship, no matter how you cut it. Make sure I do this. I'll start with 3 and see if I need more, because I believe carbon fiber is pretty close to where we are, but I could be mistaken. Foundry tier 2s. And let's say if I have the belt right here, then inserter 1, 2, 3 for building, inserter output, then my output would be right here. I don't have a right edge yet, and I don't really want to place one. So I think what I'll do is I'll just have a depot right here. You're 1 too high. There you go. And then everything can just float this way and get loaded into here. And like I said, I do need quite a bit. So let's start with the blue inserter and see where we go from there. Also, what is my input to output ratio like? Oh boy, okay, it is 2 to 1. 2 to 1. Okay, I'm gonna be needing to make more carbon fiber, it looks like. That means a lot of acrylic, which means a lot of acrylonitrile. Okay, one thing at a time, one thing at a time. Right, a chunk's 32 by 32, yeah. And there's an asteroid at it that gives space platform foundations. Ah, that does make it a lot easier to expand. I mean, all it's really eliminating it is time, which I've said, you know, time and again, I don't mind if things are a little cheesy, if the only thing that they offer, the only thing that they preserve is my time, because if your complexity, your difficulty is simply, oh, this takes time. That's not complexity, that's wasting time. Okay, so I'm definitely planning on at least a red belt of this. I guess that's a good enough place to start for right now. I do have a fluid input I've got to be thinking about. Okay. So let's start like this. So fluid comes in here and there, and I have this underground, which allows for inserters. Go ahead and set your SP, there we go. I'll use tier 1 yield modules and then upgrade them to tier 2 after they've been placed. That way I at least have the productivity. And I think that's it. Yeah, you're just product in, product out. Simple as that. Power. I do need power. I think I'm gonna do the same thing I've done a couple times now and just replace these with substation 2s. Just makes everything that much easier. Yeah, much better. So grab you, and let's see how much each of you does. So each one of you is a quarter item. But importantly, you do take half an item. So I am input restricted. Okay. I mean, I probably don't make enough carbon fiber to support a full red belt of output, because that would be 2 red belts of input regardless. So I guess for right now I will build to a red belt of input, which is still 10 times 6, so 60 machines? I need 60 machines, okay. Well, I have 4 right now. Let's go ahead and extend you out that way, just so you tile. And I'm definitely gonna want a few more of these guys. So let's make sure you line up, get out this way. There we go. And then grab the square so that you're easier to tile out, and just go into map range, which is actually only right there. Bit of a shame. Let's get a radar. Just pop you in over that way. And then back to you. So let's see. That's 4, 8, 12, 16. And then if I just copy you again, that should give me 32. Then I can just scrap 2 off the side and make sure I'm not outside of map range. Okay, and then I just want to take... Oh wait, I needed 60. Right, so I still take the last 2 off the side, but then I need the W again still. So I have to wait for all of the power to be placed and the radar to be placed, but then I'll be cool. Okay, so carbon fiber has been deposited. Looks like they're waiting on steam. Interesting. So the first of bots have begun showing up. I just need them to charge up. You guys got this, come on. Let's see, what are you? Yeah, you can be logistics connected, I guess. Somehow I'm missing a single block in here. Yeah, there we go. Well, the first has been deposited onto the belts. We are just as I said a minute ago, mostly waiting on bots. So really I'm waiting on these three right here. We have power from the left, and we would get rope port connection as well. We just need the map view and the build range. Oh, here comes a little mini swarm here. Okay, a decent sized swarm. Maybe one of them's bringing the radar? I don't actually see anyone. Well... Oh, there they are. They're hugging that roboport. There they go. And boom. Okay. Oh, we still don't have power. Well, little anticlimactic. Really? No one wants to come in and bring this, huh? I mean, we do still have more coming in. We're not missing them, though. Okay, funny enough, we're missing red belts. Guess I'll have to go look at that in a second. Maybe they're all being made into blues, who knows? Okay, well there's power right there. And boom, okay, finally. I don't have the 4 corners for some reason. Oh well, I'll just do them individually. Okay, should be good. I do still have to wait for those to get built, of course, but they are at least in place now. And I should be able to complete all 16 machines. So once again, here's 30. Copy and paste over. And there's 60. Let's clean up the edge. And there we go. That should be plenty. Okay. Bizarrely, this one belt has never been placed, so we have not been able to begin production yet. Just awesome. Yeah, it just really doesn't want to. Okay. Well, let's see if I can't go ahead and get some beacons beginning to be placed. So of course, with a large beacon, you can't overlap their effect areas, so I'll just go on down the line. And see where you wind up sticking. Oh, that only misses like 3. Yeah, I don't think I care. They just don't get modules, that's fine. Pretty sure I have these, does look like I do. So I will use this tier here. How are you out of pipe extent? You're not even halfway done. Okay. Well, if you're out, then you're out. So, let's see what I can do about that. We'll make you an underground, and that's how much room I have to play with. Okay. Right. How am I gonna make that work? Okay. If I just also underground you, then I can break that underground connection, bring the pipes up this way, and then just throw a pump in the middle, I guess. Pump will be in here. There you are. Have fun. Each one use only 2 a second, so we're nowhere near using up the maximum throughput of a pump. Should be good. So you are 2 epoxy a second. A little less once the modules go in. Let's say once we have the next tier modules, maybe like 1.75 or something. But still, that's gonna be like over 100 epoxy a second to run that many machines. How much epoxy do I make? Where is my my epoxy? Is that epoxy? Yes, you are. I only make 30 epoxy a second. And it looks like not even quite that much. Well, first off, guess we should upgrade the inserters and then just start adding more machines. So that's only 30, so I need 4 times this much, like at a minimum. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot. Because that's gonna mean more solvent. Gonna mean more ECH. That's gonna be pretty painful, but okay. Let's work backwards through this. So, 4 times. Come up here and grab this whole thing, but then we'll have to clean it up a little. Okay, so the inserters work, don't need that pipe. That's all good. Don't need that underground. You're cool. You connect. Don't need you. Okay, wasn't actually as messy as I was anticipating. Should be fine. You're gonna intersect the roboport. Why? Why would you intersect the roboport? Okay, cool. So everything just has to come down a square. At least I know before I've made like 60 of them. I guess that's fine. There we go. You also have to come down. And there we go. You connect. You're still fine. You go away. This belt doesn't have to go. It just needs to turn that way. Okay, still connects. What are you? ECH. You never went anywhere to begin with, I guess. So that's fine. Solvent. In here, epoxy comes out. Wastewater still connects up into here, which is wastewater, that's correct. Making sure I didn't cross any of my pipes on accident. But yeah, everything looks okay. It does look okay. Alright. So let's just continue copying you now. So that was 1 extra. I needed 4 copies of this. If I remember correctly, I'll do my math at the end, but let's say that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So each one of you, let's say, makes 15. I have 8 here, so that's 80 plus 40 is 120, which I think should be enough, because I needed a little over 100 just for that bottom build, and then I was producing 30 already, so maybe actually I should try for 1 more stamp. Better to have the capacity and not need it than need it and not have it. Okay, so to run 10 of these, that's going to take, let's say 5 solvent per. That's going to be 50 solvent per. That's a lot of solvent. Let me try the solid first, BPA. So I use BPA in lots of things. That's going to be 60 BPA a second just for this one build. Wait. Hold up. 60 BPA a second. Okay, that's a little more than yellow belt, I guess. Let's figure out how that's gonna work. Well, first, I guess you're definitely gonna want your your own request as well. Let's move this power pole out of the way. You have a pylon up there, so you connect just fine. Go ahead and snip that connection. Let's see, I could put you right here. You're at a different level, though. Really, the only place I can put you is right there. But then you kind of interfere with the guy below. Huh. Well, isn't that inconvenient? Could I move the wastewater? Easily. Well, not with the belt there. Not really with the belt there. I could just do that. And that works just fine. Just have to get you undergrounded and out. There we go. Okay, and now you're out of the way, and I can put a requester right there. And you're going to request EPA. Okay, so again, one thing at a time. This BPA can be for plastic, and a little supplemental can come down this way. But I will go ahead and priority output to plastic. Okay, so all of this belt has to be upgraded to... If it's 60, that's 2 red belts. So after 5 machines, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So at this point, that's the end of a red belt. So then I would need another red belt to come in and join here. And then start upgrading. I guess I can go ahead and continue you in case there's anything there, like any extras. And then this can be a splitter. And I think that should work. I think this should still be able to pick up here just fine. And let's say you get to be the top belt, this incoming lane here. In fact, let's just go ahead and do that. Upgrade you. And 6 a second is definitely blue inserters. Yes, I did do blues all the way across. Okay. So let's get quite a few trucks in here. Let's start with like 6. So, down and down, up and up, and now all of you should be outputting to this tile, and you just come down this way. Okay, very good. Everything should be all cool. We are still, mysteriously, missing red belts. Very odd. Go ahead and give you power. Oh, and all of you are good, right? How much wastewater? Okay, we're only producing... Okay, we are producing like 95 a second just from this one build, so let me make sure I do have the ability to void you. You're an outfall too. Very nice. Okay. So yeah, you're less than 100, and you're less than 100, so... Yeah, we still have about 200 capacity, so we could still double all of this and still be okay. So, next up, let's look at BPA production, just to stick with one thing at a time. Because, yeah, that's a lot of BPA. Okay, BPA is produced up here. You only produce 3 BPA a second. That's worse than I was anticipating, to tell you the truth. Well, it gives me something to do with all my excess benzene and propane, I guess. Yeah, okay. Also, we vent a lot of oxygen, so I guess this gives us something to dump oxygen into, but something tells me I'm probably going to wind up putting the next tier of yield modules in you as well. Okay. So I need 2 red belts coming into this guy. That is going to be somewhat of a challenge, even if it's only a challenge in trying to route the belts in initially. How many machines will it take to make a single red belt? Even if I round and say that you're producing 1.5, which you're not, that's still 20 machines. Do I have room for that? I do. Okay, well, let's see what happens. This is in the way now, so you will have to move. Yeah, you'll definitely have to move. Where do you come from? You come from this pipe. Okay. Can I not just do this? I certainly can. And then you can just pipe into there. Of course, you do need an overflow on ya. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, that all works. Let's clean up the mess over here. Yes, okay, all good. Just making sure I didn't make any mistakes there. Let's get you ready to tile. You were actually an important connection, weren't you? You passed down the wastewater this way. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I'll have to do something about that. But I'll get there in a second. How about you guys? Okay, so you need an underground. You just connect. That's fine. Alright, let's see if I can get a nice tile out of you. And I will go ahead and start expanding roboports and such over this way and replacing them with the tier 2 substations. Just so I don't have to worry about power poles up this way. There we go. Let's go one further. And that should help quite a lot of things work better. I just need them to actually get placed, but while the bots are handling that, I'll continue expanding this out. I do have to do something about that wastewater there. So how do you fit? Okay. I can pretty comfortably put you in there, and then just attach wastewater right there. In fact, I can just bring you in one tile, and then bring you in one tile. This all comes over one, and you go over one. There we go. Minimal, you know, that's the bare minimal interruption I can get running a pipe down the middle there, and I think that's acceptable. That's fine. I might even take the opportunity to go ahead and get some pumps in place. Go ahead and start separating some things out. should be cool. So if I grab you, where do you wind up winding up? Okay. A little unfortunate with the way the inserters work out there. That's the closest I can do. Okay. I mean, it is what it is. Get you in there. Get some pipes in there. Pipes in there, and underground you. Then just make sure the belt continues, and you should be red at a minimum. Power should be coming down to this place. I'm missing 8 of the tier 2 substations. Probably just filling buffers from starting physics science, if I had to guess. Let me see if there's anything I can do about that, because I am going to need more of those as I go. Pylon 2s. Missing steel cable. I was missing steel cable on something earlier. So let me come down to the main steel area. The main steel area doesn't make steel cable? Well, no wonder I don't have any. Yeah, that seems like that would probably be an important thing to have in the steel area. Okay, oh no, steel cable is right there. Never mind. I just make steel wire and not steel cable for some reason. Steel wire is actually pretty much pointless. You're only used in reinforced concrete. That's inconvenient. I didn't really leave room for more. Like if I want more steel plate, that has to go here. Maybe I'll put something over here where I have like steel gears, for instance. Try and line you up so you're at least a little bit clean in here. Actually, I already have steel rods split off right there, so I can just split. Oh, there we go. I was talking, but I had my mic muted. Okay, there we go. Very cool. Let me make sure I can actually hear myself. Okay, all cool, all cool. Well, let's see. So I'm still doing a little bit of background stuff here. That was an unexpected surprise, but that's why you always keep your autosave intervals at small intervals. Last autosave was 7 minutes ago, but it does look like the power went out about 5 minutes ago, so I lose, what, 2 minutes of progress? I guess I'll live as long as power doesn't go out again, which it is wont to do sometimes. I'm actually curious if I, just for fun, since I'm waiting on bots and red belts and everything anyway, that's all marked correctly, yeah, okay. I'm curious if I go into OBS and try and just crank the microphone and I'm quiet for a second, if you're going to be able to hear the rain just pounding outside or not. Let me see. Like if I just turn off noise suppression and noise gate, let's see if you can hear anything. I have no idea if that's audible or not, but it's just really going out there. All right, let me put everything back to normal. There we go. Okay. Well, let's get back into things. So, let me see. Where am I? Okay, so we were working on BPA. We had the little chunk missing to work in the pipes and incorporate the waste. Waiting on red belts. That's weird. Let me see what I can do about the red belts. Are you a tier 1? You are a tier 1. Go ahead and upgrade you. So what weird thing am I out of now? Rubber. Really? Really? Okay, I'm not requesting rubber, so I'm only taking in rubber from the main base, which at the moment is all being eaten by the supply depot, it looks like. If I just turn logistics on there, that will probably resolve that issue. This shouldn't be my primary source of rubber, though. Oh, and maybe I'll turn you off, since we actually have a chest right here the bots can take from instead. So I have rubber in stock, it's just not making its way down the belt. I already have a requester on you, let's just go ahead and request rubber. I mean, why not? Yeah, we're missing a lot of red belt, so really wanna get a move on that. Let's see, you're still missing steel. Okay, let's go back to the steel area. That's where I was working before I was so rudely interrupted before. I was trying to figure out how I was going to work in another row of machines. And I believe I want to throw you somewhere around in here. Get a split on this level and just run about that way. And that works perfect. Okay. So let's aim for... Oh, I already have... Hold on. I already have the steel whatever you are. Steel wire. I just need to cut you into steel cable, which I believe actually is a regular assembler. So let's go ahead and clear this and reevaluate a little bit. So if all I need is an assembler, that's going to be just like this area above, which actually works out even better. Let me just figure out where I can get something into. Oh, my power's probably going to go out again. Just a friendly reminder. I saw the lights flicker, but somehow the computer is still on. But I wouldn't say that's going to last. If it goes off again, I'm probably not going to come back. I'm just going to let it stay off. No sense in risking, damage to hardware or anything. Let's see. I want you to be a little more forward. There you are. And then splitter. So I'll throw a splitter right there. Nope. A splitter right there. And shoot you down this way, and then over. Okay, perfect. So, in line with you, I'll just have a couple rows of machines right there. How much am I producing? So at full capacity, this does just over 3 a second. Which a yellow inserter likely can't keep up with, so let's go ahead and upgrade those. And let's see how much you take. So you're gonna take lubricant also. I'm just thinking ahead. I do have lubricant right here. Where do you go? Okay, that actually fits wonderfully. Yeah, that fits really nice. Almost like it was planned. It certainly wasn't, but it's just like it. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that's right. One more? Yeah, one more. Okay. So you go there, clean up that belt. So then you can have input there, underground again, and go there. Okay, very cool. Then we just need to get the lubricant down into all of you. I won't bother with undergrounds, I don't think. You can just go like that. Then of course you need output. So you need... okay, almost 3 a second. Yeah, so I overbuilt just a smidge. Let's go ahead and get rid of you. If I account for the fact that concrete's probably always going to be being made, then I really only need one of these. So I can get rid of all of that there. Okay. And then wire, I guess, just has to go over here. And that's fine. I'll have to snake you in somehow, but not all that worried. You can in fact just go right there. And yeah, 3 a second. I might just blue inserter you, just for fun. And then you can go on the inside. There. Just to match. Just for fun. Okay, so that should be steel wire. Oh yeah, you're gonna want power, I guess. I'm so used to using substations now that when I actually have to run power poles, it doesn't feel right. Where is my grid? Okay, grid's over here. Where would you try to sit? Right inside of those guys. That's unfortunate. Yeah, okay, you just need a power pole. Not exactly the end of the world. There you go. Oh, and of course, you will want modules. Let's start with the tier 1s, and then I will upgrade them after they've been placed. Because there's no other way to guarantee you get some productivity while waiting for better productivity otherwise. Just have to wait for the bots to actually come in and place them. Which we do have in stock. We don't have the tier 2s, but we do have the tier 1s, so that shouldn't be a long endeavor. They should just come down and place them. Oh, not you? Yeah, there you go. Okay. Now I can just come in here and... okay, or not. I can do that at least. Okay, and then once this belt is finished, I can just throw you over on the side here. And make sure you also have power. No, not ugly way to do this, unfortunately. I might just go ahead and disconnect that wire just because it bugs me. Yeah, fine, sure, but at the very least, that should give me a more reliable supply of steel cable. Do I request that in my buffer chest? Steel cable, yes I do. We also don't have steel sheets. Why would I not have steel sheets? Okay, so why is there just no steel coming in? Because there's no ferronickel coming in, why is there no... there should be lots of ferronickel. There's lots of ferronickel waiting. So why is there none coming in? Looks like it's all spoken for because steel isn't getting any of it. Must mean that starter base is taking all of my current ferronickel. I think I'm going to go lower the priority on the starter base because it seems to do that a lot. So let's just come up here. Priority's already been lowered. Let's just lower you again. You can be like 25. Yeah. You have 4 shipments of ferronickel coming in for some reason. Couldn't tell you why. Starter base gets 4, actual steel gets 0. Not lower priority gets it faster or something, is it? Higher equals claim supply first. Yeah, higher priority should be supplied first. I don't know. Yeah, there should be enough. What are you waiting on? Nickel matte. Okay, so we are a little low on nickel matte, it seems. You're a little low on crushed nickel, and you're a little sparse on ore, which is something that I knew was likely to happen soon. These belts aren't like empty by any stretch of the imagination, it's just that they're no longer saturated. Yeah, we are running out of mine. Ooh, yeah, we are really running out of miners. Hey, at least I can claim some red belt. Yeah, but I definitely need to find another nickel patch. Let's see. So here's nickel unloading. So that did at least get finished. So I need a nickel patch. Let's look for nickel. Okay. 2 mil over there. Yeah, that's pretty much the best I'm finding. There's a 1.4 mil all the way over there, but that seems unreasonable. Really not a lot of nickel, huh? I mean, okay. Like, there's still 106k over here, but that's half what it was last time we looked at it. Or when I first started building the tracks, I think. We only just expanded down to here recently, and this one's already dwindling pretty quickly. So yeah, I guess I do just have to reach over and start tapping this nickel before long. Combined over here, this is another 1.2 mil if I did need to go over here, and if I combine it with you, that's 1.6, so that's not awful. I might be a little bit funny. I might be a little bit funny with this patch. It's gonna be inefficient, but I think I'm gonna be a little funny. I'm gonna put miners on you, gonna load you into a supply depot, and I'm gonna send trucks. That just sounds fun. I already have the train line, and I will run a train over to this guy soon. It's just, I don't anticipate that being a quick process, and I do actually need nickel. So, let's go ahead and continue expanding the line over this way, just so I have build coverage, and that does want to be right on top of you, unfortunately. So I'm going to just do this, and then just delete the one in the very middle. That way I have a nice ring around you. I can go ahead and get rid of that, and let's grab the blueprint. I'm gonna go ahead, go into miners, and probably get rid of the one that uses the smaller miners. I just don't see why I would ever use that. Okay. So making sure to look at mining area and not power supply area. Let's make sure I cover the field. And there we go. Yeah, I don't anticipate getting a lot of ore out of this, but it is going to give me something at least. Let's continue the road this way. And if the road's going to be that close, I might actually take the belts down and out. Go ahead and do that. And maybe go ahead and upgrade the belts starting around here. And then throw a red splitter on, just to get as much capacity out as I can. Run you down. Maybe not quite that far. Supply depot. And just see how much supply I can actually get in there. Let's go ahead and just do 3 of you. That should be plenty. Making sure you are fully covered. Does look like you are. You probably, yeah, you have like 9,000 ore, so you'll run out pretty quickly. But yeah, that should be good. I just need to go put a requester somewhere that makes sense. So let's see. Nickel flows up this way and gets tossed into there. I have a road right here. Ooh, look at that. I can bring you all the way in to somewhere in here. Let's say in this area somewhere. Throw a requester down. And then we'll just unload and merge onto here. So starting from around this line, I'll go ahead upgrading to red belts. Even though I don't currently have the ability to process red belt full, I will need the capacity eventually. So I might as well go ahead and start that process going now. There we go, and then just this side. Okay, I don't think I missed anyone. That should be everything all set to go. I do need a plan here. So let's say I have them all unload onto a blue belt right here. So up and up, down and down. And they'll unload onto this blue belt. And then the blue belt can come down and merge into here. Like so. I could have done that one space more compact. I'm not going to cry over it. What I am going to do, though, is finish off my coffee for today. Oh yeah, cold and bitter. Gotta love your Mr. Scrooge coffee. Okay. Let's see, which one of these belts should be prioritized? Hopefully the bottom one. The bottom one goes to the end. I don't think it matters. What I want to do is I want to input priority from the mines coming in, and then this is just supplemental. So this belt is prioritized, and then this one, and then this one, which is correct. I just wanted to make sure I had done that the right way around. And I might even output priority, since this splitter goes onto both belts. The reason I want to output priority here is to give me a better idea of just how much ore I actually have coming in. That way I can see the top belt start decreasing long before I happen to notice both belts decreasing. That's the plan anyway. So let's get a couple trucks into you. I have no idea how many trucks I'm going to need, but once we're actually relying on this, we're going to want a lot. I'll start with 25. That's half of your maximum capacity, and I doubt I'm ever going to need that. In fact, that's just wasteful. Let's start with 15. Because I'm not going to be able to supply that much. Yeah, it is far away, and I might wind up increasing that, but for now, I want to start with 15. Hey, I left myself a perfect power pole gap. See, it was intentional all along. That's just where the power pole was supposed to go, you see? I do have this as a blue belt here, so I might as well go ahead and upgrade the splitters to account for that, especially since they will eventually be outputting onto 2 red belts. Speaking of, did I ever get the red belt situation sorted out up here? It does look like it, so you're at least producing. Let's see. Okay, so you are waiting on input. Interesting. I guess you are no longer fast enough, so let's swap you out. And now you're definitely fast enough. Okay. Well, that's good at least. You shouldn't have any problem. You're just waiting on belt to actually craft. Yeah. You only take from this guy over here, so that's perfectly acceptable, perfectly fine. Yeah, okay, so you're good. You're limited to 1 stack. Let's at least bring you up to 100. You are... Wait, what? Output full... Oh, you are limited. Okay. 50's fine for you, honestly. That's fine. Okay. Well, I do have red belt coming in now, at least. Okay. Oh, cool. What else can I focus on for a little while? How are you doing? Okay, you're running. You are also running. So you stopped because we're overcount. I guess the bots went and replaced one of the tier 1s with a tier 2 and then brought the tier 1 back to storage. Speaking of... Okay, you're still actively producing. We do have 9 in storage. Oh, we're done. Okay, we've placed them all. Okay, very nice, very nice. Didn't even notice. The furnaces I do want to check on. We need 106 tier 2 medium furnaces. Does that, presumably don't have to be made down here. No, okay. Usually only the large buildings have to be made in large assemblers. We also got plumbing just now, so new tier of pipes and tanks unlocked. Okay, I feel blind. Furnace. Probably gonna be somewhere down in here, because it's gonna be newer. Furnace, furnace, furnace. It might even be in the new... Oh, I just ran by it. Okay, you're waiting on medium furnace 1s. And combustion chamber 2s. Is that correct? Well, kind of. Okay, so we don't have enough combustion chamber 2s or a medium furnace 1. So let's go try and find both of those. Small furnace. Well, you're running. Okay. Crucibles and refractory bricks. It says on the way. Refractory bricks on the way 40. Okay. Maybe you just need more? Yeah, you're times 5. Let's just increase you to times 15. Yeah, okay. So we are able to supply this demand. I think the demand was just too low. Also, your input could probably be upgraded. Probably a good idea. Okay, let's see if I can find the, oh, this guy right here. You also take small furnace 2s. Okay, well that would be part of the reason, I guess. Yeah, we're just waiting on bricks. That should probably come down this way and get added to one of the buffer chests. Say you, so... refractory bricks. There you go. Honestly, a stack's 500. Why would I not just keep 500 in here? Have fun. Okay. Hopefully that helps furnaces get made a little faster. Do I have crucibles in the buffer chest? That's probably something to check for. I don't keep crucibles in here, so let's go ahead and add crucibles as well. There you are. Actually, do I make anything with ceramic up here? I will eventually. So let's go ahead and keep some ceramic up here as well. Let's make sure all of these have trash unrequested in case anything like I change amounts or anything like that, or anything weird ever winds up in them, or I change what gets requested, you know, you get the idea. Let's see, I do currently have enough bots. Okay, finally I have enough of the tier 2 bot. So, as demand increases, I will just continue replacing them with tier 2 bots. I'm trying to think if there's... Yeah, I don't want to do anything over there, but over here I believe, yes. So I do request bots into you. So bots should actively be coming over here and then getting thrown into here. You're not limited at all. What I'm trying to think of is I'd like to, now that I have a decent supply of the tier 2 bots, I'd like to more actively be removing the tier 1s. So you are having your filters set. I think I could do basically the same thing that I do over here, just in reverse. So let me grab, so that's top, that's bottom. And then just grab you and move you this way, and we're just going to reverse these. And these are how I decide when to add bots, so I want to repurpose them to allow me to decide when to remove bots. So read robot statistics. So this one here is X, which is logistics bots. And then the one on the bottom is Z, which is available construction bots. So I have them set as a percentage. So you'll notice right now, construction bots are pretty much completely idle. There's only like 3 doing stuff. So output signal is 99, as in 99% are available. You'll notice this, though, is only 36, so only 36% of the logistics bots are available. In other words, more than 50% are busy. So what I want to do is I want to have another set of inserters over this way that will put them into a active provider to keep these chests empty, but only if I have more than 50% available. So let's take this. Red for output. I do want to flip this, because right now I have logistics on top and construction on bottom, and that's flipped from how you are. So let's actually go ahead, grab you, vertical flip, and put you up here. Oh, which means I also need to grab you, vertical flip, and put you up here. I only noticed because the wires were crossed. I guess that's a good little visual cue there. Anyway, red for output, from logistics to you, from construction to you. There we go. Let's go ahead and get rid of these guys. But that's just what I picked up from the chest there. You also need power. Okay. I guess that works. I might go ahead and disconnect this ugly connection right there. Now, okay. So you output X. So I only want you enabled if X, there you are, is greater than 60%. In other words, more than 60% of the bot network is idle. Then I'm going to do the same down here, except with Z. So more than 60% of the construction network is idle, which you can see in this case, it is. Then I'm just going to set you to pick up from 2 tiles away. There you go. And that way, as long as most of the bot network is idle, this one Roboport should help me chip away at the Tier 1. Just start slowly removing them from the system. And maybe go ahead and increase this to like 20, just because that's a single stack of logistics bots. And I want to request them in equal amounts. And yeah, I mean, it'll take time, but it will start chewing through. I believe we're somewhat close to where those are made. At least I thought we were. I didn't think they were that new. Let me just go to map view. I guess I can't just search for tier 2. Let's look for Foundry. Oh, you're made in a big guy. You take medium furnaces. Of course you do. Of course you do. Okay, so literally everything right now is bottlenecked by small furnace 2s. I guess I should keep more of you. What's your stack size? 50? 3 stacks should be fine. Okay. Yeah, you only produce 0.15 a second. I honestly might just make another one of you. I think I have an empty assembler spot somewhere. Yeah, I have a couple actually. Let's just turn you into another small assembler. Small furnace, I mean, of course. So you in 150. And I'll even go ahead and try to upgrade your yield modules. 12.5 hours and getting ready for foundries. Very nice. Foundries are always such a massive boost. Like, they are an upgrade that feels good. I remember talking about that for some reason last stream at some point. Like, it's always nice when an upgrade actually feels like an upgrade. And foundries, there aren't a lot of upgrades that feel better than foundries. Let's see if I can find where the, you, actually. Efficiency 2s are running. You produce 0.03 a second. Okay, I think I just need more. Like, it looks like I have the other components here. Let's see if I can just make another couple module assemblers. Here. So let's see. I'll make another module tier 1, or efficiency module tier 1. Let's keep 300 of you. Does look like I'm mostly able to keep up with that target limit. And then this one over here can be the next tier of efficiency. And you're the one I think I need help with, but let's keep 200 of you. I don't remember how many I keep at the other place. Should probably go look. If it's less than 200, honestly, I should probably just bump it up. The 200, okay. I thought I set that. Just wasn't entirely sure. Tier 2, yes you are. Just making sure all the charge pads around here are tier 2s at this point. Like this. This is a tier 1. There's just no need for it. If I'm gonna have a charge pad, it might as well be a tier 2 charge pad. Did all of this ever get built? Okay, we are still waiting on the foundries, but everything else is in place. The belts and everything. Beacons, yeah. The product's finished 232. Okay. Oh yeah, we've got some of this stuff at least. Carbon fiber. I did get kind of sidetracked earlier working on other stuff. Yeah, BPA. I was working on BPA. Let's see how that ever came along. That's lubricant. EPA, missing benzene. That's just because I never made this connection in the middle. Oh yeah, you're also going to need some help with input. Get that in place over there. We should have that. Yes, we do have that substation. It will come get placed. And I'll just go ahead and set those to be blue. Let's see, down and down. Just giving the bots the opportunity to get at least halfway here before I rip up their power. And there you go. Okay. Now you might remember I needed 2 red belts. And that's part of the reason that I'm trying to use substations in here so that I can start removing some of these power poles to make a little bit of room more easily. I want to make sure I'm not accidentally unpowering things outside of range. Like all this in here, yeah, you should be fine. At this point, I'm just cleaning up for the sake of cleaning up. But, you know, it feels kind of good to be able to clean up your build sometimes. This one guy needs a power pole. So I have to upgrade you just because I want to rip up these power poles right here. Oh well, it is what it is. Yep. Go away. There we go. You'll get placed eventually. So these can also be removed. Look at that. And already this build is like 20 times nicer. It was never a good build, but at least it's a little nicer. Okay, so at least I'm able to keep up with output speed now. So all of these guys are running. How many of you did I need again? So you're each 1.4 a second. Even if I remember doing this before. Even if I assume speed beacons and I round you up to like 1. Oh, hold on. What is your actual speed? So 6 and 8 seconds. So that would be 3 and 4 seconds. So 0.75. How does that work? Because your recipe has you as less than 1 per second. 8-second crafting time, you produce 6. But oh, I have a crafting speed of 2. Okay. It's coming down due to modules, of course, but that makes sense. So, baseline, it's really 6 and 4. So 1.5 a second, okay. Okay, that's what I figured you would be based on the numbers, just, you know, napkin math, but I wanted to confirm. So baseline, you are 1.5 per second. If I added beacons to you, I could get you just over 1.5 a second, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's say 1.5. So that's 20 per red belt. I have 8. Okay, well, let's at least get up to 10 first. Let's make sure that's a good copy, because we did have all this stuff over on the side. But I do believe it is. I didn't get the belt. There we go. Okay, so recopy all of that. So right now I'm at 10. Okay. You know what? All this stuff has pumps, but I did not get a pump in the middle here. So let's make sure I go ahead and put a pump there. So anyway, 10. So this will be 14, 18, 22, 26, 30. Okay, so there's 30 machines. A red belt was only 20, actually. Whoops. So let's go in 10. Okay, so you. Unfortunately, it splits the inserters here. Yeah, I do have it as an odd start, unfortunately. Well, not much I can do about that. Okay. So... I can just have you output that way, I guess. And then there's the second belt. Yeah, I mean, sure, I guess. Then just bring that all the way home. Question is, where do I actually feed you? It would have been a lot nicer if I could actually move this belt up here and have you input up here. Fortunately, I don't really see how I could possibly do that. I might have to do something ugly. Yeah, things will probably have to get ugly before they get better. Could I just get a different supply depot, perhaps? Maybe if I just come up this way? Really not any better, honestly. Yeah, whatever. You just get to be a little ugly, I guess. There we go. Okay. So then this is 10 already, so I should be able to just copy and paste you, I assume. Perfect. Wonderful. Okay. Do you have power to the end? Yes, you do. Okay. So of course the problem is that's probably going to be more fluid input than I'm going to be able to keep up with. But I'm not going to be able to tell for a while until I actually have you built and have you running. At the very least, I have the buildings in place, so if I do need more gas production, I can just make more gas production. So yeah, that's going to be the end of this line for now. So let's say that's BPA done. Let's move on to the next product. So I'm still on epoxy. So epoxy will take, let's go solvent next. So let me go find epoxy, wherever that was. And by epoxy, I do of course mean solvent. Okay, so I've got 4 machines. That's only producing like 25 a second. So I actually do want to find epoxy, I guess. Okay, where is epoxy produced? Come on. There you are. So, each one of you is 5.5. So that's about 55 a second, not even counting any of the other things that I need. Go ahead and increase the amount of trucks you have. And I guess the amount of trucks you have, since you are also maxed out. And you guys as well, you are also maxed out. There you go. And I guess I'll go ahead and increase you to 12 as well, just so you can all match. Okay, anyway, 5.5, there's 10 of you, that's 55 just for epoxy. So, not even counting anything else. You're used in batteries. It'll be used in copper solution, rubber. Yeah, okay. So I do need a good bit of solvent. Oh god, I remember solvent is the one. It's the reason why all of my production is so big up here. Just to run this much solvent. Do I have any better way to get methanol yet? I do. I have biochemistry. Okay. Never mind. This is something that methanol's used in, not a method of making it. I can use compressed methane and compressed oxygen. You're a byproduct of diesel. Hold on. Wait, where's the normal recipe? Oh, up here. Okay, so methane, oxygen. Methane and oxygen. Okay, so it looks like it's probably the same. So 1-to-1 compressed oxygen to methanol. That's going to be my baseline here. So 1-to-1 compressed oxygen, methanol. So as compressed oxygen, a 4 times reduction. Let's find out. Of course you're going to be numbers like that. Yes. Yes you are. You are exactly a 4 times reduction. Okay. Methane, I assume, would be the same. Yes, and your number... Okay, so you don't give me, like, any efficiency or productivity or anything. You are just strictly a higher throughput in a single machine, which is not bad, don't get me wrong. I do appreciate that. I might even take advantage of that. My main problem is producing that much methane. And methanol, in turn. Is there a better way to produce methane yet? Not yet. Okay. So it's not that there aren't better ways, I just don't have access to them yet. And I'm just checking, but yeah, that's pretty much it. If I wanted to go back to using some of my aluminum to produce methane, I certainly could, but aluminum as a resource is something I'm kind of stressed on right now. Still, it's not a bad idea. It does produce a good bit of methane. But yeah, let's stay on target. So, let's start by expanding these machines first, and then expanding production to meet them. So, how much do I want to expand by? So, the new process takes 55, but I don't remember how much it took before. I'm gonna say it's probably around 40 new production. So to get 40 out of machines that produce 6.3. Let's see. Hold on. So that's gonna be just over 6, so 7 new machines. I mean, okay, let's do 7 new ones. I'm gonna run into the wastewater here. Let's make sure I do connect. That works. Yes. Yes, it does. Okay, so that's fine. Don't need to do anything with that. So that's renew, and then I can just get rid of that. Hold on. Nope. That's not right. I need to horizontally flip you. There we go. Okay. Now it's a problem. Now it doesn't work right. Okay. You're the same connection that gave me trouble on BPA earlier. You're just a bad connection. You're just not my friend. Okay. What is the pipe extent down here? Perfect. Okay. Yeah, absolutely nothing to worry about. Just connect you in. It's a little ugly. Oh well, who cares? That was 3 new machines. Here's another 3. Then I just need 1 more on the end. Cool, awesome, very good. I am... Okay, so the tile was bad. I am missing some pipes here and there. Nothing I can't fix. There we go. Make sure the bottom's okay. The bottom where wastewater should be is a little weird. Again, nothing I can't fix. Yeah, you do have to be in underground. You can't just connect. So I suppose I could just pick that up and run you that way. That's a little funny. Might as well. Okay. So, yeah, you should just be good. See, that's carbon monoxide on the back. Yes. Okay. And that is 7 new machines. Which means carbon monoxide, which I believe was one of my main things. Carbon monoxide demand just went up by nearly 200. Methanol demand went up by 85-ish. Yeah, methanol, each of these machines only produces 4 per second, so going up by 85. Okay, so that's another 22 machines. 22, okay. Well, let's grab that. So that's 10, but I'm only actually placing 9 new machines, because the one on the end is a guide. Oh, the tile that I made was bigger than that. Interesting. I was hoping to be able to take the substations with me. Doesn't look like I'll quite be able to do that. What I could do... Maybe I just don't worry about the pumps and I'll just add pumps as needed. And then that's 9 each time. Okay. So I needed 20 something. 21, 22, something like that. I'll just add 3 stamps of this. That's 27, that's fine. So 1, 2, 3. And then I have to come back and reconnect the lines here. There we go. Okay, that should all connect properly. Get rid of that. But I do think I want to reattach pumps for the next one. Let's make sure that connects properly. And then get rid of those undergrounds there. Very cool. And then you, once again, can just go back to being normal connections. There we go. And everyone should be happy. Okay, very cool. Of course, you're gonna need input. So, methane and oxygen. So, was 20 something, really only enough for like 22. Methane, each one of you is 32. So that's 650-ish methane. Make methane from multiple sources, of course. But this right here is my primary source. And you're dying. Of course you are. That's because you are being starved of carbon monoxide. Let's see, you are maxed out. What if I went ahead and increased the number of trucks? But one thing at a time. So, you produce methane. You are 25 a second, it looks like. I needed 600 and something new methane. If you only produce 24... Oh boy. So 10 times would be 240, 20 times would be 480, and then 30 times would be 720, which is enough. So another 30 of these, just a casual 30. Don't really know why you have this gap in here, so I might go ahead and take the time to rebuild you a little bit. It will put you in the way of the substations. That is one issue. Maybe that's why you're spaced out a little bit. If that is the case though, I'll just go ahead and copy you from substation to substation. So I need 30 of these. Also, you don't tile from substation to substation, fortunately, because they don't quite line up perfectly. If I could take these on the end and move them all one square to the left, you would tile, actually. So let's go ahead and do that. So pick you up, move you over, get rid of undergrounds there, and place you there instead. Like that seems fine. And then let's go ahead... Somewhere in here I'm going to need pumps, I'm sure. Yeah, you're already at 123. So what if I put a pump in the middle somewhere, like right here? That seems fine. You can have a pump here. You're tricky though. You're quite tricky. I just need to do it before that area. Very tricky. Okay, so let's get rid of that connection. And instead... I will have to get rid of these beacons. Which is a little unfortunate, but oh well. I'll have to get rid of all the beacons, it looks like, actually. I can try and replace some of them when I'm done, but for the time being, there's just no way around it. So you come up here, you get a pump in place, there you go. Okay, so that's everyone all taken care of. I could have made this so much easier on myself if I just grabbed you and moved you this way. So I'm gonna do it this way initially, just to allow everything to settle and get placed and I can see everything. I'm missing a Tier 2 refinery. Cool. Especially because I'm going to need a lot of them very soon. I was just trying to get the tile worked out. Okay, at least I can kind of see now. So that does work. That is fine. Pipe extents are all capped out. Okay. The tile is good. Yeah, let's just see where this goes. Long first. Long first. Just making sure they are mirror images. Yes, all good. Okay. Since we have this big gap in the middle, that's where I'd like that pump to go now, then you can just go back there. It just makes you neater, makes you look nicer. Okay. So let's give you a copy. And then as I pull you over this way, you do tile correctly. There's a big oxygen pipe down here, unfortunately, that's gonna be in the way. Yeah, we just have to dodge around you, I guess. Yeah, not much I can do about it. Anything that connects to the oxygen pipes here just has to go. You also underground through here. Oh, that makes that so awful. Let's see. We're also gonna hit this outfall eventually. So what can I do about the oxygen? The oxygen has to move. No two ways about it. I gotta be able to get the oxygen down this way somehow. But it's not just oxygen, it's also the methane. So let's just assume I do already have pipes down here. Let's, for my own sanity, do a little border wall of pipes there, just so I know how far I can and how far I cannot build. Then I'll do the same here. Okay, it is the exact height of the oxygen. So right there is where I cannot allow myself to build. That is my border. Okay. What I'm thinking is I can bring the oxygen in from just like right there. That's not an issue. I can just connect there. And then maybe I can bring the methane in here. That seems fine. Go ahead and move you down one, just to make you more consistent. Okay, so inside and outside is kind of the scheme I was going for there. And then just a similar idea. So I can do pump there and pump there. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. Now I just need to take this, put you up here, get rid of the machines, cut you. Horizontal flip. Let's see. The lower one is oxygen, and the higher underground is methane. That doesn't work though, because your outside is the methane, not the oxygen. I was hoping I would be able to just copy and paste, but oh well. So if anything, you're actually the opposite. So let me look at that again. Let me get rid of these extra bits. I think they're just confusing me at this point. Okay. So disregarding the leftward facing underground, I could absolutely do something like this, combined with something like this for the left. Let's try that. So oxygen connects, you connect. All cool. Don't need that. Don't need any of that. This just comes down. There we go. Okay, so this one is the methane. That is you. And then oxygen is this one down here. There we go. So not nearly as clean on really any regard, but it does work. Let me see. If I put you there, then I don't need any excess undergrounds. Okay. Okay, I think I did it. I think I did it. So the problem is that this appears in a couple different places. So I have to go find those places, rip out the existing pump connections, and then replace them with this connection. There we go. Oh, is that it? Was there only those two? I could have sworn there was more. Okay, I guess it was only those two. Cool. Okay. Let's pick up the barrier walls. And now, finally, I can start copying you. So, I needed 21, something like that, new ones. So how many are you? That's gonna give me 6 new ones. Okay. Because the one on the end overlaps. So let's see, that's 6, 12, 18, 24, and that should be enough. This can be managed. Oop. There you go. Okay, we're missing a full guy there, but that still gives me 23 new ones, which is enough. You should still connect. Yes, you do. You can just come in a little bit, I guess. all pumps are in place. Not that that matters for a single tile, but, you know, I do want to try and be consistent at least. Actually, something is wrong in the middle. Oh no, you're fine. You're good. Okay. I am relying on a missing connection there, though. So let's get that back in place. Middle connects, ends connect. Okay, everyone should be cool. Yes, the connections do all make sense, making sure I'm connecting short with short, and yeah. I never placed the undergrounds for you. So there you go. Oh, I don't have pumps on the back line. And yeah, you're getting pretty full, so let's make sure I do that. So I'll put you parallel to that guy. Just makes it easy to find spots where they're supposed to be. There we go. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. That should be enough distilleries. Now, what about the input to the distilleries? Because you're already lagging behind. So the, like, 20-something new distilleries. That's gonna take over 1,200. Let's say about 1,400 ethylene. Yeah. you produce 16 ethylene. Not that this is our only source of ethylene, but that's almost 100 distilleries. Okay. Okay, well. My brain is refusing to cooperate right now. It just doesn't want to do that. Okay, so each one of you produces 16. I'll go ahead and get speed modules in you. And see if I can fit beacons in the gap. Okay, I can occasionally fit beacons in the gaps. Okay, I can't fit a beacon that covers the first one in this gap, so you'll just go in this gap. That allows you to cover that guy on the edge anyway, which is fine by me. So you extend to that double. So then you go there, which extends to this line. Okay, I can kind of see. I didn't think I could see the radius, the outline, but I totally can. So all the machines are covered. If I go here, that's good. Okay, there's a lot in the way here. Yeah, I start missing machines. Okay. Yeah, I miss literally 2. Whatever. It's fine. There we go. That'll help the bottom line a little as well. Which I guess does just increase the amount of ethylene we want to consume all the same. So maybe that's not the best possible idea, but oh well. So even with all the modules and all the beacons, each one of you only does 22 a second. So 10 is 220. So times 5 would give me 1,100. And then one more, so I want like 51. Very cool. Okay. I don't really have a good copy and paste of you, unfortunately. Like, all of this area through here is cool and all, but you don't really have good pumps. I think that's what I tried to do over here. Also, I don't have substations. So let's go ahead and get substations through here, and then I can rip out these power poles. And that should make it a good deal easier to copy and paste you, because then I don't have to deal with the power poles. There we go. No, I think you're one low. Yeah, there we go. Very good. Go ahead and grab a copy of you. Okay. Just making sure it did know that was supposed to be a substation, because when I went to copy over here, I think it still highlighted you as a pylon. But this is good. Okay. Well, let's see if I can't get a good copy of you. Okay. So when I hit this beacon is right against that underground. Is that true here? Yes. Okay. Okay. I can live with that. So just make sure I grab that underground there. Boundaries will greatly improve production. They always do. Boundaries are the best. Go ahead and grab the pipes all the way to the edge there. And that does look to just work. Okay. I have no idea how many this is. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 8 new ones per stamp. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yes, 8 new ones per stamp. Okay. So 8, 16, 24, 32. I'm already out of build range. There's 40, 48, and then 56. That should be good enough. I just got to get all the roboports and such over there. So let's go ahead and start expanding that way. Also going to need radar coverage over here in order for it to actually be able to build everything correctly. Oh, let's make sure we have the substations in at the bottom. There we go. And let's get a radar in here. Okay. You guys got built. I just never gave you power, which, you know, fair. If I grab substations, I don't think you'll reach. But just to check. Yeah, I'd only get these guys, and then you would need some sort of custom solution. You already have power poles anyway. Let's just extend a single power pole this way, and that'll give you power connection. Okay, so let's say these guys are good. So I just built another 50-something of you. Each one of you takes, frankly, an absurd amount of hydrogen, now that I'm looking at it. So a lot of hydrogen and a lot of carbon monoxide. Let's focus on the carbon monoxide first. Let me do something real quick. So what recipe are you? Alkene synthesis. You make ethylene, propene, benzene. Alkene synthesis pressurized. Okay, so I can... the reason this is good is because this helps with my pipe extents pretty considerably. I'm basically compressing the recipe. Yeah, this produces way more per machine, which means I actually need way fewer machines, which is also nice. Let me get a direct comparison, because I have no short-term memory. So, alkene synthesis. Wait, what? I have different alkene synthesis recipes. Okay. Okay, there's the normal one. Do I have anything else that I should know about? I do have the benzene and steam recipe to turn you back into carbon monoxide and hydrogen again. Maybe not an awful idea. I don't really have room for you, though. Don't know where I'd put you. Probably something to keep in mind, though. Maybe I'll still burn off benzene, but then I'll use the steam from burning benzene to turn benzene back into hydrogen and such. I'll think about it. I'll just leave you up there for now. So, anyway. Standard pressurized alkene synthesis versus alkene synthesis. So you're 16 to 32, so just straight up double. Okay. But your ratios are very different. So I believe methane is the one that I want to maximize here. Wait, hold on. You make benzene, propene, ethylene. Propene, ethylene, methane. Oh, I can just go straight to methane now. I don't even have to make benzene. I don't even have to make benzene? Okay. That does change things. I do need some benzene. It's not like I can entirely get rid of benzene, but that changes the equation a lot here. Okay, let me use this fluid dump as kind of my marker for where new and old are separated. Just to help me think about things. Yeah, okay. I guess it hasn't placed any of the new machines, actually. But, you know, good to know. Good to know. Let me go ahead and get rid of some of these old power poles. They're no longer needed, and they just kind of junk the place up. Yes, I've gotten distracted from building by removing power poles, but if you've seen me by now, that should be the most in-character thing possible. There we go. Where next? Okay, up here. And then once I've gotten these power poles removed, I do want to go and make sure that I didn't remove power poles that I wasn't supposed to. Or rather, I need to go make sure I don't need to go add substations somewhere. Oh cool? Oh cool, okay. So over here, we do have a thing or two without power. That covers all of them but this up here, which will be covered by that. There we go. And then you can also become a substation, and assuming I have those substations, which I do, well, you aren't really going to do much for me, actually. All you're going to do is allow me to move that pump. Or, not move the pump, but remove the power pole feeding that pump. Also, how is it that these substations aren't connected? Okay, they can connect, they've just chosen not to. Which is interesting. You do you, I guess? Oh, I removed that connection. I just couldn't see it, I guess. Kinda similar deal up here. For some reason, they didn't all want to connect. Oh well. Okay. I think I fixed that problem. So, anyway, starting with the new recipes, let's go ahead and change them over. They won't be able to run, but I want to make sure I have the correct recipes in place. There we go. And just all the way down the line. And then we should only need half of that. And even then, not that much. Because now I'm not relying on ethylene pyrolysis to get my methane. I can generate methane directly. In fact, each one of you is generating 90 methane? Is that really correct? Yeah, 90 methane a second. Okay. Starting from wherever I changed the recipe, I do need to make sure that I break the pipe connection, so let's just go ahead and remove all of that. Just makes things easier. I guess I'll go ahead and remove the back pipes as well. Again, just visual indication helps me know where to change things. For the most part, I'm leaving these in place, but only as a method of... basically only as a method of generating benzene for the things that do need benzene. And you know, I'd rather not tear down production I already have, just because I am making an excess of benzene. I'm sure I'll need more benzene later. Still missing 40, okay, 46, so I am making progress. They're getting placed, okay. So the thing is that I'm going to need a lot of hydrogen in here, and I'm trying to figure out how exactly I want to address that. And what I'm thinking is, I'm probably not going to be expanding this area. This is an area exclusively for producing my carbon dioxide. And I mean, maybe I will be making more carbon dioxide. Maybe I'll do it at the level of volcanic separation, because I have quite a lot of volcanic. To like actually finish a thought, what I'm trying to figure out is where I can get a line of compressed hydrogen in here, because I'm probably going to need a new hydrogen production. I don't think I can just continue expanding this area meaningfully. Like, this is pretty much cut off. This is about as big as it can get. So I am going to need a dedicated hydrogen production area. I guess I could put it above this area, which would make sense because your carbon dioxide is being fed into the machines that will need the hydrogen as well, so yeah, I guess that makes sense. Okay, first things first, let's get these grids sorted out. So I'm going to make sure I don't break power to this area, because you're actually a decent amount of my power generation, and start transitioning some of these over to the correct grid. Let's grab a square here. Just makes it easier to drag things along. Go until I hit map border. I might even bring you up this way. And since I know we're going to have those pylons in place all the way out to this area, I can start deconstructing at least these here. I'm not missing... Okay, I'm missing 3 tier 1 pylons. Hopefully this just works. Let's get a tier 2 radar to replace this one. And you can go here. And just continue breaking all of these all the way back this way. You, of course, are gonna have to be all extra special and have your own little connection this way. There we go. Oh, actually, I don't want that roboport there anyway, because that is not a on-grid roboport. Are you even, like, correct? I sure hope you are. Yeah, okay, it's just the wire connections between the pylons and the substations look crooked, but they are, in fact, aligned. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. And all of these through here. And of course, I am going to come back and re-add these wind turbines. In fact, I'll probably re-add them as tier 2s. Make sure you have a power connection this way. You won't connect manually, or you won't connect automatically, but I can just connect you manually, I guess. And I guess you get to go live up there. That doesn't even connect is you. Not that you're a grid roboport anyway, so let's just get rid of you. Where would the next grid location be? Right there, I think. Hard to tell without the power pole connection, though. Can I come from this way? Okay, you want to be on top of the rails, unfortunately. Okay, how about from you? Yeah, I still have my downwards connection, fortunately. So, to right there. But now I can't connect to a ghost. Okay, whatever. I'll slowly work my way in. Okay, I can connect to the one below. So it's one below the pipes. Okay. There we go. And one more should do it. Right there. Okay, so that's cleaned up a little bit of this grid madness that I've been dealing with for a while now. You still need a little help, but that's fine. You're going to get placed. Don't know why I'm missing pylons, but whatever. We'll get there eventually. Let's just do that. And I kind of mentioned this already, but one thing that I wanted to do was start placing wind turbine tier 2s. And you are, unfortunately, going to be interrupted because the bots cannot deconstruct these wind turbines. But what I can do is just start doing this. Oh, you can be placed... Oh, no, okay. The ghost just doesn't take into account where they haven't been placed yet. I was like, oh, these can be placed way closer together. I'm hoping that they don't take up more room. That's what I was trying to test for. I'm hoping that they are the same spacing, and that I can just place the second one over here. Let's see, do it like that, and hopefully this just is okay, and it doesn't get mad at me. But if it does, I will have to figure out what I want to do at that point. Anyway, I wanted to get a couple of these tier 2 scattered around. Give me a nice little wind upgrade as well while I go and work on the gases, I guess. And yeah, that's all outside of build range. I can't really do anything about that. Might as well go ahead and pop one or two in this area if it'll let me. No, just the one. Just the one. Okay. I can get a couple up in this area. Not really in there. Let's just say that's fine. I guess I can do one in this corner right there. Just to complete the corner of them. Okay, it does look like they can be placed at the same increments. Very good. Okay. Well, that's enough procrastinating, I guess. Let's get the new hydrogen area worked in. So let's break some of the rocks, start making space. Make sure we have a nice clean area to work in. So this is all reserved for the carbon dioxide, which I will also need to be expanding, I'm sure. But let's work on the electrolyzers first. Of course, after the electrolyzers, then I'll just need to work on a water supply, but one thing at a time. There we go. So, electrolyzers. I'm gonna need to feed the hydrogen right here, which is a pretty nice place, honestly. That's a pretty straight shot. Not too bad. So, I'll begin the electrolyzers, keeping a little bit of room right about up here. I want to try and keep 2 pipes worth under the roboport. Yes. And 1 room. 1 block worth of room, basically. So that works wonderfully. So, hydrogen. Oh yeah, I can just directly create compressed hydrogen and compressed oxygen now. I kind of forgot about that. That's quite convenient. So let's go ahead and do that. Now, how much compressed hydrogen am I going to need? And granted, I could, of course, just go ahead and delete half of these machines because I'm producing twice as quickly as I thought I would be. But I might as well just leave the capacity in place since I've already planned it out. So if I have 55 of these machines, not even counting the carbon monoxide yet, I'm going to need 181 times 55. Okay, let me break out a calculator real quick. So yeah, 55 times 181. $9,955. So I think it's fair to say that I need 10,000. So let's see. This produces 48. 48, okay. So if I give you a speed module, that's a 15% speed increase. So that will at least get you over the 50 mark. But I can't module you. And beacons don't affect you either. Okay. Well, here's the problem, you see. If I need 10,000 compressed hydrogen, and this only produces 48, even 100 of these would only give me 4.8 thousand. 200 of these machines does not give me enough compressed hydrogen. So I think I will go ahead and halve the number of machines. So you can't exactly have 55. So what if I just shave off like 20? Or 25 rather. Okay, how many do I need? If I needed 55, half of that, let's say 56. So half of 56 would be 28. So I need to keep at least 27, which means... Hold on, why does that break up my brain? Okay, let's just get rid of 25, like I said. That's 25 right there. Oh, cool. That's so many construction bots. That was kind of awesome. That's kind of awesome. You gotta admit, that's pretty cool. I love construction bots. Anyway, so let me make sure I get it where the recipe changes. There we go. So that's 30 of you. So now we're down to 30. So 300 plus 280. So that's 580. So 5,800. That's still an absurd number, but at least it's not as absurd. So 5,800. Well, 100 of you would be 4,800. So enough to get 1,000, huh? So 20 of you would be... Okay, so 21 of you is 1,000. So I need 121 electrolyzers. 121. Well, I might as well get a nice tile figured out. And just have the pipe across. No reason to waste undergrounds on something like this. At least on the back. There we go. Nope, you just connect as pipes. Okay. And then pipe extent. So 144. So let's just say every 100 pipes we'll throw a pump. So this is 16. So 16 becomes 32. Let's see. So 32, 64, just over, or just under 100. So let's say pump right there. So yeah, you can be actually a pump facing that way. And then I also need to worry about your output. Yeah, okay. So break those undergrounds. You come in this way. And then like that. And then the compressed oxygen. Compressed oxygen. Let's see. You can just go right there. That works just fine. Everyone's cool with that. Okay. So let me go ahead and upgrade all of these pylons so that these guys have power. Which is probably where all my pylons are going, because I'm spending many pylons on making all of these substations. Okay. Now, how many things is this? 24. I needed 120 something. I don't think it pays to be too specific here, so let's just go. So that's 24. So I just need 5 plus a little bit. Because if I only did 4, that would be 96. And then with the 5th one, that's 120, but 120 isn't quite enough. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we're off the map. So I have to continue map range. So that's only 4, I believe. That should be 100-ish. Yes. So I need one more stamp, and then just a little more. Oh, and all of you need to be substations, not pylons. There we go. Might as well grab a lot, because we're gonna need them. Oh, and that already puts me out of map range, which means I might not be able to continue building that way. I'll try. I don't think it's gonna let me. But what I can do is just come down this way. I can't... I don't want to bring the windmills with me, because I might wind up just having to tear them down, though. So let's go ahead and do that. And we'll get a radar down here somewhere. So, another radar. It does look like they're gonna build this up here, so I might try and put a radar right up here, and just hope they're okay with that. It is gonna take a little while for them to get up there, and honestly, since this phosphorite patch is going to be within build range, I might as well throw some miners on it while I'm over here. I know this might seem like an odd time to make an ore grab, but, you know, why not? What have I got to lose? Let's see. I don't need you because that ore is already covered. I do need those guys though. Yep, and then one more guy down this way, just to cover this area. Then I can get rid of the power poles, because you're covered by the substations. And where do I want to put this ore? I have no idea, honestly. Let's see. Yeah, this area has been separated from the power grid while the bots take their time replacing these poles, which is kind of what I was trying to avoid earlier, but, you know, what can you do? What am I missing? I am missing pylons, a lot of electrolyzers. That's not exactly a shock. But yeah, for some reason I'm missing a lot of pylons. Let me just handcraft some pylons, I guess, and then turn personals off. Oh, actually, I have them set to auto trash, so I can just keep personals on, I guess. What's it take to craft you? Okay, that's why it was... That's why they were bringing me tier 2 poles. So that's fine. So I don't know why the base can't produce pylons, but for the time being, hopefully these guys will just take them and they'll go get built. Though it actually looks like they aren't getting built, they're going somewhere else. I would assume being made into tier 2s and then into substations. You're also used in the wind turbine 2s. You're also used in electrolyzer 2s. Literally everything that I'm building right now takes pylon 1s. Okay, awesome. Well, I guess that's why I don't have any. I guess that would do it. Let me just verify they're being built at least. Gotta be around this area somewhere. Pylon 2s. Where's pylon 1s? You gotta be kidding me, it's belt fed. It's belt fed. Why don't I have insulated wire though? I feel like I should. Where does insulated wire even come from? Do I just not have insulated wire on a belt? Nope, it's coming in. Okay, you are taking rubber. Yeah, let's just bring you in with bots. 'Cause that's silly. Okay, you go here. Blue chest. Knew I could find you. And insulated wire. Everything else, it looks like you're getting just fine. You just need insulated wire. You got this. Come on. And it's on the way. Okay. Very good. Let's see if insulated wire is even down here. Technically, you're an aluminum product, so let's add you to the aluminum. Okay, that should at least have the pylons coming in a little faster. Let's also maybe upgrade some of these roboports. Make the building process a little kinder. Good enough. Any bots that have to fly out this far, we might as well allow them good charging. It's just one of the perks of the job of being a construction robot that has to fly out this far. Okay, this is light blue, so someone is coming out to build you. I just have to wait for you to actually get built before I can continue doing anything. We're missing yellow belt, which is just hilarious. I don't even know where yellow belt is trying to be built. I'm not even doing anything with yellow belt right now. Oh, it's this. So I literally have no yellow belt. That is a problem. I guess I have to go look at it. What's going on? Okay. I just cannot output you nearly fast enough. Okay. Everything else is cool, it looks like. How's this looking? Let's go ahead and bump all of this up. Like, at least 5 times. There we go. Just making sure this guy can continue running pretty much all the time. And I really don't see the point at this point in the game in limiting yellow belt. We can just have a lot of yellow belt. I think that's fine. Yeah, we should be capable of producing over 4.5 yellow belt a second, so there really should never be a time that we are missing yellow belt. That's just absurd. Yeah, we aren't even able to keep up with red belt. Red belt is being just whipped away as quickly as we can make it. Yeah, it is just crafting speed limited right now, so I might have to go look at that at some point. But chances are it's mostly just going into roboports to replenish all the roboports that I just placed, so I'm not that worried about it. Also, I have this over here. How can I get it into the base? I have robot coverage over to here. What if I just ran the road out the rest of the way this way? I am eternally sorry, construction bots. I know that's going to make you very unhappy, but it is what must be done. Let's also go ahead and get some coverage down this way. All of these are substations. They probably didn't need to be, but they sure are. So let's grab some good old pylons while I'm down here. I might even replace some of these substations since they're kind of wasted out here. If they need to be substations, I can always update it later. There we go. That one can stay. That one's fine being a substation. I'm actually using that one. There we go. Okay. That should give me some room. Oh, I missed this middle bit in here. Let's make sure that all gets placed. And the whole reason I'm doing this again is so that I can first merge these belts here. I guess actually continue past the miner there. Then just go ahead and get a merger and send a belt straight down and load you onto the road down here somewhere. But in order to load you onto the road, I need to be able to build the road. And of course, in order to lay the belts, I need bots in order to lay the belts. So, there we go. And then we'll just have the same old, left and left, right and right. And perfect. Okay. So that'll load up this supply depot with the ore, and I'll just try to send you in wherever it is that ore is needed. We even have a requester. So that is raw ore as well, so we are a-okay on that front. Of course, this is quite a long journey, so at some point we will need to increase the number of trucks, but right now we're not exactly relying on this one. If anything, this might be disruptive, so hopefully it will continue choosing the closer one until it actually needs this one. We are once again missing red belt and 22 tier 1 pylons. So let me go ahead and just craft however many tier 1 pylons I can. And that should help the bots out just a little bit, though I would suspect that most of the pylons are being used right now to craft the electrolyzers, because we need quite a number of them and we're not anywhere near being done crafting them. And let's make another 32. Maybe, just maybe, I'll get a productivity proc or two as well. That would be nice. Might as well go ahead and make a few more as the bots resupply me. We're gonna need them. Speaking of, we're gonna need them. How are red belts? Okay. I mean, they're not limited by anything. They're running full time. They're doing okay. They'll get done eventually. Okay, we do have radar coverage. Very nice. So let's see, how far back do I have to go to get a big line? There we go. So I needed one more line, and then just a few more after. So if I just copy from you as my kind of start indicator, then let's get like another 10. So it'll be 11. Make sure to grab your output as well. And then you'll just line up over this guy. And there's my extra 10. Right to the edge of map view, curiously. Who would have thought? Of course, I do need to extend build coverage that far. There we go. Okay. All cool. I didn't mind putting windmills down at this level just because if I do need to extend out to the right here, then these roboports have to go as well. Or technically these fit in like right next to the roboports. Yeah, I could, if I wanted to, I could make the wind turbines go somewhere else, but that breaks the pattern, and I'd honestly rather, if I extend this way, just get rid of the wind turbines. That's fine. I'm not gonna cry over it. Making sure they all have power. Okay, so that will get built. It's just a matter of time now. They just have to actually get over there. What I do have to work out. Also, let me make sure... Yeah, let me make sure that all of these do tile correctly. It does look like they do. Okay. So what I do have to do is produce enough water and avoid enough oxygen so that these will always be running. So each one is 82.5 water a second. That's quite a bit. So with 130, once again, let's just grab a calculator. So 130 times 82.5, 10,725. Let's just hang on to that number for a moment and look at our water recipes. So I believe the best that I have available is going to be the freshwater recipe. Yeah, like, it's not going to be desalination or anything. It's going to be the freshwater recipe, I'm sure. Yeah, let's just go with that. So, in a hydroplant 2, freshwater... Okay, so you produce 340 and take in 400 a second. Do I have you? I don't even have you yet. And you're a couple researches away still. Granted, I've queued a research I can't actually research. So maybe I have some research stored up. Let's get those underway. And then we'll just continue on down the line. A little bit of mining productivity is actually exactly what I need right now. Inserter capacities, pretty nice. Go ahead and move you up. Okay, that at least fills out the queue. So I am stuck with the tier 1s then, because I can't make the tier 2s for a while. So that's going to be 4 per. So I might as well have some sort of tileable design there. There we go. That just barely isn't going to have power from one line of substations. But if I try to put you over here, you're going to interfere with the next one, which presumably would want to be right there. But it doesn't really matter, so I will have to have power on the top side as well. Like, just to be clear, if I were to try... Even if I combined you together, I don't think that helps anything. Yeah, if anything, that just hinders things, I'm pretty sure. Maybe if I try and do, like, a combined total. So combined total of 8. I can do that and then bring the pipe up this way. Okay, I mean, that gives me 8 right there, and that's, I believe, powered? Yes, you're powered by this substation. Very good. Okay, so that gives me 8 right there. And importantly, it's all within the footprint of 2 hydroplanes, horizontally. So that's what I was trying for. Okay. Let's actually reposition you before I get too comfortable here, because I do want you to be in line with these guys, and above 1, 2, above the wind turbines. So there we go. So I needed 10,725 water a second. Each one of these does 340. So if I just divide that number by 340 and then round up, that gives me 32. So since this is already a block of 2, I just need 16 of these blocks. Might as well go ahead and put the pipes in the front. There we are. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. There we go. So 32 times 40 wastewater. That one I should probably be able to do in my head, but the calculator's already right here, you know? That's going to give me 1,280 wastewater. So that's going to be just over 2 of the tier 2 dumps. I can fit them in probably in this little lake right over here. So let's see. 1, 2, 3. Okay, it'll actually let me do that. Let's see. Okay, I don't need pumps on these yet, but I will want pumps. Also, all of these waters are connected. Do I want that? That might give me pipe extent issues once all the pipes are placed. If it does, I'll have to figure out where I can, like, surgically cut the lines that isn't a problem. Honestly, I just don't want you all connected. I can't have you not all connected. Okay. Interesting. Just doesn't work. It would actually be quite challenging to disconnect you. But it does look like I'm probably going to need to. Okay, bottom is already angry. Okay, now top's angry. Okay. Well, what if I just did that? Okay, that makes you happy. That should be cool. Let's see. So you still get all of your 8. Like this 8 right here belongs to you. And you. And all of that can flow in, yes. Okay. So we are still cool. That's all still good. Now we have to figure out the wastewater. Wastewater actually flows to the right. Important thing to think about when adding the pumps. So let's add a pump right there, actually. That's easy enough. And then freshwater just goes right there. You're super easy to add pumps to. So much easier when you just have free 2 pipe long gaps right there. You can just pop a pump onto. I'm probably going to need a lot of pumps. Yeah, it kind of just occurred to me. Yeah, for every 10 of these, that is more than a tier 1 pump, and for every 20, that's more than a tier 2 pump. So you're cool to be in a tier 1, that's no issue. But when yeah. Yeah, okay. So let me go back to those numbers for just a sec. So 32 times 340. What was that? 10,000. Let's say 11,000. So that is only 2 tier 2 pumps. So that's actually not that bad. You can go ahead and just place those down that way and make the water connection right there. So this is probably not gonna be enough. So tier 2 pump, place you, and that's probably good enough. We'll go ahead and replace the next pump, and one more. And if there's any more, I think I'm good. Yeah. Tier 1 pumps should be good from there on, but we'll see if we run into any issues. And for some reason, the top wells are not covered. I could have sworn when I was building this, the whole reason I picked this design was because the top wells were covered. Okay, well, I guess they're not. Guess they're not. Okay. So you go there. You cannot go there. You are already there, but just need to be upgraded to a substation. 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 And substation. The one little bit in the middle. What can I do about you? Because you do cover 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Yeah, you cover a pretty good chunk of these guys. I guess you just get to be power poles. So let's see, where does a substation pick up? Okay, you start powering this guy. So this is good right there. Just need to run you this way. And into power. Yeah, everywhere else is fine. I just can't do it literally right here. Though, honestly, rather than putting these power poles here, I might just move the tracks just a little bit. It's not as if the tracks have to be right here. So what if I just move you a smidge that way? There we go. And in you go. Okay. Now, you just work like normal. Let me grab one that was substations. Yeah, there we go. And then you can just go right there. Now you don't need special treatment of any sort, you just work. You're just good. Yeah, making sure the rails aren't broken or anything, yeah, that'll all get placed soon enough. I'm missing so many things that are so confusing to me, and I will have to go look at them eventually, but for right now, I will just move on. So that's going to give me all the water necessary to run all of these electrolyzers. The oxygen is going to fill up, and for the time being, I might just vent it. Let's see, each one of you is 24. I have 130 of you. So 130 divided by 4. Let's see, 120 divided by 4 would be 30. So 33, basically. That would be... I was dividing by 4 because that would give me 100 compressed oxygen, and 100 goes into a Tier 1 chimney. So I would need 33 Tier 1 chimneys in order to void that much oxygen, or 7 Tier 2 chimneys. I think I will just use 7 Tier 2 chimneys. There we go. And there we go. So, let's move you just a touch. So get rid of the first two there, because I do want to put a overflow on you. Also, wait, how much was that? 130, so 3 times would be about 75, so 750. Plus 2,400, so that is over 3,000, so I do just barely need a Tier 2 pump. So let's make sure you're overflow, and that way if I do want to tap in to the compressed oxygen, I certainly can. In fact, my regular oxygen pipes are right over this way somewhere. I know I bring oxygen down here. Okay, you're all the way over there. So yeah, if I wind up needing more oxygen, I can bring more oxygen over, but the oxygen's literally full and being vented over there also. So I don't really see the point. There we go. Okay, so, but again, if I do want it, there it is. Interestingly, I could just build up compressed oxygen in tanks and use as a backup power source if I really wanted to. If I was so inclined, I could do that. Kind of the same way that I do down here with the nitrogen. I could do that. I don't think I will, but it's an interesting idea. Like, I'm really debating it. Yeah, like, it would... Let's see. If I build up a large tank, that's 250k. I mean, that keeps turbines going for a pretty long time. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty good. Though, that many turbines... Let's see. Unfortunately, I have no idea how much that actually produces, but 2.5 megawatts per. So this whole block right here of 28 times 2.5 would be... Okay, so for every 4 is 10 megawatts. So that's 70 megawatts. That is 10%. Okay. Not quite 10%, depending on what the power is doing. But that is, you know, a little less than 10% of my total power. So it's not an awful idea. It is literally just being vented. I don't have a tier 2 pump somehow. Yeah, I don't need nearly that many. Oh, it does decompress it. It would decompress it, so it would take more chimneys. But that's fine. I'm not that worried about it. Like, if I were to just straight up copy this, do I have room? I do definitely have room. Even if it's a little tacked on, a little awkward. Not the end of the world. Yeah, whatever. I can work with that. That's cool. So the compressed line is this outer loop here, which is connected by the undergrounds at the bottom, so I only have to run you straight in. Pipe extents 93. Okay, you're only 30, but at the same time throwing the tank on you does cut it pretty good, but you are also going to have a overflow, so that cuts off most of this, so I guess that's fine. Let's go ahead and pop you right there. Then we'll grab a large tank 2 and put you right there. That's the wrong side. Right there. Let's see, pipe extents 25. Okay, yeah, even though that's going to knock it down to 64, that is more than good enough. Also, you are going to need a connection. Let's see, can I just walk backwards until I get one? Yes, I can. How is the railroad still in the way? How have I done this? You know what? You need to move, like, literally one tile to the right. And I can do that, even though it looks like it's clipping into you. Which I really don't like, so I will probably just replace those pipes. There we go. So move you over, grab all this, and move you over. Okay. So for hopefully the last time, we have moved the rails out of the way. And there we go. Oh yeah, I guess I need one more up that way. Okay, that way I get power coverage over this whole area And we are good. Okay. So then you'll output into here. I don't actually need the overflows here. Those can just go away. And we can just connect down. Hopefully without the need for pumps or anything. Yeah, it looks like 21 times 3, coincidentally. So that should be perfectly fine in a extent of 144. But waiting on that, which is, again, just weird. Let me go ahead and handcraft more materials. Let's see. With the biology laboratory, you take logistics bots 2 and boxes of insulation. Hopefully you're not used in anything. No, you are not an ingredient in like a wild science pack or something. That's what I was worried about. Okay. You can be as expensive as you want as long as you are the end of the chain. I don't care. But if you're an ingredient in something else, then it starts getting a little scary. Just going through and checking off some of these little exclamation marks, just because they're distracting. If you were here last time, you know I spent a good deal of time going through and getting rid of all the exclamation marks. Fortunately, it doesn't look like it's nearly that bad this time. There's just a couple scattered ones here and there. Okay, there's a fair few down this way. All the same, it shouldn't take nearly as long as it did the other day. Okay, well, I mean, again, still not nearly as many, but every time I check, there's just a few more. We're at the bottom, though, and that's the last one. Okay. Those are new recipes. I don't actually want to check you off. Graphene. I kind of wish I could recheck you. Filter 2's a new tier of filter. Yeah, I'll keep you there. That's fine. Okay. So, of course, the whole purpose of this is being able to get the compressed hydrogen out. That does require us to be able to get the compressed oxygen out, but let's just have faith that the base will be able to get that done before too terribly long. Oh, I do need actual venting for this as well, because I'm sure this tank will eventually fill up. Even if I add a couple extras, you will eventually fill up. So let's add a pump 2 on the top right here, and then have my my 7 tier 2 chimneys. There we go. And then you can be overflow. That way I still have way more than enough in terms of storage capacity. I will have so much excess energy in here, it's not even funny. These could potentially, even rather than backup turbines, I could have a couple just regular turbines. Let's see, you take 160, you produce 24 apiece. So about every 7 is 1 turbine. So, putting it that way, 70 is 10 turbines full-time. So, just shy of 20 full-time turbines. There's only 28 here, so even if I turned, like, 10 of you into just regular turbines, I think that would be fine. So, how about 8? Let's go with 8. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we'll go with 8. So 8 standard, and then the rest backups. Okay, we don't have tier 2 pumps. I'm sure they're just getting used in something. But let me help out as much as I can. Okay, that's gonna be a minute. I'm wondering if I have any reason to not have pumps on me. Okay, I do request tier 1, just not tier 2s. Also, it looks like we're out of motor 2s, which is something I should definitely look into. Because we definitely should have motor 2s. No steel rods. Okay, there's just no steel coming in. Because there's no ferronickel. I remember this from earlier. Okay, there's not a lot of nickel coming in. Yeah, nickel is pretty sparse right now. Wow, nickel is really sparse. I guess I never set you up properly, and it looks like it's probably time to do so. Wait, where'd you go? There you are. Okay, so all of you completely gone. You completely gone. Yeah, we've got barely any mining left. So it is probably a good idea to take a break from working on the thing that I can't even finish building right now to go ahead and get the nickel tapped in. So nickel's all the way over here. Yeah, the problem is I legitimately might not have enough resources to get my train template all the way over there. I'm not entirely sure if I will or not. Let's see, I do have this nickel right here, which should be enough to tide me over for just a little while. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there are 80 stacks in here, so that's enough for 80 trucks to be moving at once. So what I'm thinking is, even just temporarily, I might go ahead and increase you all the way to the maximum of 50 trucks. And just see how that works short term while I get this whole rail thing sorted out. The real problem here is that as I continue to grow the base, I have been growing downward. But that is, I am going to have to run a rail line this way in order to get over to the nickel over here. Not the end of the world, it's just a little inconvenient. I'm also going to need radars down this way. So let's go ahead and grab one and get you in there. It's going to take, I just realized, it's going to take the construction bots so long to get down here. What I might do is come down here to this little area and put down a buffer chest, just to have some of the construction materials buffered down here ahead of time. There we go. Pick up that rock, please. And then buffered down here, I want rails. Like 10 stacks of rails. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's the whole first row. I'm gonna want at least a couple roboports down here, because they're part of the blueprint. Yeah, sure, for now, that's fine. Not 50 relays. Maybe like 15 relays, just because they're used in the T intersections. Signals. Let's go ahead and get signals in here. Probably more signals than that. Pylons, I believe, are down here, which, being that I don't have pylons already, is probably not a great sign. Don't think there's really anything else that I frequently use in the rail blueprints. Might go ahead and just fill the rest of the chest with landfill though. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I have 3 stacks left for 3 stacks of landfill. Just might as well. I think landfill stacks to 500 though, so maybe not that much. Yeah, maybe a single stack of landfill is fine. That leaves me 2 slots in the chest in case something else comes up. And I'm so sorry, logistics bots, you're going to be busy for a little while. What I might do, just preemptively, is let's get some chargers over here. Because I know we're going to need them. Just scatter the whole length from the base down to there. Probably won't even have this many chargers, but, you know, I tried. I tried to be nice. It does say we should have the chargers. They should be on the way. And there goes the swarm. Let's go ahead and grab another charger or two for over here near the landfill. This is probably a popular area that will be visited time and again, so I might as well have charging nearby. There we go. And I guess while I'm down here, probably good to put charging on this side, since this is where we're going to be building, and bots are going to be coming into this area from. There we go. That's probably good for now. Let's not get too overzealous. What I will probably do, though, is go ahead and also upgrade these roboports so that they charge a little faster. And that will speed up the whole construction deal quite a bit, because logistics bots are able to move a lot more items than the construction bots are. And let's see, what am I missing? I'm still missing a lot of pylons. Let's make a lot of pylons. I might as well, while I'm sitting here, also make however many pumps I can. What else am I missing? Chimney, modules, wells. Can I make any wells? No, because I don't keep red pipe on me anymore. Can I make a chimney? No, that also takes red pipe and concrete and pumps. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, suddenly I need red belt. What could have just popped into existence that needs red belt? I probably expanded. I did. Actually, that's a perfect fit. That's actually really cool. I did not mean to do that at all. But that's a perfect fit for that Roboport. The build range. Go ahead and clean up. Oh, apparently just that. Okay. Yeah, it looks like I'm missing a lot of stuff now. I'm really confused how I could be missing that stuff still, because I keep looking at it going, no, that's fine. Like, everything's okay, it'll catch up, and then it's just not catching up. And that's, a tad worrying. Where are all the power poles? Okay, so that's tier 2 pylon. Where's... Okay, and tier 1 pylon was up here somewhere. It was in the belt fed section. But you're waiting on power poles now, which are waiting on insulated wire. Okay, I should have known better than trusting the belt fed section. Let's see. Insulated wire. There we go. Okay, they are on the job. They'll get to it soon enough. That's the same thing I needed to request for you, actually, funny enough. I was kind of contemplating just doing a shared one in the middle, but whatever, they can have their own, who cares. Okay, you are also insulated wire though, so you can share. Okay, let's increase the number there, because apparently that wasn't enough. Okay, now you're running. Everyone should be cool. Does look like you're running constantly. Everyone's cool. The only one having problem is you, and you're waiting on power pole 2. That's only because we're splitting the power poles between the chest and further assembly. Which, you know, is fair enough. Pump 2s, pump 2s. I feel like almost every day I have to come down and diagnose why pump 2s aren't running correctly. You still don't have motor 2s. That's gonna be a steel issue, I'm sure. Steel rod. Well, steel does have a reason not to be running correctly. That was ferronickel. Granted, it does look like ferronickel has been helped somewhat. Yeah, it's a little spotty. It comes in waves, probably. Yeah, all 50 trucks are on the move right now. But we do have trucks coming in, and as they make their deposits, that should help considerably. Come on, guys, I just want to see. Oh, okay. Oh, that wasn't mining prod, that was mining 3, so I've got a new tier of mining drills. I mean, good, cool, but I would like that to have been mining prod instead. Granted, I am now researching mining prod, but I kind of thought I was already researching mining prod. Okay, And now we only have enough for 33 trucks. I mean, 33 trucks is a lot, don't get me wrong, but we had 50 just a moment ago. Okay. It does seem to have better saturation now, so how is that going for you, for example? Okay, you're running full-time at least. How about you? Okay, you're also able to run full-time. So we are saturating the belts. That is what I wanted to see. Very good. Okay. But we still don't have enough crushed nickel to keep these running full-time. Granted, these are a higher tier furnace than I'd initially planned this area to have, so that's not too shocking. If anything, the surprise here is that I've hardly had to do anything to allow you to run at nearly full time. Actually, all those furnaces are running right now. So even though they may not have full uptime, we are, like, brushing up against their capacity. But barely brushing up against yours. In fact, it looks like we have about double your capacity. Or your capacity is about double what I'm able to provide, rather. I mean, it's good to be future-proofed, I guess. Where are you going? Okay, you're being made into regular old nickel. Makes sense. That is backing up, so that will eventually back up into this direction. That way we'll have not quite as much nickel going this way. More nickel can be diverted where it actually needs to go, such as the steel making. Don't I have another recipe for steel, actually? Just while I'm thinking about it. Let's see, there is steel making 3. A little way away, but I do have a steel making 2. Yes, I do. Okay. So what's the difference? We get 6 steel and calcium carbonate if I add lime. What it does is it goes from 2 steel from 1 ferro and 5 iron to 6 steel. Ooh, that's way better on ferronickel. Yeah, that's 3 times better on ferronickel. Pretty much the same on iron. Slightly better. Pretty much the same, but 3 times better on ferronickel. We no longer output carbon dioxide, and instead we output calcium carbonate. Much more gravel. Let's see, that's also 12 compared to 25 seconds. So it's still like a 50% increase in the amount of steel we make, or at least the speed we make it with. And that's 9 and 25, as opposed to 3 and 12. Okay, so much more item output, but not nearly as much as input. Could I possibly do that? Could I work that in somehow, if I really wanted? Like, let's just put you over there for a second. Okay, hold on. What does steel ingot to made in then? Medium furnace. Okay. Yeah, okay. I mean, same footprint as you. I would have to redesign the whole area. Does this carbon dioxide go to anything? Okay, so we don't feed in from the top or anything. You just come down this way. We do merge with something over there. And we also output carbon dioxide here. And somewhere else. Okay, so there's lots of things that output carbon dioxide. And they all get vented in here. Okay. Fair enough. So I'm not using the carbon dioxide. That was the big thing I wanted to make sure of. So all you do is add lime to the input and calcium carbonate to the output. I already have to filter the gravel out, so that part's no different. I would just also have to filter out the calcium carbonate. Let's see. So you would make 6 times more steel than calcium carbonate. So even if I was going for a full yellow belt of steel output, that's still only something like 2 calcium carbonate a second. So hardly anything at all. And calcium carbonate can come right back this way. Yeah, okay. It's not the cleanest in the world, but I think I can make this work. So... trying to figure out where I could nab the calcium carbonate from. That's the first challenge. Because this is pretty busy in here. There's not a lot of room for spaghettiing things around. It's pretty tight. I don't use calcium carbonate anywhere in here. Can I do anything with it? I can just send you up and be turned into mineral dust and voided. Seems a little wasteful, though. You are used in geology science. So, well, okay, I may not always be producing geology science, though, and if I'm not producing geology science, I don't want steel to back up, so that's not a good way of handling it. I definitely want to belt you back. Which means sending a belt to right here. I think my shot is right down this line. Like somewhere in here. Yeah, this is a pretty clean line. So let's go to the top of steel and say, that's my goal right there. In fact, I'll even just go ahead and lay it and figure out how to connect into it later. Okay, let's raise you one. Cannot build on water. I forgot to say please. Perfect fit. Ooh, a little less than perfect. Whatever. Where am I trying to get to? Right there. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I'll just put another splitter here. I was kind of thinking about bringing this down and feeding it in there, and that's just silly. We'll just put a feed-in splitter right there. Since this is a byproduct, I do want it to have priority. And there we go. That's the calcium carbonate feedback line. Now I just have to actually get you over there. And I think the easiest way is to change this filter This is a live line, so let's go ahead and break that underground real quick. Make sure there's nothing in you. Okay. Change this filter to be steel instead. And now this can be both gravel and calcium carbonate. Go ahead and put you back. And then somewhere in here, like right there, I can filter out the gravel. Okay, let's just bring you straight that way. Filter you here, and then have the belt right there. I think that's just a little neater. So, calcium carbonate goes to the right, and just goes that way. There we go. Okay, so I want to be right over there. So one more underground ought to do it. And then since this whole length is red, I'll just finish it with red. Gravel should still flow this way. What I might do is go ahead and filter you to make sure if any contaminants ever wind up on that belt, I don't just completely break everything. In fact, I'll do the same down that way as well. And probably here as well. Just to be extra safe. Okay. And that'll just come down and loop in. Hopefully we never back up on calcium carbonate. That's a pretty long belt, so that'll offer a good amount of buffer. But all the same, if it does back up for long enough, that will also kill steel, which would not be very cool. I'm looking for nickel, just to make sure that something I set up at some point is actually working. So that comes up, goes this way, and is put into you. Okay, so this is a little backup system I had, but it looks like we have plenty of buffer up on the top left there, and you have backed up on nickel, so we don't really have to worry about you. Oh, ferronickel's backed up into this area. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay. So we are now piling all of our ferronickel into that storage depot right there, so steel should just recover on its own. All the same, I do want to begin requesting lime up here. Assuming I don't already have lime anywhere. I don't know why I would, but I'm just checking real quick. I don't see any lime. Okay. So, ferronickel and lime are going to share a belt. Can I move this water? Not easily. Well, okay. I mean, it's not that bad. I just have to do that. Yeah. Then I can break a... Just making sure I'm breaking the right pipes. Yeah, okay. Okay, all good. Okay. Just making sure I'm breaking everything correctly. Nothing touches. Okay, so that'll give me a water connection up that way. And now that those pipes are out of the way, I can just bring you down and make another requester here. Let's say you are on the far belt, and so this one gets to be on the inner belt, and you're just going to be lime. It is lime that you take, yes? Yes it is, okay. And yeah, it's so much more iron than the others that this setup should work just fine. Additionally, the belt can move just a smidge, since I can actually shrink everything by 1 belt length, being that I don't need this output pipe anymore. I can't really move the output belt, so I guess I'll bring the right side in one. Do I have furnaces? That's probably a good place to start, before I just rip up my whole steel build. In fact, how many of you would it take? So you make just slightly less than half a steel a second. But once I account for the other items, let me do it that way. Accounting for the other items, 24 plus 48, that's 72. So 0.72 items a second. Let's just say 0.75. So then for every 4 furnaces, that's 3 items a second. So times 5. So every 20 gives me a yellow belt. How many things are here? How much space do I got? 28. So I could just increase it to a red belt, and that would give me reasonably a yellow belt of steel out. I don't see any problem with that. Though that would take a red belt of iron in. So maybe it would be better to think in terms of iron out. So I have 52 furnaces here. Each one of you can do more than 80% of an item a second. So yeah, that's probably a blue belt of iron ingots, all things considered. If I were to combine these, which I do. So honestly, input not that much of an issue. Yeah, okay, let's just see what happens if I replace all of these with furnaces. So what I want to do is I want to grab a buffer chest, pop you right here, and you're going to trash unrequested, and you're going to request exactly 28 of these guys, along with yield modules. So 28 times 2, gonna be 56. There we go. Might as well leave the recipe there so I can at least do it more easily. Boom, okay. So on the way 15, and this one is going to be completely full. Okay. So we are still missing medium furnace 2s. Let me see what I can do about that. First of all, are you still having steel problem? Okay. Yeah, as much as I was saying ferronickel was looking better, so steel should recover, it really doesn't seem to be playing out that way. Granted, nickel did restart, even though it is backing up again. That does take a pretty substantial amount of the ferronickel. We do split it, though. And like, we are filling this to some degree. We're just taking it faster than we can fill it up. Wonder where you're going, because I just saw you pick up a ferronickel ingot, and what is purposefully requesting a ferronickel ingot? I'm hoping I don't have something that just dumps it onto a belt somewhere. Okay, I thought you just dumped it in that first building, and I was so confused for a minute. Yep, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Okay, so we do have something that's trying to pick up loose ferronickel ingots that make their way into the system, but instead, we're just picking them up from over here. So let's disallow logistics bots. And then we don't have to worry about that. Assuming we don't need you anywhere weird, I don't know why we would. No, okay. So there's literally no reason to do that. So we're A-okay. And yeah, for some reason, starter base gets way more priority to the ferronickel. Like I just keep reducing your priority. And you keep getting first dibs. You have 600 ferronickel inside of you right now. Okay, well, we have some at least. Let's see, each one of you only takes 0.1, so altogether that's going to be about 2 a second, 2.5. So I don't know if a single purple will be able to handle that, so I might as well go ahead and upgrade you guys. Well, okay. Maybe that was a little pointless. There we go. Because you take way less. More iron. About double iron. But also way more steel. Okay, how are we looking now? Up to 15, so we're missing 13 still. Let's go take a look at it. I would assume it's the lower tier furnaces that we're waiting on. Nope, you're full. In fact, let's go ahead and bump you, since from time to time we need you for things. You're already 150. Granted, you're only at 10, missing steel plate. So where might medium furnace be? Okay, you're missing combustion chamber 2. Which is missing medium tank 2. Which is running, though seems to be missing steel. Yes, missing steel rod, okay. And there's none on the way. We are at least producing steel for right now. Combustion chamber 2. I know it's right in here somewhere. I literally just looked at it. There you go. Here's 50. Have fun. Hopefully that'll pretty much be everything that we need over here. I know you both take medium furnace 1s. And those take medium, or small furnace 1s, which, you know, we have to work our way up to get small furnace 3s. Which, these are actually small furnace 2s. My bad. Also, 25 of you is just not enough. Let's make sure I keep at least 50. You know, when I go to play some, it's always going to be more than like 10, so no reason to keep a small buffer of them. Okay, what else can I do to help speed this along? Oh, you're at least doing stuff. Red belts are, again, going to be missing steel, I'm sure. What are you? Missing pump 2s, which are going to be missing motors because we're missing steel. Yep, reasonable enough. You need trucks. Let's start with 3. Can't imagine needing more than that. Okay, logistics storage 9, but on the way is only 3. Why would that be? Unless all the logistics spots. No, the logistics spots are not all busy. So why have they chosen to just not bring them? Why would that possibly be the case? Why would that possibly be the case? Well, I'm gonna watch this until it makes sense, and in the meantime, take a drink of water. Okay, I understand. It's still counting this as logistic storage, because things can still pull from this. So when I'm mousing over this, and it says satisfaction 13, logistic storage 13, the 13 it's seeing is the 13 in this chest. Okay. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. That's reasonable. With 14, we've now hit the same throughput, right? Let me verify. So 48 to 25. Yes. Okay. Basically the same. You don't have modules. Let me actually go ahead and put modules in you to make sure that we do have the same. Okay, with modules, you're 36. That is a pretty big difference. Out of curiosity, you're 4, you're 3, so you're right in the middle, but you don't have any negative speed. Yeah, just one of you is 15%. Minus 15%, so altogether that's a 30% speed drop. That's very substantial. So I could get an extra 2% productivity, or I could make you 30% faster. I think I will probably use productivity modules instead. If I do that, let's go ahead and get 56 productivity modules in here as well. I'm sure someone's coming in to trade those modules out. They're just really taking their time. Let's see. Yeah, they're not showing as missing or anything. They're just not showing up very quickly. Maybe I should have done the productivity modules and the buffer chest first. There we go. Okay, so now you're back over half a steel a second. Actually, it's not back over. You are now over half a steel a second because you never were before. Because you're at your original baseline speed, but now have 8% productivity, which is pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, and we do have steel ingots coming in now. So production has resumed over here, which is nice to see. Regrettably, I'm just about to start tearing down the steel. But yeah, okay. So you are 0.25, you are 0.5. So you are twice as fast. So even if I only have half the buildings necessary for right now, it does still pay, or just because of the added productivity, to go ahead and start ripping you up. Actually, you have more productivity right now. Only just slightly. Oh, I have 24 out of 28. Okay. Let's just, let's just rip you up. Also means I should rip up these pipes. There we go. So I'm going to leave the belts on the left-hand side untouched. But the right-hand side is going to have to move. So all of this over here is going to have to go. So from there to there, all of that goes. I don't want to move this stuff. I don't know how that got marked. I pretty explicitly said, let's not break anything over here. Okay, so all that's getting removed. Copy you. And let's start getting you in place. I am going to have to rearrange the pipes and stuff. Maybe I should have done this from the back first. Would have probably made more sense. Also, I do want to get rid of the pipes. There we go. And there we go. Okay. Might as well go ahead and get rid of all of those. Okay. And I guess I might as well get rid of the whole inside. Just get rid of it. That's fine. Funny enough, the outside inserters should still be accurate. Those should still be good. I just need to change where the pipe is. Okay. I need to change where the pipe is a lot. Should I do it from the inside, perhaps? In which case it would have been beneficial to leave everything where it was before. Yeah, I think that's probably my best bet, actually. Which means now removing all the stuff on the inside, like the power poles, because they're in the way. Let's make sure I didn't cut power to anything important. Doesn't look like it. Okay. So, undergrounds. You go that way. Just give me that and bring it out. Okay. Then pipe just all the way across. I guess I'll do that for the easy tiling. You get long pickups. There we go. And then we just bring this all the way down. Actually, I don't want the underground belt there, so let me actually tile from the next one below. There we go. And of course, we do need to tile the furnaces themselves, but before I start worrying about completing the tile down here, I do need to go ahead and get the input inserters figured out. So that one's going to be simple enough. That's just the iron. In fact, let's go ahead and get you dragged down the whole way. On the left, there we go. And on the right. Okay. And then I might as well do the same thing I did for you. And just horizontal flip. Where do you go? Where do you belong? Okay, you go 1, 2 tiles out. Yes? Yes. Okay. Very cool, very cool. All good. So you just go right back where you were. All cool. Okay. No one has power, but that's okay. We'll get there soon enough. So all of the outsides are done. All I need is the inside. So let's go ahead and grab you and just start moving you down. There we go. That works right there. Oxygen has to be re-maneuvered a little bit. It can go right there. In fact, could I just underground you instead? Yes, I can. Think that works out better? Okay, and then finally, power poles. So we are a little denser now. Does that work in my favor? No. No, it does not. I will just have to use tier 3 power poles. I could also try and get substations in here, but frankly, I don't think there's room for substations. Also, all these outside power poles really should go. Some things will be without power momentarily, but they will just have to deal. Okay, tier 3 power pole. Same level as you. So you there, and you there. Wonderful, okay. There we go. So just every other connection. Let's see, so right under. There we go. Yep, and just making sure that does connect everything, give power to everyone, everyone's all happy. Very nice, okay. Okay, so you're already running. Let's go ahead and get these belts updated. Starting from around here, I suppose. Splitting there, and that should be good enough, but I'll go ahead and upgrade all the way to this split. And I might as well, since this is a red splitter anyway, go ahead and upgrade the belt up to there. Not that I'm going to be anywhere near the needing it, but, you know, might as well have it. Do I have red belt? No, I'm still missing hundreds of red belt, okay. But I do have quite a lot more steel coming in now. A good bit more reliably. And it should be a good bit cheaper as well, so win-win. I might even want to go ahead and upgrade the belt that this iron is coming in on. You don't have your iron belt all the way to the bottom. Whoops. I will wait until that's actually been placed as yellow belt before I try and upgrade it. Just because I am missing so much red belt. Yep, okay. That should be all good, all cool. How much am I missing now? 340. Yeah, a little bit. Just a little bit. So all the furnaces are running except for you, because you don't have iron, but as the iron comes down... There you go, okay. You should begin to run now. Yeah, it's not input limited, not by like inserter speed or anything, you just genuinely don't have iron right now. I was worried, being that it was just yellow inserters here, and they did have to reach so far to get there, but it doesn't look like I really have to worry about it. Okay. Well, that should be a pretty decent upgrade for steel, all things considered. Oh yeah, steel's actually backing up on the belt. That's the first time that's ever happened, I think. It's a wonderful, beautiful sight. Yeah, we are finally building up steel rods. Literally all of them are getting picked up immediately as soon as they go into the supply depot, but we are at least making them. We are at least making them. Okay, so you are completely filled. Oh yeah, you're already backed up. You are running, and you're filling up. Let's go ahead and give you a little stop right there. Literally zero steel gears. That's because we have no excess steel plate. We are consuming all of the steel plate that we make. Well, let's see if I can't help that. Let's... Yeah, that's not necessary anymore. Let's do that. And then grab you. Put you there. Yeah, that's fine. 1.5 a second with 2 per second input. So let's definitely upgrade all of these guys. And then 2.5 output, yeah. You need an output. Or an output upgrade, I mean. And you need power, because of course, everyone wants power. There we go. Okay. So you should now be producing a bit more steel. Steel is dead. Steel is backed up. Back? Okay, it's just because they haven't been able to build that. I mean, understandable, but unfortunately Red Belt is waiting on Steel, and now Steel is waiting on Red Belt. So, not exactly a wonderful feedback loop there. I happen to have 200 Red Belt on me, so I might go build that manually. It's not a massively far trek down to Steel, especially if I jetpack down there. I think it's right down here. Okay, bots, that's great and all, but please build this instead. I don't have the undergrounds. Can I make the undergrounds? No. Okay, well, the undergrounds are a little easier to come by. Let's see, this is all underground through here. I just need to get down to the bottom and put in this last little bit down here. Okay, that feeds in, all cool. I just need to make sure that they get the couple undergrounds that they're missing, and we're only missing 26. So, not exactly a massive number. Thank you, bots. You're the best. And let's wait for them all to come catch up. Thanks, guys. Okay, now let's run all the way back. Might as well jetpack for a moment, just to get back to the top. Okay. Let me go see why the undergrounds aren't being made. I'm gonna assume we aren't getting undergrounds just because we don't have regular reds. And if that is the case, then I can just throw my own belts into it. Which is in fact the case. So there you go. So how many recipes we need? It's 10 to 2. That's enough for 22, which is just about right. We'll be missing like 4 or something, but hopefully we can make a couple. We do need motors to do something. Might be able to go find tier 2 motors and just throw my own stuff into there. There we go. All the other stuff we should have, but the steel products I'll just manually stock for now. Hopefully I don't regret that, being that that is my kind of personal emergency supply. We are kind of in an emergency, being that we can't resupply on steel. I mean, worst come to worst, I just have to go and pick up the materials myself. Not exactly the end of the world. Though it does seem the bots have chosen not to build these undergrounds for whatever reason, even though those would be the most helpful ones. Still says 23, and I'm willing to bet we've already made all of the reds. Yep, okay, so they probably all got turned into blues instead. Or red splitters, that's also possible, since in this pack, for whatever reason, splitters do take undergrounds. And it does look like we're missing undergrounds for more splitters. In fact, I'm willing to bet that is exactly what happened. Well, that's a shame. Didn't place any of them. Wow, okay. Not a one. Well, all I can do is keep the belt flowing and hope that gets something done. And I suppose I will go down and manually unclog the steel for now. Once again, I guess I'll just go jetpack down there. Makes more sense than just running. Oh, a little too far. Let's circle back around. And boom, okay. To just start picking all of this stuff up. And it goes pretty fast. Gonna wait until the break in the belt right here. Once I pick up that part, then I'm gonna consider it done. I'll go ahead and grab this loss a little bit. There we go. Okay, let's go throw that into the machines. Right down here, right there. Just distribute that in. Oh, I didn't really mean to put you in there. Oh, you produce calcium carbonate. Right. You go into the furnaces. There we go. That'll keep you busy for a while. And you're already backing up again. Granted, steel does have some room. We have all of this belt to fill before it backs up again. But, you know, it's getting there. Also, why are you... What's the problem? Underground 1, underground 1. Okay, you are flowing. Why can you not output? I guess you're just rate limited? Yeah, because these guys are running. And you're full. Okay. I guess we've just fully saturated the belt by this point. So none of those furnaces can output. Which, I mean, I knew they would. That's why I was upgrading the belts. I just didn't expect it to be that difficult to upgrade the belts. Oh, thanks guys. I guess I got a logistics bot to bring me red belt. Which I kind of appreciate on one hand and kind of don't on the other. Like, there's better place that red belt could go, like the undergrounds that carry away the byproduct. That would be cool. Oh, you might be going to place one. Nope, that was just regular belt. Okay. Oh well. Yeah, we're still missing 22 red undergrounds. Okay. Maybe I'll go ahead and turn personals off for just a minute. So they stop bringing me red belt. Okay, I think I have to do another personal delivery here. Because that belt was backing up pretty close to steel production, and if I allowed it to get too much closer, then steel would stop again, which means production would stop again, and no one wants that. So hopefully I don't have to do this more than once, more than one more time, because I'm sure I will have to do it one more time, given the current rate. There we go. Oh, once again, almost too far. I mean, at least it is running. Like, we're actually backing up in this area. Okay, and we do have steel gears coming in again. That's nice. Steel cable has backed up onto the belts, which means the steel wire will begin backing up on the final belt, which means we will stop wasting the steel rods on steel wire. Unfortunately, I don't really have a way to get the extra steel rod crafting capacity out. These are like dedicated steel rods to the steel wire. So I will probably want another steel rod assembler. Does mean I'll have to move this though. Hopefully I'm not missing yellow belt, but no, it seems I should be fine. I don't really need you anymore. So let's go ahead and copy you over this way. And just like I did above, I don't really need that anymore. And out you go. After I set you to be on the left side. So 1.6 in, 2 out. So I don't know about the input, but almost surely 2 output is going to be a purple. Yeah, definitely. Oh, that was the wrong inserted upgrade. There we go. So let's wait for you to empty out. At least you should empty out, because you do only produce 1.5 items a second, and purple should be more than capable of keeping up with that. Yeah, okay. And I wanted to make sure you are full. Yeah, okay. So you are able to stay full. You do run with full uptime. Okay. Oh, cool. So that's a little more steel rod coming in. Even if it's only a little, it is still a little. Can I, by pure coincidence, fit you in here? I could if I move some things around. That wouldn't be too challenging. Seems like a good enough idea to me. Yeah, just a flat plus 20 speed sounds pretty nice. So let's grab you. And just throw you here. Put your output 3 away. There you go. Yeah, that one beacon covers pretty much the entire steel area. That's crazy. I love the large beacons. They're so cool. They're so nice. You are a tier 1 charger. Have an upgrade. Just making sure these are all connected to logistics. I mean, they certainly should be, but I did want to check. Also, forever ago, I started making a rail line, and then just got interrupted. So these guys are barely running anymore. So I'm running almost entirely, my nickel smelters, that is, running entirely off of this patch up here, which is being delivered by logistics drone. How well's that working out? Decently enough, actually. Not too shabby. It is taking basically all of the drones. But, you know, it's working well enough. So, let's see. You're up here. I do have map coverage, except for one little strip right here, which is very cool. Guess I need a single small radar for this one little patch right here. Hopefully that's even far enough. Does look like it should be. Let's go ahead and start figuring out how I want to get a line down. Oh, that's not where blueprints are going to be. Let's grab the rail book. So, that's how long you are. How long is the straight? Okay, so straight is the same. Yeah, straight is the same. So let's bring you down 3. And then we're going to turn this direction. Oop. So not the best rail blueprint that you will have ever seen, but it is good enough to get me where I'm trying to go. This is not a train base by any stretch of the imagination, so I don't necessarily need great trains, I just need trains that will work. How is it possible that I've done this? Yeah, that's great. I love that. That's real cool. The great thing is that if I force replace it, it's also going to get rid of one of the signals on the bottom. Yeah, cool. Whatever. That's fine, I guess. Are you actually connected? Okay, you can connect up to there and out to there. That's good enough for me. Straight is fine until the mine. I would like to be below the mines. I do need to be below the mines, yes. Okay. Okay. I am gonna need another radar down here then, which does unfortunately mean I have to wait for them to build this entire thing first. Yeah, we do need to go a good bit lower if I want to be below the mines. So do that. Grab a tier 2 radar from in here. And we'll see how much further down we have to go. Why are you incomplete? I guess I tried to build you outside of radar coverage. So let's get you worked in. There you go. Oh, and this mine has finally given up its last. Oh, that allows me to reclaim some red belt, I guess. That's one upside. Let's see, can I make this connection? Yeah, there we go. Just make sure to bring the grid with you as you expand out. Always just makes it easier to expand more later. Missing roboports, that's going to be because I'm missing red belt. Not a shock. You have locked up because I got distracted. There you go. Immediately, you can already see the furnaces kicking back to life. Yeah, that's a good bit of calcium carbonate. Granted, we're getting this from lime, so it's not like we're generating new. We just have to make sure we 100% definitely prioritize this input line over the default input line. I'll leave once this big chunk comes through. There we go. Let's go through that into the furnaces down south. There we go. That did take all of them? Yes, it did. Okay. It does take a while to go back and forth, but it's not exactly a problem. Hold on. Where are you? There we are. Okay. So how do I make a underground? I need red underground pipe and yellow underground belt and red belt. Let's just see if I can't personally make a couple of these. Because clearly waiting on the bots to get it done is not working out for me so far. Okay, so yellow underground and red. Yellow underground and red. Hold on. Where's your chest? Why do you request so few? 32, sure. And then like 50 AU. And let's just do 50 AU as well. There we go. So they should fill that up. There we go. Okay. Well, I forgot I had that on auto trash, but at least it doesn't go far. There we go. So now what else do I need? Now I just need some normal old red belt, which does take lubricant to craft, so I can't really force that beyond what I'm already doing. I just have to be ready to yank it out of the machine when it finishes craft. Or finishes its craft is what I was trying to say. That gives me 2. 2 out of 20 is not exactly inspiring. How's it been going? Decently well. I've been running into some steel issues, and unfortunately it's going to take steel to fix steel, so it's been a little bit touch and go, but I think I'm just about out of the woods. Okay, my personal bots just took the undergrounds that I purposely made for this area and placed them somewhere else. So I guess I have to go make a few more. I mean, that's fine. I didn't need those undergrounds there as well. I just would have liked to start from the top and work my way down. Let's see. There we go. There's the belts. But yeah, to give you the quick explanation, red belts take motor 2s. Motor 2s take a steel rod. I didn't have steel rod because I don't have steel. And in order to fix steel, I have to place red underground belts to get rid of a byproduct. So, you know, doing my best. Do I have steel rod? I do have some steel rods on me. Let me go manually create a few more of these again. And steel gears, of course. I have to go manually unclog steel again, I'm sure. So let's just go ahead and head down that direction. Yep, it's already clogged again. So let's go stand at the end of the belt and just vacuum up all of the... what is this? Calcium carbonate. I almost called it lime. Close, but not technically correct. And just about it. Let's just wait until the last little trickle right there. Yeah, that's good enough. Ready to rebuild the ship properly with 48 megawatts of power. Yeah, I think you said you had... I'm trying to remember. I think you had like 20-something megawatts of demand earlier, so doubling power sounds like a pretty good goal for the time being. That did take all of it. I keep being paranoid that I keep doing this so often that I'm gonna wind up backstuffing the furnaces and they're not gonna be able to throw my garbage away into them. But at least we do seem to be using a decent amount of lime as well. So as long as I keep clearing the line, we do have plenty of steel coming in. More than you can handle, apparently. So let's upgrade the inserter there. Don't think that's going to be a problem with the steel gears. Okay, at least we are starting to build up on the steel plate. Alright, let's go check on the lime again. Yep, it's already starting to build up once more, so let's grab another load. And take the last little trickle. There we go. And I think this time I'll just run down there. I don't really need to be super speedy, since I am just kind of waiting for these two processes to equalize, and I don't have to babysit them anymore. And then once that's finished, I can finally go back to building rails to get nickel taken care of, because let's not forget, nickel is also in a pretty dire situation. It's being kept alive by the logistics drones right now. At least that much? Yeah, I mean, you always need more power. That's just one of those Factorio things, is you can never really have enough power. At least not until Space Age, when you can make just ludicrous amounts with the fusion generators. Okay, down to 16. So we've made 4 in the last like 20 minutes, I think. Yippee. But at least the steel products are flowing. Yeah, it's picking up all those steel gears. The steel rods have fortunately backed up now. Go ahead and turn personals back on. Let's see, I'm trying to find anything else that I could help out somehow. But it really does seem that I'm just waiting on those red belts to get made. I'm gonna go clear the lines one more time, and hopefully I won't have to manually clear this again. But I've already said that like twice now, so we'll see if it's true this time. I mean, yeah, once you, especially on a spaceship, if you can get to the point where a fission reactor is not a big deal, then you should have plenty of power for a spaceship. Just checking everything in the inventory, making sure there's no junk or anything left. Logistics spots, cleaned out the inventory. Let's see how red belts are doing now. Mostly, I believe we are limited by motor 2s, so maybe I'll stop over there on the way. And you're still limited by steel gears. And yes, you are limited by motor 2s, though you also take steel gears, let's not forget. Yeah, okay. Let's see. So if I want more steel gears, how can I go force more steel gears? Because that does seem to be the major holdup right now. This is a little further than I thought it was. I'm spoiled by running on the roads. So you are waiting on steel plate. And the problem with steel plate is you're being eaten by the box, and we're waiting on that to fill up a buffer. Interesting. Okay, what if I combined you this way? Got rid of that. What side are you on? I believe that still works. Yes. Okay, so you come this way. We get a yellow splitter right here. And then this belt comes up this way and gets loaded in, which means the splitter should actually be like over here, I guess. There we are. Then at least they'll split it evenly between the steel gears and the supply depot, especially since the supply depot doesn't seem to really be making much use of it. As with efficiency modules, it's 500 kilowatts per foundry. Recommend you learn what the Crusher Casino is. I mean, I'm familiar with the Crusher Casino, though it might be slightly different in Space Block, that I couldn't say. But just since you can crush rocks into other rocks, and the rocks can also be crushed into metals, it's just a great way of getting quality metals. It really does look like so much steel when it's coming in, but as soon as it hits the splitter, I feel like half of it just evaporates. Like I know half goes this way and half goes this way, but I swear it looks like more coming in than coming out. Anyway, that is giving me some steel gears now, even if I did kind of force it into existence. It is still mostly working. Oh, the reprocessing and the casino are different. I've got to admit, I've never really been that interested in the space casino method, but I think that just ties into the fact that I've never found quality to be that interesting. It's not a part of the DLC that I ever engaged with very much, so I just never wound up engaging with the casino very much. I guess I should probably go scrape the calcium off the belts again. Yep, they're just about to back up. So let's just stand here, clear it one more time. I might even go ahead and take a drink of water while I stand here, let the belts clear out. Okay. And let's go dump them into the furnace. It is right down here, so it's not like we gotta go very far. And there we go. Okay, bots, you gotta be able to make some red undergrounds by now. That's just silly. What else could you possibly be waiting on? You are also bringing me steel gears, so what if I go throw my steel gears into the underground assembler? Just give it a little push. Crusher Casino uses asteroid crushing recipe only for quality upcycling. I mean, right, so you wind up just crushing the asteroid until you get, you know, however high a quality you're looking for, and then you can crush that into that quality ore. Let's throw you into there. I thought you took that. No, I guess that's you. Well, it makes sense because I'm waiting on red belt from you. Okay. Pop you in there, and you in there. That should make quite a few steel gears. At least keep the supply going for a little while. Oh yeah, we are consuming every bit of this red belt that I can put together. Fortunately, well, I was going to say fortunately we don't need any more over here, but actually that's not true. We could still use 2 more over here, and then we have a buffer of only 6. And then 2 in here, so Yeah, it might sound silly to be counting like single digits of red undergrounds, but I mean, that's just where we're at. Somehow I keep finding more and more of these tier 1 chargers tucked away everywhere. They keep upgrading them, and they just... I swear they're like de-upgrading themselves. I've found so many. Due to the chance of splitting the asteroid back out, which in 2.0 caps at 80%. I guess if you have a whole bunch of productivity, that makes sense. I'm trying to remember what the base probability is, because I'm pretty sure it's way less than that. Right, due to productivity bonuses. By base productivity, I think that's the words I said anyway. Those are the words I thought. But by base productivity, I mean productivity research. So without modules or anything. %. Okay, so it starts at 20%. Gotcha. So yeah, it'll max out at 80, but I mean, 80's still way better odds than you get with pretty much any other method of being able to upcycle something. Okay, finally we're getting somewhere. This is starting to run with pretty much full uptime. Let me go make sure I throw some of these gears into motors. And then the rest into red belt. There we go. I gotta be fast. Nope. Oh, am I void? I'm dropping you. That's the problem. That'll do it. Okay. Well, I have a couple pieces of red belt. Let's just throw you in there. That's the part I'm waiting on anyway. Well, I got one. I now have 3 red undergrounds. Okay, let's try to be speedy this time. There we go. Okay, I've got 5 now. You know, you can have 1. So personal bots off. Don't want to repeat the same mistake as last time. And let's head down to the area where the steel byproducts are. This naturally isn't going to get us all the way, but it is going to greatly extend how far we can go, which will give us a lot more buffer. There we go. And there we go. So we're missing 2 there, 1 there, and that's it. We're only missing 3 now. Okay. So we're missing 3, but that is a tremendously... like, that's at least twice, if not more, the amount of buffer room that we had before, so hopefully I will not have to pick that up again. The bots should be able to just finish the rest of that out. Yeah, we're missing 11 red undergrounds. But again, now that steel is flowing, it should be able to just deal with that by itself. Not that you're flowing very fast. I'm kind of concerned. Yeah, even with a speed module on you, you're still 10% slower than usual. And that might just be too slow. Though, granted, I don't have enough ingots to keep you running already, so increasing your crafting speed isn't really going to do me any good. Yeah, we're missing iron ingot, though a lot of that might just be that we have yellow belt spread through here. No, we're missing crushed iron. Though that could also just be yellow belt. Nope. Actually, it looks like you're inserter limited. Let's go through and upgrade all of your inserters. Okay, and let's see what kind of effect that's had, because we should be fully saturating this belt now. Oh yeah, you can't output at all. Doesn't look like this guy can output really either, so really just these 6 over here fully saturate a yellow belt, though you get to output a little bit. That should greatly improve the amount of crushed iron coming in, which hopefully these guys are going to be able to make some use out of. Something for Vulcan, it spits out tungsten, and holmium for lightning. Yeah, good night, man. Have a good one. Hope the space block is treating you well. Yeah, just seeing how these gears are doing. Once again, a little more steel would be cool. Now it seems like we're iron limited, which is weird. I definitely wouldn't have thought that would be the issue here. I have enough iron, definitely. Now I just need to upgrade the belts, but I think we can all see how realistic that idea is at the moment. I would go ahead and mark them for upgrade, but it would literally be actively detrimental to getting the rest of steel set up. So maybe let's not. I'm gonna come up here, see how motors are doing. Hopefully they're at least running. They are running. Okay. And we do have the steel gears coming in now. Okay, very nice. I wonder if we have any up here, though I really doubt it. Where are the buffer chests? Buffer chests are down there. Okay. Steel products. That'll at least give me the rundown on what we're missing. So we're missing some plates. Steel rods are fine. Steel sheets look fine. Missing steel gear. Okay, so at this point, we're missing gears because we're missing steel plates. So it really does, at this point, come down to just steel plates. But steel plates just don't have any ingots. Okay. Also, it looks like we've just finished buffering steel sheets. Yes, so more of the ingots should be making their way to the actual steel plate and skipping these first two. Which, I mean, you know, is good. Oh, okay, we did it, we completed the line, there we go, okay. So, the buffer line is fully inserted. And hopefully we're able to draw from it quickly enough that it doesn't back up. Honestly, it looks like it's gonna be close. Okay, so here's steel. I guess I can mark those iron belts for upgrade now. There we go. Might as well upgrade all the way out to there. And then it doesn't really matter to upgrade these, even if this is a fully saturated red belt, which it physically cannot be because of the stone. But even if it was, then it's split into two here, so one saturated red belt would give two saturated yellow belts. Okay, so everything is all cool. You can output, everyone is happy, everyone should be running. The backs are not running. Why not? Missing iron. Okay, but at least you are getting some iron. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna call that good enough for now. Let's get back to this over here. So you're missing Roboport. Let's see what I can do about that. Well, you're going to be missing Roboport because you're missing Red Belt. So really the issue remains the same. Interesting. Okay. What can I do to help speed you along? I could make another Red Belt assembler, but honestly, I think that might just hinder me. I don't know if I have the input for that, and if I don't, then I'm splitting the input across two different ones. Also, why do you buffer so many, Yellow Belt? That doesn't seem helpful at all. Okay. I'm just checking things, seeing if there's anything I can do to help produce better. Just do anything. I do have lubricant down here. So maybe I will go ahead and do another section of Red Belt. I already have a ugly little motor tumor living on top. Maybe throwing Red Belt down here wouldn't be so bad. But if I was going to do that, I would need to come up here and make sure that regular Red Belt was in your requests. So let's do that and keep like 50 in there. Oh, we finally finished a research for the first time in forever. Oh, actually, that's the entire research queue, it looks like. Greater drone launcher range. Okay, that's cool, I guess. Ooh, I'm excited for this one. I like this one. Let me see what I need for you. So, locomotion. And then logistics. Automation 3. Finally get the third tier of assembler. Very nice. And then place 20 of them. Sure. Is that the last thing that I need for you? I do need mechanical engineering, but you are locked behind some of the checkpoints. Okay. That's fine. What? What a weird recipe. 2 wall boxes. Okay. I'll queue some of you, sure. Barreling 4. I don't understand, but sure. Barrel pump 2. Whenever I see something like that, I'm like, am I supposed to be barreling more liquids? Is there like a meta I'm missing here? Whatever. Let's just make sure there is research to be done. Allow the labs to have something to chew on. Okay. So you... Well, okay, of course, I'm missing red belt. That would do it. That would do it. Okay. Well, at least you're running now. Go ahead and pop that in there. Just since I had some, might as well make use of them. Can I make steel gears by any chance? I can. Let's go ahead and do that, especially since I get a little bit of base productivity. And then just kind of distribute those around. Make sure the motors keep on keeping on. Finally, though, it does look like we have parts. We finally have parts. We have parts for things, and things can be made. Okay, very nice. Very nice. We're finally recovering from the death spiral. It only took like 2 hours. Let's see. Where does steel come in? Okay, steel comes in on this belt here, so yeah, we are fortunately good. We do not need to worry about that. We do consume plenty of calcium carbonate to keep steel happy. Granted, I'm pretty sure that it is a lossy process. I'm sure we are losing calcium carbonate producing steel this way, which is a positive. I do want it to be. If it was a true zero, then there would be danger of it backing up somehow. But hopefully we're consuming, not producing. And yeah, this all seems to be running just fine, except for the second half, which is still missing iron. But, you know, that'll get there when it gets there. We're at least doing it better than we were a couple hours ago. And yeah, as long as you can continue running full time, you do produce 1.5 per second. So in 100 seconds or so, we should be able to clear that backlog of red belt, though it is also going to be pulled elsewhere. For example, those roboports, though we did just clear the roboports. That's nice to see. So of course, as we place roboports, we will need more roboports. Roboport? Electrolyzer. Okay, so many hours ago when I was working on that, that's finally coming together now. Why do you have no power? How is that even possible? I was being supplied by you. What do you mean you have no power? Okay, have fun. I don't understand, but I guess that's fine. Oh, you're not nickel, you're the phosphorite. Never mind. Okay, completely different thing. Completely different thing. I just wanted to mine you to get you out of the way, but I guess that's fine. I never did hook you up properly. Okay, that's acceptable. I thought you were the nickel one. Over here. And I was like, what do you mean? I've been using you for so long. Okay, so hopefully this is getting built. Oh yeah, look at the construction bots go. Watch them get to like right here and go off the charge. Hey, they actually built stuff. Let's go. Sometimes they can actually get the job done. That is the difference between the tier 1 and the tier 2s, I gotta say. The tier 1s definitely would have had to go in charge. Okay, and we've completely cleared the system of the tier 1s. Wonderful. Love to see it. Speaking of the research at least, if I come into here, where are those cannons? Here they are. So, drone launcher 1. I zoom out, I can't actually see how far they can shoot, but they can shoot decently far. I did uncover a couple spots for geothermals last time, so if I have power struggles, that's where I plan to go, but fortunately my power's been holding up decently well this time. What I am thinking about is potentially just down this way, popping one of these down and then being able to explore a little further to the south. I might go ahead and do one down this way. Making sure to place them so that I can get a chest in here to put the drones in. Though honestly, I guess I could just use construction bots. Yeah, let's put you like right there. And then I'll just have a scout drone. Reveals a 7x7 sector region, but only if it feels like it. Sometimes it doesn't feel like it. And then copy you, and I think that will keep the request in you as well. Yes, it does. Okay. And I have no build coverage that way, unfortunately. I have no map coverage that way, so different problem altogether. But I just kind of want to go for a four corners approach. That way, wherever I want to explore, I should be capable of. Okay, we are finally making some progress on our missing materials list. Hopefully they can build that radar, even though part of it's hanging outside of the construction range. Like, I wouldn't assume that would be an issue. I'm only questioning it because it didn't look like it was turning light blue, but okay. They built the roboport, and now they can definitely build it. It did look like if I didn't have the roboport there, they would not have been able to build that, though, because as soon as this roboport was placed, this turned light blue. Something I should have done when I scattered these around. Part of the plan was I was going to leave a requester chest and then request drones in so that I could actually shoot them as many times as I want. But being that I just requested 5 in, I guess 5 shots per cannon will have to be good enough. Okay. Radar? Radar! There we go! Finally! Reveal, thank you! And again, of course, I'm going to have one little corridor right here of map that I cannot reveal. So, at least this low, I'd say. Or, you know, this low. So, one more straight. Then a T. And then we should be able to just go straight this way. Yes, we can. Okay, very good. Very good. Okay. Just had to make sure that did actually work. And yes, it does. There we go. Just however far that allows me to go, that's how far I want it to go. And of course, you are right in the way. So let's just move you up there. Request 5 new ones into you. You know what? You get 7. Have fun. Probably don't need 20 of those in there. Let's drop you to 10, especially considering. Maybe the same with the pylons. Let's drop you to like 25. And you can be 10, that's fine. Maybe like 50 and 50 as well. There we go. Just because resources are a little tighter than they were when I set those buffer chests around, so let's just ease off a smidge. So right in here, let's not forget to add another radar. That'll allow me to build into this area, and we'll just keep pushing on this way. Might as well go ahead and do the same over here to help push into this unexplored area, and maybe we'll kind of squeeze in together. What's wrong here? Why are you weird? None of that is necessary. None of that's okay. Yeah, okay. I have no idea why that's just off, but sure. Oh, you're the remaining part going off to the mine. That makes sense. Make sure we go ahead and connect you, because otherwise you look weird. I don't know why you aren't just connected by default. Really would think you would be, but okay, sure. Why not? Same here. Don't know why you're not connected. Don't know why you're not connected. There we go. Actually, you need a connection all the way across. Okay, there we go. You're okay because you don't have anything in the middle, though I guess I should probably go ahead and fix that. Such a small little area right there in the middle. Might as well just go ahead and fill it in. Same idea kind of down here, actually. What if I just go ahead and fill you in? Yeah, you're off-grid, but we'll fix you later. Well, they got all that built. I mean, that's certainly something. What if I go ahead and connect you right there, and then we can start building from both angles. You can build in this way, and you can build out to the left. Speaking of which, no reason not to go ahead and have another radar over here to start pushing away the fog of war on this end. Oh yeah, that's a much better, like, exploration region. That's pretty nice. No idea if I'll actually be able to actually reveal all that. Maybe some of those are going to be missing or something, but we'll see what happens. It's not like I really need to be doing a lot of exploring right now. I just figured I'd go ahead and get some of the map exploration done while I'm waiting on other things. Okay, we do have the radar now, and we should be able to start building this way. You don't have power? That's right, because I have to overwrite your pylon. That's annoying. Ah, and that's why you weren't building out this way, because I don't have build coverage that way. That does make sense. That does make sense. Or even is the nickel I'm trying to get to? Nickel ore right there. Yeah, I might, since I'm not really doing too much of anything right now, I am just kind of waiting on bots to make progress. I might go ahead, run down that way personally, and start placing down some of the blueprints. The reason I have to go down there personally is, of course, Fog of War. It does get a little tiring having to keep placing radars over and over, and then waiting for build range to expand, and then waiting for radar, and then waiting for build range, and then waiting for radar, so I might just go do it myself. We've got the mech suit at home. Oh man, that speed drop as soon as you're off the road is rough. So let's see, where am I? I want to go pretty much straight south. Also, did I reveal anything interesting? There's a calcite. Calcite, more nickel. Nothing up there. Is that another volcanic gas, or is that one I already knew about? 2.5 mil irons, not bad. 2.7 mil nickel. At least there's more nickel on the map now. I think that's new volcanic gas again. There's so much bauxite. I have so much bauxite everywhere. Okay. So pretty much just continue until this little thin land bridgey looking area, and then head straight south. So right about here, and then just straight south. Is this the one? Nickel, most likely. Yes, so that's the one that I'm aiming for. So you're all the way down there. Okay, what I'm thinking is probably have a station on around this little landmass right here. Just kind of landfill in the area where the ore patch is, and then belt over to here. The train station can be here, and then rails can connect up kind of like right there. That's what I'm seeing, at least. How's this going? Well, at least we have build coverage. Or radar coverage. Okay, down to just 78 missing red belts, so we are making progress at least. Do I have landfill? Yes, I do. So let's just generously fill this in. Every piece of landfill that I place by hand is a piece of landfill that the bots won't have to fly out here and place after all. And then we'll just landfill a little bridge right there. Might as well do a little more around the edges here, since we do use large miners, and large miners are quite large. I do have personal bots, so I can't just do that. Clean up all the little rocks in the way and such. Okay. And let's see where I can get a rail connection. So let me come down this way until I have you in build range. Yes, or at least radar range rather. So like one more straight it looks like. Then you in there. Break that. Break all of this. None of these rocks are any good. Don't want any of them to remain. Oh, cool. Okay. And then just lots of straights. Straight ahead. Also, am I going to get that station in? I shouldn't have included the T as part of it. Yeah, the T should not be part of you. Let's just get rid of the back of the T part. A lot of the times I'll include the T section because I'll make my station entrances a single rail. But since this is a double rail anyway, there's no reason to keep that on the back. And then same thing over here. Let's just make sure I don't accidentally leave like a stray signal or something. And make sure I do fully erase the rails. Where the rails overlap, sometimes it's easy to leave one of the pieces of rail and not the other. There's also all these little, like, the relay towers and stuff like that. But I also don't want to delete things that I want to keep. Let's see. You look good. And you look good. Okay. Now I want a loading station. But I do want a couple straights first. There we go. I need to update the T, but that's probably not happening anytime soon. I'll just have to deal with it. Okay, created 100K geology research. Let's go. So, loading station. Oh, you're also off by one? That's terrible. Come on. How's that even possible? I mean, granted, you are part of the T intersection. I think this is literally the same intersection, so, you know. I guess it is pretty reasonable if one's going to be off, then literally its duplicate will also be off. Okay, so here's my loading station. I just have to actually get things up and into it. Guess that means I should grab the miner blueprint. And let's just find the edge of the field. Fill it in. And there's these little bits over here as well that I do want to capture. So I'm probably going to upgrade you to red belts at least. Rather, I can't imagine not upgrading you to red belt at least. There we go. And let's have a blue splitter, and then after this point we will be blue belt. And we'll just take the blue belt around and see what I can do with you. I might even just run multiple blue belts over this direction. In fact, why would I not just do that? That just makes sense. Let's just have you come up here and you'll just merge in, I guess. Sure. I could literally just feed you into the side of the belt. You're a single miner, you'll be fine. It's not like I'm worried about side loading here, because you'll always output to just one side of the belt anyway, so what does it matter? So yeah, let's just go ahead and have you as multiple blue belts then. I don't even know if technically this is going to be able to output a blue belt, but you know, might as well try. So I've got 3 lanes, so 3 blue belts. I will have to do something. Oop, didn't mean to do that. I thought that was extra landfill there. So I'll have to do something when I get to the train station to figure out how I want to incorporate the 4th area, because otherwise I could just say each one gets, you know, one loading area. There we go. So let's see. Well, it kind of looks like I've split it into 2. Yeah, I've just split it into 2. Okay. So you can go there. Or rather, why would you not just go there? That makes much more sense. You come over this way, and I'm still one too high. There we go. Much better. So you can just come up and go in. But these guys, when they come up, are going to merge. Just thinking, is that the way I want to do it? That's fine, whatever. That way it becomes more like 2 belts. And if there's not enough ore on the outside belt, then just merging like this isn't any different than merging and splitting over here. So putting another one over here wouldn't help anything. It wouldn't do anything extra that just feeding both lanes into you wouldn't already do. Might be kind of cool though if I could get a lane splitter in here, or a lane balancer rather. So what if I just back off one square, balance you that way, and then you come up one square, and you can do... Oh, actually, you can go down here, never mind. You just have to go there, which, if anything, I think is a little neater anyway. Okay, not that anything about this is neat, but you know what I mean. Go ahead and get the personal bots to finish constructing as much as they can. Charge up, guys. You're all cool. Anything else up this way? I guess they can do some of the belt over here. Let's see. Yeah, I've got a little more belt left in me. So, might as well turn them off and do it myself. Oop, that's the wrong direction. Maybe that's why you let the bots do it. And there we go. Okay. So there are roboports right around in this area. Yeah, there you are. But without power, I'm not going to be able to see very well where they connect anything. I'm going to go ahead and do the parts that take landfill, since again, that's just way more effort that the base bots would have to do if they came out to fill this in. Speaking of the base bots, I bet they're largely done. They're doing their best. It does look like they're able to build a little bit into here, though sometimes it won't let me build Fog of War and sometimes it will. Let's put you over there. And you over here. And again, just continue squeezing in from both sides. Hopefully, those two radars should be able to meet in the middle. If not, I'm going to have like a singular chunk somewhere that I'm going to need to have a whole radar for again. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and get you in here. And again, I'll just continue building down this way, since I have the materials on me, and that just saves a little time. Especially the rocks. That actually takes the construction bots quite a while to get through, if they have to go very far from base. There we go. How many rails do I have left? Oh, I have a lot of rails. Okay, never mind. I thought I was probably just about out. Oh, base bots, let's go. We have power. Okay. Do I have radars? I have radars on me. I might go place some of these little tier 1 radars around. I can see on the minimap where the radar coverage is though, so let's make sure I don't leave any gaps. So you down there. And then we'll run up to wherever it is up here that will give us the best coverage. Also, you don't connect. Oh, whatever. There we go. You know what? I'm just making a couple of you. There we go. So that gives build coverage to a good chunk of this area. But I do want roboports, and I do want you to be able to charge. So let's not get too ahead of ourselves. There we go. That gives power to this area. And then we just need more roboport. So you up there will give build coverage to most of this area. Actually, the entirety of it. Okay, we are entirely within build coverage. Very nice. Okay, that's literally all we needed. Okay, that'll start the nickel being mined as soon as the bots get all of this built. Then all I need is a train. I could even have multiple trains. Now that I actually have the train down, let me stand over here, go to map view, go to the drop off, and let me actually set a color for you. So you're this kind of like aquamarine color, so mostly green and blue. Not quite that bright though. Maybe somewhere right around in there. Let's say 150, 120. 150, please. Thank you. Oh, that looks reasonable. And then, of course, just change you back to loading. Okay. Looks reasonable to me. Should be all cool. Oh yeah, it looks like the last of everything should be coming together. We've got this radar over here. That radar. Yes, we literally have one square in the middle. So, one radar just for this one little square right there. Because, of course. Do kind of hate that the Logibots are flying all the way out here to try and bring me stuff, so let's go ahead and turn off personals. Oh, that's just... they're still gonna take the garbage. Okay. Never mind, I guess. It's fine. Okay, the very first miner, literally just this guy, is putting ore into the chest, so... I mean, everything is working appropriately. So let's go to the unloading station and let's get the locomotive set up. So what is the difference between a tier 1 and tier 2? So max speed 120, max speed 240, acceleration 475, acceleration 180, efficiency 90, efficiency 95. Okay. So basically just everything's better. You are heavier. That's pretty much the only downside. Even then, I don't know how much that little bit of weight really does. I have no idea. So pop you there. Cargo wagon 2 goes from storage of 25 to a storage of 50. Yeah, that seems worthwhile. And you are... I'm so confused. How is that possible? How is it possible that this is not 4 cars long? I literally... I've spent so long building this blueprint, and literally everything about it is wrong. I don't understand. How is that even possible? Out of curiosity, if I break these, can I move them? No. Can't even move them. Can't even move them. Okay, well, let's put them back. Unfortunately, I haven't really done anything in here. Let's... Oh, redo there. Okay, oh cool. Let's just grab all of this stuff and move it forward like a rail piece. Just right there. Let's not even deconstruct the rail. We just need to build new rail. And as soon as that happens, surely we will be fine. Well, the bots are a little preoccupied right now, I guess. Well, I mean, the construction bots aren't. Just the logistics bots having a little party. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Let's actually go ahead, rip up the cargo wagon itself, put the rails back in place, grab a locomotive too. Well, I can't put you there. Okay. The loading station blueprint should have had fuel. Should have had fuel loading. Yep, should have done that. Oh well. Let's get you there, and you there. What is my preferred fuel, actually? Here's the big, like, termination here. Battery. What do you do? Vehicle top speed 110, vehicle acceleration 120. Versus... Okay, it's methanol is my primary other one. Vehicle acceleration 140, vehicle top speed 120. Okay, so you are better. Just straight up. Yeah, the only advantage the other one has is being free, basically. Just you come from electricity. I can just charge you, but methanol is also pretty much free. We just rip you out of the air. So methanol it is. You also really don't need to be a blue inserter. And we've got Tier 4 belts. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and copy this. All of you need to be fixed. Okay. Well, what an opportunity then. Let's do that and get rid of the pylon on the side. And let's get rid of the... you have to be there, just don't copy the train stop name, I guess. Yeah, okay. That makes quite a mess. We have to still remove the whole back section. But I guess it's fine. I can just mark that for deconstruction. Should be all cool. Okay. Copy you onto there, and then we can get rid of you. And then let's do it for the other two stations as well. So, put you there. Break the back row. Copy you onto that stop, and then get rid of you. And same as before. Oh, you don't look like you took correctly. Yeah, there we go. So, break the back, copy you onto you, and get rid of you. Okay, very cool. So, you should be ready. Should be getting loaded with fuel, does look like it. Okay, so back to nickel. Let's get nickel in here once more. There we go, so locomotive. Right there. Back where we were 10 minutes ago. Let's finish this off. Might as well get trains on the other ones as well. Like, why not? What does it help to just not have trains on you? There we go. And grab you. And right over there. Okay. Now just one more. Let's pop you in right there. 2 cargo wagons as always, not 3. And locomotive. Okay. It does say they are bringing fuel, so I will choose to believe them. Let's see. So, no group assigned. Let's go with 4 trains. And you're gonna have an interrupt. You're going to be drop off. So, interrupt condition. Let's say full cargo. Yeah. So full cargo, target the parameter. And I'm trying to remember how to do this, so I am just thinking a little bit, making sure I do, you know, I don't wind up doing this incorrectly. Parameters. Used and schedule interrupt will match the first item that passes all wait conditions and replace the signal with that item. Yes, okay, so item parameter, unloading. So when you have a full inventory, you will try to go to a matching drop-off station. And then while at the drop-off station, you will not leave until you have full fuel. And then how do I make you go to a particular destination? Let me think. So let's just start crafting here. So add condition. Let's say as long as you have full fuel. Otherwise, I don't want you to leave. I don't want anything to happen. So full fuel. And you're going to be circuit controlled. You could also be at specified station. Let me see how that works. I don't know if I can parameterize that. Like, I don't think I can. When used In an interrupt, we will match the first item that passes all wait conditions and replace the signal with that item. I'll try it. I don't anticipate it working, but we'll see what happens. No, I don't even know what that would do. I don't even know if I would want that to work. Well, okay, maybe that would work. Let's just give it a try. So if you have full fuel and you are at a loading station and you have not loading, you will be in unloading. And you have empty cargo. Then go to a matching loading station. I don't think that's gonna work, but I'm just kind of playing around at the moment, so we'll see what happens. Right now you're at the nickel unloading station. So in theory, as soon as you have full fuel, then you should go off to the nickel loading station, but I don't really think that's how you're gonna work. We'll see what happens though. We are sending a lot of methanol canisters around the place, so it's gonna take a minute for it to fill up. That said, I don't necessarily want to get rid of the full fuel condition. So I'm perfectly happy to allow you to just sit here until you have full fuel. Interesting. Okay. Add station, nickel unloading. So I'm just doing that because that way it can still continue to load the fuel into it. Okay, how much fuel are you missing? 20. I'm all the way over here is the problem. Okay, this does, it seems, definitely need to be balanced better. So let's do something like that. That should definitely improve the flow here. And maybe I will go ahead and do a little input balancer there. Yeah, okay, I think that's already working considerably better. And let's see, do I have any other stuff on me? It doesn't actually look like it, funny enough. Unfortunately, the blue inserters are so good that even a blue belt of ore is not making it to the lower section. So I might actually want to split you differently. So let's go ahead and start picking some of this up. There we go. Pick all of that up. And then you go that way, you're still fine. Let's clean some of these belts up, just give them a little trim. See what we're working with. Same up this way. fact, let's just grab you, flip, and right there. So you're coming in straight at the middle. That's always cool. I have some undergrounds here, so I can just underground you this way. Perfect fit. Wonderful. Straight in. If anything, let's just back you up a smidge. There you go. So let's see. Just like I have at back, I'll do a kind of reciprocal here. I guess I can incorporate you. And then just bring all three of you in. There we go. So it still means that the box on the back is going to be loaded last, loaded the slowest, but at least each of the individual train cars should be loaded in a balanced manner, even if the individual chests here load one after the other. It shouldn't matter too much. It affects load time very slightly, just because the boxes will run out differently. Like this one has almost no ore to offer, and then most of the ore will be up here. But oh well, I think that's good enough for now. Let's see if you've gotten all your fuel yet. No, okay. So what if I just add, temporarily, the loading station and send you off? Just because I kind of want you to come and pick me up so that I don't have to walk all the way home. That would be nice. I also imagine you're probably going to take a second, though you are already substantially faster than the Tier 1 train. The Tier 1 train was almost the same speed as me walking, I feel like, whereas this is a pretty good upgrade. Oh, I just realized I also have to fix you. Okay, what I can do is I can just go ahead and clip the ore belts coming in. Wait for you to get loaded as full as you can. Actually, you're already fully loaded. And then you can't even leave. Yep, because you can't actually make that turn. Okay. Let me manually drive you forward. And now go to unloading. Still blocked. Oh, there's a break. After the T's. Let's see. So you go that way, you go that way. Wait, what? Ah, that's not right. That does mean I have to go update the blueprint, but first let me just manually pick those guys off. There we go. Now can you go? Yes, you can. Okay, don't take me just yet, because I do still have to pick up my mess. So firstly, you go there, and then all of these boxes, all of these belts, all of this, everything has to move forward just a little bit. Like, just enough to be annoying. so grab you, and then move you forward 1 bit. There we go. Okay, so the bots will get all of that figured out by themselves in due time. So let me pick this up, vertical flip, and put you there. And then pretty much the same thing on the other side over here. Just grab you, vertical flip, and there you go. I'm just letting the personal bots handle some of this, but I guess I can pick up some of the ore in the chests. Well, I can pick up that much ore in the chests, at least. The rest is gonna have to be up to the base bots. Sorry guys, just the way it is. They are doing their best. Whole swarm of them. Okay, so... why are you not unloading? Oh, because the train thinks it's moving. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. And we'll come back to trying to get you to do stuff in just a second. Okay, the nickel belt is completely empty now. So let's go ahead and rip up the old belt. It served us well, but it is no longer necessary. Fare thee well, nickel belt. Let's see if I can't find the old nickel mine. Yep, there we go. That's the end of it. Goodbye, nickel mine. You will be missed. I don't know if those are actually in use, power pole. You do connect up to that pylon, so I should be free to disconnect you. These guys connect down to that pylon. Okay, so you're also all cool. If I can just rip all of that up. No problem. Okay. Okay, all cool. Yeah, the bots are not super happy with me. Sorry guys, you just gotta get it done. I do, I guess while I'm waiting, have to come in to the T intersection. I say the T intersection and open the one called straight. So let's call you the intersection. And the one random one out of place. Was you. That's the bad one. There we go. Okay, that does mean all of these other T intersections also have that mistake, however, so let's see. Right there. And right there. Okay, I already got all you. Did I get all the way to the top? Yes, I did. Okay. Well, fortunately, I noticed it before the rail network had grown too large. Not enough storage. No. Okay, the Roboport was just disconnected, I guess, or something. Not really sure. Anyway, this is taking longer than I thought it would. Literally all of the construction bots are busy right now, and most of the logistics bots at that. Mostly just because they're getting caught in these low power sections and unable to charge themselves. That's why I tried to drop a couple chargers at places like this, but yeah, even if I tried to build some now, they would never get there in time, so the bots just have to be a little bit sad. So what I can do is go ahead and upgrade some of these roboports, just in case. Just in case that can happen quickly enough. Just at these remote areas, you might as well go ahead and add higher tier roboports, even though that seems counterproductive. But this, in areas like this is the place where your robots are most likely to get stranded, waiting to charge, exactly like they are right now. So, might as well leave them with some good charging room. There we go. Okay, all cool. Most everything has been finished, it seems. I still can't pick up my personal bots, unfortunately. Just the way things are. I do need the nickel to go. Oh, there goes some logistics bots, taking some of the nickel away. And there go my personal construction bots. There we go, okay. They can finally return to my inventory. We really actually might need more storage. So let me just go ahead and do this. Might also, in little areas like this where basically nothing can be built, just go ahead and throw a whole line of storage chests. Just really no reason not to. Missing construction bots. Well, I'm sure you'll figure it out, construction bots. You got this. I believe in you. Okay, let's get the train back in here. And see if the one thing that I really don't think is gonna work winds up working. Oh, you also need to be able to pull fuel out. I do at least finally have a active provider now. Not that I actually make the active provider, I don't think, but I guess this will force me to change that. So, use filter, and you only pull out the empties. And let's do the same on the other side. Didn't really need to recopy that, I guess. But let's go find the other trains. In you go. In you go. And then the two down here. So, one for you, and one for you, and one for you. There we go. That should keep them from filling up on empties, at least. And I'll have to just handcraft those couple purple chests. Not exactly concerned about it. And once again, let's get the train down here. So, turn you on automatic. None of your things seem to kick on. But what if temporarily I just manually send you to the loading station? Yep, seems good. Okay. What are you? You're blue belt. Okay, so this is where I want nickel to be coming in. Let's run the belt this way. In you go. In you go. Try to keep the belts a little bit out of the way. So I think I'll run them this way. Right up. Keep one space away from the pipe in case I ever need to join it. For whatever reason. And then, let's see, you can come straight down this way and in. And you can come straight up this way and in. And then I do want to make sure that I do balance you. Merge you right there. And on each of these corners, I do want to do a lane balancer. Just, you know, why not? It helps keep the pull a little more manageable. Just keep it from being, you know, the pull from one lane affecting which parts of the train unload faster. Granted, we have the offset inserter, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue with Bob's inserters, because Bob's inserters are awesome, but, you know, you might as well balance your lanes if you can. Wow, the bots are really still giving it their all. You know, you're in the correct position. You don't have to move. There we go. And goodbye, train. Okay, so the train can... Well, of course, we already knew that the train, when fully loaded, can choose the appropriate unloading station. It's just a matter of, once it gets back home, will it be able to choose the appropriate loading station? That I don't think it can. Still waiting on that belt to get placed, I guess. Yep, come on, bots. You can do it. I believe in you. You got this. No one? No one wants to do it. Okay, never mind. Okay, so you don't count as at a station right now. You're just confused. Interesting. Okay, yeah, so pickup doesn't really work. I will have to use circuit magic to make it work, but all locomotives fueled and empty cargo are both conditions that I do want to force. So I will have to do something with circuits then. So for each station, I will need a Tier 1 radar. That way I can tap into a global circuit network. So you can just go right in front of the train and connect you up with a green wire. You're going to send the train, that is correct. Yes, okay, so all of that is good. You do need power, and I'm trying to think how I want to do, like, some sort of priority system here. So, green wire sends the train. Red wire can be something else. I have a constant and a comparator, perhaps. So I read the contents of the station here, so wire up all the chests. There we go. You should go into an arithmetic. That is a train. Okay, so arithmetic will take all of the contents here and divide by 12 to give me the average fullness of one particular chest. This is going to be nickel, of course. And it will output nickel. Then I'll have a constant in here somewhere. There we are. And this is going to be my desired fill level. So let me say divide by 12 and divide by 100. So that'll be 1200, and that'll give me a percentage fill. Let me think. Does that make any sense? No, it's divide by 12. That's correct. And then divide by capacity. So you have a stack size of 50 and 100 slots. So 5,000. Okay. So 12 times 5,000. But then times 100, and that should give me the percentage full that you are. So if I turn you back to manual, it's gonna start unloading. So let's see. Okay, I believe that's working correctly. So I've summed all of the containers, but then divided by 12 to get the average, and then divided by the maximum fill amount to get a percentage. So now that I know what percentage full my storage here is, then I can set a priority into a selector, which I also don't make, but you know, we're just having fun for right now. That being the case, I would actually like to make a selector so that I can play with it a little. So let me go ahead and do that. And let me manually grab the train. Okay, hold on. I gotta go grab the correct train. Otherwise, I won't be able to go back into the correct station. So you, add station... Loading. Come pick me up, please. What? 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 Oh, you triggered an interrupt. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, it's the pickup, because it's not technically set correctly right now. You're gonna be circuit condition. There we go. Yeah, okay. That'll do. So this side of the station is completely fine, of course. We just want to run back home real quick. Also, you are already finished. That was fast. Okay. Just about full. And you do automatically go back to the correct station. Very good. Okay. So we just have to wait for you to arrive, and then once there, we can continue the circuit logic on how we're going to control the trains and which trains are going to pick up which ores. Right now, I want to do it with a sort of priority system based on how full the unloading stations are, but I might try and add a little bit of logic based on how full the loading stations are as well. Oh, and you're immediately gonna leave. Let's just turn you back on to manual and drive you back this way. Wink. Okay, there we go. Just realized I never gave the bots the purple chest, so enjoy, bot. So if I just quickly snip these. 3%. But let me turn off that real quick. Pick all of this up, at least as much as I can. Okay, so now you're 0, that's right. So I can do one full slot into each of you, which I do have now. You should now be outputting 1, that's correct. If I do another full stack into each of you, you should output 2, but not before. Okay, you do take over the 2, but that's only because we have a little extra in some of these. If I come through and clean up the extra bit, you should still say 2, but if I take out literally 1... You dropped the 1, yes. Okay, so all of my math is correct. I did manage to do it right. Go ahead and put you back. There we go. Okay. There we go. So that gives me the percentage. Then we have a selector. I remember that much at least. So red wire into you, red wire from you into you. One step at a time. One step at a time. There we go. So, selector. So, sort descending. Sort input signals by count ascending, descending. Right. Cool. Okay, let's break that again once more. Let's send you off to get loaded. And then you'll come back pretty quick. And then when we actually have signals to play with, this will be a little easier, but let me make some artificial signals for now. So let's say small chest 10. And just connect you into there. Oh, well, I guess it would probably make more sense if I did this. Okay, about 10,000. Now we're getting somewhere. 16%. Okay. Get rid of the small chest there. And then let's put another U over here. Now you are the one that has 10 small chests. That's just a random noise signal. So selector is outputting the larger signal. That is what I want. Okay. But if you are percentage full, I actually want you to select the smaller signal. Okay. Good. So now, let me think. Let's disconnect you. But connect... Connect you on the red wire. No, that's not what I want to do. Because I want to bring in the other train's signals, feed them into you, and then choose one. But then I also have to output my own signal to you so that the other trains can also hear me. A little tricky. What I might do is an arithmetic. Yeah, I'm sure there's an easier way to do this, but here's what I'm thinking. Let's move you down one, just to make this easier to read. Put you here. You take this in, and you multiply whatever your input is by -1 to cancel it out. The train's gonna have fun for a little while, that's fine. So let's just do that for a second. And then green wire, you connect to the radar. So now the radar should have +16, right? Okay. So the radar has +16. In fact, I'll put another radar over here. Put a power pole down. And connect wires to you. There we go. So we can see the radar says 16. Very good. Okay, that is what I want. Now I want to take that input and also add it to you. So let's... Nope. Let's disconnect you. And now that green wire from the radar goes into your input as well. But that's going to make you just start counting towards infinity, right? That is what I knew what would happen. But this signal goes into you. Like, into you. What if I did just nickel? And then parameterized. No, okay. So I have to do each in order to output each. Right, so that goes away. That does make sense. It's not like I don't understand why. This feels like a simple concept that for some reason I'm just totally blanking on. Let's go ahead and disconnect that. There we go. So, Mr. Train, come here for a moment. Okay, you're just going back to loading. I'll just catch you next time. You're fine. Okay. Lock in. So, we have you. I want to add the signal to you. But I also want to read the signal from you. But I don't want to read my own signal. So whatever signal's coming out of you, I want to add the negative my current signal to. Okay. That's tracking so far, but I need to protect it so that it doesn't flow back into you. So what if I did something like this, and I just did like a +0? That way we get a nice one-way signal. You. Stop. Please. Okay, I've loaded part of you with a fuel canister. Yep, that's not supposed to be in there. Maybe not a bad opportunity to go ahead and add filters to the inserters. There we go. So, use filter. Nickel. Nickel, there you go. And then just copy that through to all of these guys. There we go. Very cool, okay. There we go. Okay. So, you come in. Good. Okay. You output there. Good. Okay. And you are going to connect into here, but first we're going to connect into here and then there. Okay, you are counting very quickly. But you don't output. There we go. And now if I disconnect you. Okay, so you output nothing. Okay, so that stops the counting. I feel like I'm on the right track. That stops the counting. We just have to make sure it didn't count to begin with. Okay. I mean... interesting. Okay. So let's disconnect that and that and insert you there. Now you output correctly. What do you read? You read nothing. Nope, you read 24. Okay. I believe I have finally solved this incredibly simple riddle. You don't even output anything. Are you even doing anything? I don't even think you're doing anything. Oh, I don't have you hooked up. That would do it. So, as my test value, throw you over here and say, like, ferronickel ingots or something. Sure. So the pole sees it. This pole sees it. You, yes, you only output the ingot. Okay. And then I can take you on a wire that isn't red and connect you back there. But you're gonna start counting. You are gonna start counting. Like, that is true. That is true. So let's stop that. Okay. So at the very least, I have this guy who is giving me only the new information, only the external information, stripping out the information that is coming from this station. I pick you up. Let's connect you there. Oh, now you're unhappy. Okay. Well, that does make sense. I've just connected your output to your input. So let's undo that and connect you with a green wire instead, let's say. Okay. So good. That is canceling out the nickel ore. That is exactly what I wanted to see. So this is negative 24, this is positive 24. They cancel. You don't even get to see it in here because it's 0, so that counts as no signal. But the incoming ingot signal does make it through. Good. That is what I wanted. Now if I take a selector, put you there. So I can't use the red wire because that's the output of you. So I must use the green wire. That means you must have a red wire. And now I am selecting the larger of them. Yes. Good. Awesome. Cool. Well, let's play with it a little. Let's say I had iron ore and it was 100. And I also had steel plate and it was 2. So you see all of the correct values, none of them are counting or negative or anything like that. You see only the correct values and you are selecting the largest value. I do want you to select the smallest value, of course, but that is a victory. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why that took me so long to puzzle through for some reason. Usually that's like a 30-second project. That was like a 30-minute project, but yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. I guess I just haven't messed with comparators in a little while. So, you will pick whatever the lowest count is, in other words, the one that we were in the most dire need of, and then output that. You will output into the train station. And then that should, if you are on automatic, trigger a pickup, and then you would go pick up whatever product that is. Okay. We're golden. And go ahead and detach you. And this can go. And this can go. Yes. Okay. Wonderful. So, moment of truth, if I turn you on automatic... Okay, well, you had loading already. So, let's turn you back on the manual, drive you into the station, park right about there, because that's where you should be. And then if I turn you on automatic, does anything happen? Oh, well, technically you aren't parked at the station, I guess. No path to destination. Okay, let me manually drive you. You're in automatic. There you go. So let me manually drive you. Okay. Now, can I get you to go to the station? Okay, but you're still not stopped at the station. Okay. Okay, so it did trigger. So temporary, go to loading. No stops with this name exist. So it's not able to fill in whatever you are. Ah, that's because I've used the wrong target. It should be the circuit condition. So that would be circuit condition loading. Save. Clear. There we go. Okay. There we go. Very nice. Very nice. I didn't mean to be in the train. Whoops. Let's right on back up here. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Let's pick up the fuel canisters that happen to wind up on the belts. And same up here. There we go. Okay, so I have the station. I just have to update the blueprint. I just have to be a little careful that I update it correctly and I parameterize it correctly. I guess this is a fine enough station design that I can just keep that. Okay, this does just barely manage to get the entire waiting block as well. So okay, copy all of that. Everything looks great. Everything looks great. Okay. So do not copy train station names. Or okay, hold on. You swap you out to a parameter. Those are good. Request you. Priorities, fine. 600. This is a formula. So this is stack size of parameter n, so p0 underscore s. So, and then times 12, because there's 12 chests. So 50 times 12 would give 600. Yes, that is correct. I feel like I'm missing something, but so far it's fine. Okay, let's save it and give it a try. So if I grab the rail book and come up here for iron, for example, you are iron. Yes, yes you are. Okay. If I put you down, this is iron. Let's see if anything broke. So we place all you. Place you. Would have to change your color, but that's fine. So iron ore stack size 50, so the same as before. So it still came out to 600. Everything looks good. Let's go ahead and change your color. Maybe just reverse these. A little brighter. So maybe not quite that bright. Good enough. Okay. So there's iron then. Yeah, you should be fine. Unfortunately, you're outputting 8. You're selecting 8. You don't feed into the radar. Hold on. So what does feed into the radar? The input from you. Okay. Okay. I was just missing a signal. So, let's update. Grab you. Very carefully, one more time. Let's update this whole thing. Oh, and I missed the top rail. Okay. There we go. I'm just trying not to grab too wide, because that's as much of a problem as not grabbing wide enough. Okay. Oh, and I didn't grab low enough that time. You know what? Who cares about the front? The front can go. Okay, so that's all good. You, parameter, 0. You're still good. Okay. Okay. So let's try one more time. Run up this way. This is going to be iron ore. And let's make sure that I didn't make any mistakes. So iron ore, 600. Good. Iron ore. Selecting. Okay, you do have nickel ore coming out. Fantastic. Okay. Love to see it. This got reset. You were like 130, 180, something like that. Okay, love to see it. Fantastic. Okay. What I do want to do now is, since there are train limits set on all of the stops appropriate to their train stackers, one thing that I do want to set, go groups or trains. I want to add a interrupt called confused, and interrupt condition, station is full. I believe that's what I want. Destination full. I don't actually know the difference. I don't know what the difference between station is full and destination full. But I'm pretty sure I want destination full. So if destination full or no path, then I want to build a dedicated, like, train yard stop for lost and confused trains. That way they can just go chill until something else needs them. So I'm just going to leave that and allow interrupting other interrupts. There we go. So let's go find a place for that, rather than just talk about it. Maybe right at the top here? Oh, here's my original messing around area where I was first coming up with my train blueprints. Don't think I need to keep you around anymore. Just very carefully break all of you, so that I don't break anything I don't want to break. There you go. Okay, and all these power poles in the middle can go as well. None of those are necessary. And we're missing literally just one right there, so let's fill in that square. Okay. Anyway, since I have this blank room and there's not really much I can do right here, since this is right below the power square, I think I'll just throw down a spacer. So throw down a spacer. Of course, there's one square of fog of war. Hopefully that's not going to be an actual problem. Railbook. Let's get a T intersection. Beautiful. And then we're going to have just a couple custom stations afterward. They have to be able to get in and get out, so it's going to be designed not too terribly dissimilarly from a rail stacker here, but you're going to be dedicated waiting blocks, but I don't anticipate needing very many of you. So let's see what I can do. Let's do the straightaways first. I'm trying to think exactly how I want to do this. I'm not real sure. Like, this is silly, but I'm kind of having fun. I kind of have a vision. I have an idea. Let me see what I can do. I would like to have had that without the, like, if I could have had just a central point of symmetry. Let me see if the rail planner can get me anywhere. Okay, it's not too insane to get out. Out of curiosity, how quickly does it become insane? Okay, you can still go. You can still go there. Okay. Okay. But can you go into there? You can. Okay. Interesting. I have no idea what I'm doing. I am just fully messing around. Like, I hope there is no no confusion there, that I am definitely just messing around here. What I was thinking is maybe having stations like on the loop, and that way they are out of the way of the other trains, and they're almost kind of decorative in a way. Let me see if I can get a loop around the other direction. So if I grab you, and then vertical, let's grab you so that I have a an anchor point. Yeah, there we go. And then just this line at the bottom is always the return line. There we go. I wonder if that's equally spaced or not. Yes, it is, which means you should also be able to do that. Okay, you might not be able to work, but that's part of the fun. We'll find out. Oh yeah, the rail planner is having a lot of fun with you. Okay, so we can't have you right up front. That's fine. Perfectly fair. I can do you, though. Maybe. I might be able to do you. Ooh, that's weird. Okay, so let's not do that one either. That's fine. Little too tight. Too tight of a curve. But I can do this, and I can just keep it going. Make like little bees. Okay, you're not exactly the same. So let's get rid of that one. And use this right here. There we go. Now I should be able to just copy you. Yeah, that's kind of nice. I kind of like that. That's fun. It was like a Tesla valve or something. There we go. Okay. Of course, I need to make these into waiting stations, but you know, that's half the fun. I just wanted to design a goofy little station, and I think I was more than capable. Alright, signaling this is probably going to be a nightmare, but you know, oh well. Let's get the signals in first, and then that'll help me determine where the stations should be able to go. Why can I not place signals anywhere on your edge? Oh, because you are the output, which means I probably built this entire thing backwards. I was thinking about it backwards at least, but you know what? It still works. It's still perfectly fine. Probably. Probably, maybe. So let's see. 1, 2, 3. Okay, you only hold 3. That is a bit of a problem, because I was planning on this being the return rail. Interesting. Let me think about that. Oh, well, I can just, this was always going to be the station, originally in my head. So there's no reason this has to be the station. We just come up this way. Yeah, right there. I can't put a station on you, though, because you're a curved rail. What I can do is I can just make you a little bit taller. Let's see. If I put even just like a single straight rail there, that should be more than enough. And then I can just copy that. Maybe not that part. Let's copy that part instead. Okay, and now I should be allowed to put a station on you. Yes, yes. Okay, very good, very good. Okay, we're getting somewhere. So let's go normal rail signal. Right there. And chain right there. And then equally, chain right there, and normal right there. And then that allows for more than enough room for a full train. Yeah, okay. Just want to minimize the amount of area exposed on an intersection like that. Now I can go ahead and copy and paste that onto the other cross. There we go. Okay, very good. Now, let me see. You should all stop flashing once all the signals are put on. Let's go ahead and give you a name. Let me see if there's any appropriate, like, icons or anything like that in here. Maybe just alert is fine. Not like my favorite, but it works. Maybe the star. I got like a kind of the mental image of like a Looney Tunes character hit over the head or something. You're confused. Enable train limit 1. And then you get to be just kind of orangey yellow. Sure. There we go. Looks great. Okay. Oh yeah, I didn't modify the other bees yet. So let's go ahead and reconstruct those. There we go. And then just copy this one onto you, and onto you, and onto you. And I am going to have to do some readjustments for the ones on the bottom too, of course. Let's just see what that winds up looking like. Okay, so like the top, I can't actually put stations on the bottom. Let me see. So you're coming in this way. And you come up here and stop here. All good. What if you're coming up this way? Then wouldn't you want to stop, like, here? Like if I take a signal and try and put you here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that does work as long as I can get a station right at the end there. As long as you don't poke out, which, you definitely would. You definitely would. So first things first, let me see if I can just take the easy way out here. Let me do this. Blueprint with train stop cannot be flipped. You know what? Just break that one then. So do that. With rail chain signal cannot be flipped. Of course not. Why would it? Okay. Yay, I did it. Okay, so if I could move you down literally a rail, I might be able to get something to work here. let's see what I can do. So, let's break all of these downwards facing tails for now. There we go. Vertical flip. Get you in place. You run flat that way, up and out. So far, so good. Now, can I get you down here somewhere? I have to wait for the bots to actually build the rails in order to be able to see. But I have a good feeling about it. It should work. Come on, guys. You got this. You can do it. You can do it. Boom. Okay. Okay, so it's not gonna let me place you where I would like to be able to place you. Just to be clear, this is the incoming. So I would want to be over here somewhere. Okay, so that does put you definitely on the straight path. Okay, you know what? I just don't need stations on the bottom portion. I think that's fine. They get to just be little decorative bees. I think, 4 waiting stations is likely plenty. If I need more, I can figure out a way to add more. Such is the ways of Factorio. Okay, anyway, let's go back to the train. Let's go groups or train if you're confused. So your destination is full or no path. Then I want you to go to confused. There we go. You don't have radar coverage. That's unfortunate. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I'll have to go over there and remedy that situation. Anyway, this should be good, but what all of these stations do need is a wire connection. The reason being, if a train does show up here, it's waiting on a circuit condition to leave, and it will never get a circuit condition. There is even a radar right down here. How fortunate. You do need a selector, so I actually can't connect you straight into the train station. There we go. But let's get a selector. You also do need power, so I guess I'll put you there. And, yep, okay, so all of that's fine. Let's just grab that, and then copy and paste that around. Oh, cool, okay. So it is, of course, waiting on those selectors, because the bots don't have access to them, because they currently only live in my inventory. I have to go rescue the train. It got stuck somehow. So let's just fly on over and see what the big deal is. I also noticed quite a few miners on the bauxite patch had dried up. Probably something I want to go deal with before too terribly long. And let's see, so why did you get stuck, Mr. Train? Bronk. You're not loading. Pickup. Hold on. Okay, so that's the one that sends you to the loading... Oh, I just don't have wait conditions. Wait until... full cargo. The same way, drop off must be wait until empty cargo and full fuel. Very good. Okay. And then confused. Wait until time passed, like 3 seconds. Okay. Sure. So you're on automatic. But yeah, I kind of have to redo you just a smidge. Let's put you on manual. Just because I'd set you up improperly. But with a quick little manual load, you should be right on the way. Okay. So let me go ahead and hop into you as well. If I turn you back onto automatic now, yes, you're going to go and unload, but that's the simple one. The more complex one is after you've unloaded, you properly read from the circuit network and go pick up the appropriate ore. Right now, the only ore we request is nickel, so I wouldn't think it would be that difficult. I do also need to make sure that the lowest it can output is 1. If it goes to 0, once again, that counts as no signal at all, and that means if a station ever fully empties, which I don't think will be all that uncommon, then we will never go pick up more of that ore, which is probably not what we want to happen. And yes, you're off to nickel loading. There we go. I almost said Nickelodeon. Let's see. So, memory circuit. To shove you in right underneath the radar there. And you get to be nickel ore. Just 1. And now, one last time. Railbook. Loading. Redo the blueprint. Let's actually select it from the back this time. Trying so hard. There we go. Okay, anything I want to trim off? Maybe the belts at the front. They're a little silly, probably not what I want on every station, but there we go. Make sure to parameterize. You're all good, okay. Okay. Everything seems good. Save, save. Cool. One last time, I'll go overwrite the iron ore station. Go ahead and restart that. So let's go blueprint. Let's see, you're loading. Yes, that is correct. So, iron ore. There we go. Yes, okay, very good. So, we have 1 iron ore and 42 nickel. So, if this were a real scenario, if I were relying on this station for iron ore, this would try to go to iron ore first. One problem that I'm noticing actually is that since I don't have an iron ore loading station, this is actually going to break the nickel station. Because it's going to try and send the train to the iron ore loading station, and such a thing doesn't exist. So for the time being, I will actually just disconnect you. And then once we actually have an iron ore loading station, I can reconnect it. No problem. Yep, and you immediately wound up at the confused station. Let me go ahead and put those selectors in. I'll just provide them to the bots. I guess, rather than just handcrafting a bunch, I probably should have just set up auto-crafting for them. But, oh well, there's like 15. I'm sure that's probably more than I'm gonna use. So, have fun, bots. You're also not going to be fully fueled. You know what? That's fine. Since part of your wait condition at the unloading station is to wait for full fuel, I don't need you to have that as your condition. In here. That can go away now. So, empty cargo, and you have a reasonable circuit, then you go to that station. Great. Okay. Well, you're outputting a signal. Then the train is true. You should just be going. You have empty cargo. So, why aren't you going? Empty cargo, right? And you have a circuit condition. Send the train. What? Huh? What? I'm the one who's confused now. This should probably be a chain signal. So I guess it's fine. There's not enough room in this length for a full train, so yes, you should be a chain. There we go. Okay, not exactly the problem I was trying to solve, but a problem all the same. Why are you not going? Like, are you even attempting to go? I can't even tell. Okay. Good. Well, we got there in the end, I guess. Okay, well, let's see. Let's go ahead and get another train in the same group. So, ore train. And if I just send you to confused, will you just figure yourself out? Like, are you smart enough to be able to do that? Yeah, okay. Okay, there we go. We've got the dynamic train system. Let's go. I just need to actually get the ore patches set up now. Feels good. Okay. Very nice. Okay. Let's see. Like I'm thinking of other little optimizations I could do to the train system here, and I'm not entirely sure how important they are. I just realized this is probably part of the blueprint that I have. Let me check my blueprint. No, shockingly. Okay. How about the other train stations, though? Yep. We do have the extra inserters on you. So you can go away. There we go. Let's see. This one is bauxite. So let's just go ahead and get these redone. You're right there. There we go. And then, what were you? Calcite. So, calcite's going to be on here somewhere. Calcite! There we go. And then, you are sandstone. You're on your own separate train. And honestly, you have 37 million sandstone in there. I don't anticipate ever needing more sandstone. What I do want to do is grab a speaker, and for each of these, just put a speaker in front of them, and let's see. Read stopped train. Read train count. Reads the number of trains going to this particular train stop. Includes the stop train. When a train is stopped at the station, the signal is sent with a unique number for that train. Okay. So that's not going to feed back into the radar because that does go to an output there. Very nice. Very cool. What I do want to do is come over here and do if t, because that was the output variable. So if t is greater than 0, show alert, no volume please. Let's go star and confuse train. There we go. You need power, because of course you do. Oh, hello Mr. Confused Train. Ah, that is very fair. You're trying to go to stations that don't exist, but hey, at least this is working appropriately. This is exactly how I hoped that you would work. That's like exactly correct. I'm actually really happy with that. That's that's really cool. I'm very happy with that. Okay. Anyway, we have a confused train. We also get this notification from the train, but I didn't necessarily want to rely on that. Let's go ahead and, well, I guess I should grab the power pole. So, I guess it's not necessary. If I am still going to get the train cannot path, even though it's sitting at the confused, then I guess I don't need it. That's good enough. Let's come down here and disconnect you and disconnect you. And we have barreling 4 finished. Oh, some of these, and by some I mean all of them, are missing additional chain signals. You don't really need one, but whatever. Have fun. And now you're different from the rest. So let's just do that and get you in. And I forgot I didn't get a radar in here. Let's see. If I just grab a tier 2 radar, does that give me full coverage? It looks like it should. Just barely. Yeah, I can just pop you right there and we'll be a-okay. So, research. Let's see what I can do. So we're getting to the point where we are building up a lot of checkpoints again. In fact, the only thing I can do to progress is flotation. And for whatever reason, I can't progress at all after that. So I guess we're at Checkpoint City. Place 10 green splitters, produce 100 filter 2s. Yeah, just the same simple checkpoint kind of stuff we've done many times over by now. Okay, anyway, the trains are working now. Let me check the bauxite situation, since I did notice so many of the miners had emptied. Okay, the belt's definitely still fully saturated. But that more looks like we just don't have a lot of demand than anything. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it, but I'm not going to go out of my way for it right this instant. So since we do have a bunch of checkpoints to do, let me go ahead and go back to little bot crafting area. There we go. And let's see what I can do. So I have to start producing green belts. Let me make sure they don't need anything terrible. Motor 3s. I don't produce those yet. Yeah. Motor 3s, okay. Let's see. Ooh, they're really expensive on aluminum wire. That's not something we have in massive supplies. So, aluminum. Let's find aluminum. Okay, I feel blind. Where'd aluminum go? There we go. Okay, so aluminum is, for the moment, backed up. Kind of unbelievable, honestly. Just expanding the buffer there. Yeah, okay. So, let's see what I can do. In this area, do I have epoxy? I do. And you are made in just a regular old assembler, yes? Yes, you are. Same for all of you, yes? Okay. So you also start taking tier 4 underground pipe, and you take tier 4 inserters. So this is going to be just a big ol' event. Okay. Okay, I mean, that's perfectly fine. So, motor 3s. Well, I even have epoxy right here, so timing or placing couldn't be much better. So, motor 3s. There we go. Need a whole bunch of stuff that I probably mostly have. Just shockingly enough. Go ahead and increase this a good bit. There we go. And, what all needs motor 3s? Lots of things, but not anything I'm likely to be shipping around with the logistics drones, it looks like. So you can just go into a red chest. There we go. And, of course, best prod I've got. In fact, most of you should probably have best prod that I've got. As well as all of you. Make sure the small stuff has best prod. Yes, it does. You guys also do. Okay. There. Make sure belts do. That's an important one. All of this stuff needs best prod I can get. Okay. Looks like all of you already do. Fair enough. What else? How many have I got? 43. I mean, that's a fair amount, but it's also not like a mind-blowing amount. So maybe I'll just go row by row. Something like this. And just see how far I can get. Okay, as it turns out, I can go pretty far. Alright, you all have best prod. That's kind of crazy. I didn't expect to be able to do that, but there we go. Guess I will also make sure stuff like all of this has best prod. And I would go and upgrade more of my oil product stuff to best prod, but actually that 30% slowdown is pretty harsh. Like that's pretty rough. Anyway, we are making motor 3s. Not particularly fast, but we are doing it. Okay, what if I moved you right there? And then I tried to put you here. Hey, that just works. I don't limit you at all, so... Well, you're going in a red chest. Red chest is small, that's fine. You're kind of self-limiting. Okay. Well, that's gonna be motor 3s mostly taken care of. Looks like I do need more production of motor 2s, though. What all do motor 2s take? Steel gears, steel rods, steel plate, insulated wire. Let's make an actual area that makes engines. I think we're long overdue for that. Yeah, I'll do it right under crucibles, maybe? Not an awful place. It's not a great place, though. Like, I kind of feel like this should be reserved for, like, silica products. Maybe I'll do it under batteries. Not like it's going to need a tremendous amount of room. Yeah, how many inputs do you have? So, 4 items, 1 liquid. So I need 5 requesters. And then the provider. Okay. Let's put the liquid at the bottom. That's going to be lubricant. And then the items I don't remember in the slightest. Let's grab an assembler. There we go. And put you down. So you need insulated wire, steel plate, steel rod, steel gear. So anything in any particular order. I need the most of insulated wire, otherwise it doesn't matter. Okay. Oh, insulated wire. We need steel something. Pretty sure steel gear. Yes. And then, oh, it's all steel. So steel gear, steel rod, and steel plate. Okay, so just pretty much all the steel. There we go. That should be everything. I think I didn't do full stack on you. Oh, or you. Look at that. Okay. So let's just aim for, like, I don't know. Yeah, if I wanted, like, a yellow belt of these, that's probably going to be an absurd amount of wire. So what if I go for a yellow belt of wire instead? Just build to that standard? Well, you're at 0.33 a second, so 3 assemblers gives me 1. So then 45 assemblers? I mean, I can make that work. That's fine. So if I'm going to be mixing you, I actually want half of that. If I want a half belt of wire. Yeah, that's true. So instead of, I was going to do 46 for symmetry reasons, but half that actually brings me to 23. So I guess I'm going to go 24. I mean, all the same, doesn't change too terribly much. Didn't mean to do that. There we go. Okay. I guess I could think of it as half a red belt instead, and then 46, yes. 46 makes sense again. So you output down but to the top. You make sure you output to the bottom. And then we're going to have exactly the same thing down here. These guys are going to be turned into substations, so I don't have to mess with power poles. Because power poles are kind of just the bane of my existence. There we go. And let's see, so then lubricants down there. Make sure to bring the belts down. You go that way, that way. And you come down this way. Let's raise the belts one. It just makes everything work a little better. So vertical flip, put you there. Yeah, all that works much nicer. So minimum distance right around here. But who cares? We'll start there. So I needed 40 something. I think I wanted like 46. So there's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I can only go 7 times 4. Yeah, that's a good bit short. Because that's only 28, and I wanted like 46 or something. On the other hand, I guess I could put the other half up here. It's a weird design, but you know, why not? Sure. So, let's make the middle ones the long reachers. And then I'll do the same on the other side. Vertical. There we go. We do want to run pipe along all of these. There we go. We'll probably just chuck a pump on front and back. And then connect in straight this way. Maybe I'll even do the pump more like that, because that's just less weird. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so that should give me all of these guys. I do need more, whatever these are called, substations. Okay, don't need the ones on top. Those are fine. And I can get rid of all the power poles and the spill. Since we have substations, we don't need the power poles, which is just absolutely wonderful. So nice. There we go. We do have to actually wait for them to come and place the substations, of course, but I trust that it won't be too terribly long. Okay. So we have our input. Let's make sure we get the output ready to go. There we go. And I think that's pretty much it. I just got to do that for all of these guys. Oh, but you do have to be long pickup. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Let's go ahead and copy all of that. And yeah, that's about as good as it comes. There we go. Copy all of you again. Vertical flip. And let's just make sure I align you properly. There we go. Wonderful. Okay. So from below and from above. Yep. Okay. All good. So that should give me quite a few motor 2s. Oh yeah, you don't have any drones, I guess. Probably just 2 is fine. Also, can't help but notice you're not getting any product. That's a little concerning. Steel gears, I understand, but why not insulated wire? Insulated wire we should definitely have. Let's see. So, aluminum. That's where insulated wire is made. I just don't remember exactly where. At least I thought it was. Oh, there you are. So we have so much insulated wire. Okay. You must just be waiting on fuel. That's the only thing I can imagine. You must be waiting on a fuel delivery. Yeah, I guess we are pretty far from the main base, so fuel delivery might take a second, I guess. Maybe, maybe not. I mean, we're getting the trucks now for the lubricant. Is there some other trouble that I'm unaware of? You're full of steam. Like, it shouldn't be a fuel issue. Well, it is only just now arriving with some steam. Assume for lubricant. Okay, so lubricant immediately left. Oh, well, you're full. Okay, never mind, I'm just stupid. I'm just not very intelligent. I was looking at them because the other ones had output on the belt, but they are literally blinking in the most conspicuous way possible that they do not have power. I just saw the 0 out of 3 active as it not receiving anything, so it must not have any, and I was concerned that we wouldn't have steel gears again, but no, it's literally just that we don't have power. Okay, that's fine. Can I help with that at all? Looks like we need concrete. That's not a good one to be out of. Let's see. Concrete. We are full of concrete. I bet I don't buffer concrete. So let's make some new chests. Let's buffer concrete. And do I still make concrete right here? No. Okay, so buffer concrete and buffer, like, fancy concrete. That's fast road. There we go. Oh, one thing that I should probably buffer in here. Now that I'm not going to be making it up here, is, motor 2s. There we go. So I will let you go ahead and finish whatever you've got cooking in there, especially if you've got another recipe. Also, the area that I'm building down here needs productivity modules. Oh, cool. Okay. So, you. Let's get rid of you. There we go. I assume this is still used. Yes, it is. Now, let's get a green depot in here. There we go. You're going to request motor 2s. And allow logistics. There we go. So it might take just a minute for that to, come to fruition, but it'll get there. Also, I just noticed we have reinforced concrete in here. Let's not do you in there. Alright, so that is everything. I have to now go through and do the checkpoint. So I should be producing more motor 3 now. I mean, it is running. I've got 100 in there, I've got 90 in there. I mean, what more could you ask for? Green belt, undergrounds, and splitter. Okay, I just have to check, make sure none of these take fluids, because if they take fluids or have to be made in a weird building or something, then I have to change my approach, but these are actually all fairly normal. So first up is green inserter. Let's get you on the go. And then after that is going to be green belt. I really can't imagine switching to these soon, but I do need to produce them, so there you have it. One more mall square, so the other green belt. And I need the new pipes. Oh, those can't be made in assemblers, apparently. I guess I'll go pump 3, and I'm sure I'll need barrel pump 2 at some point. Yep, you're used in some stuff. So, barrel pump 2, have fun. Might as well keep a little more than that. And might as well go to like 800 on you. And if I'm gonna go 800, I might as well go 1000. Okay. Oh, all the titanium needs to be in buffer chests. So, there. So I have concrete in here. Titanium doesn't have very many things. I can just share. There we go. And then let's go for some of the, like, more interesting material. Like, do I have fiberglass in here? No, but I bet I do in here. Yes, okay. I have insulation. And textiles. Okay. So I don't actually know if there's many other things that I would want in here. Yeah, not off the top of my head. We'll leave it there. Okay, haven't gotten a shipment of motor tubes yet. You're still waiting on power. You're still waiting on power. Okay. Still waiting on concrete. What? I have so much concrete. I have an entire chest full of concrete. I guess I need to come over here and do a buffer for concrete. Right there. Okay. So let's go concrete. Wait for you to get placed, and once you're placed, then I can add drones to you. There we go. Yeah, looks fine. I think I can probably reduce the number of drones in use since you hardly ever get used. Okay. So that should eventually have green inserters and green belts being produced. It's just a matter of when. Okay, I do have the green inserters being produced, and 200's probably a bit much for right now. Let's knock you back to 100. Have the first of green belts being produced. I don't have pipe 4 being made. You're exclusively made in small assemblers. Okay, of course you are. Why wouldn't you be? Sure thing, boss. Let's get that small pipe made. Okay. Small assembler 3 must be made in a small assembler. Let's see. Small pump 2 must be made in a small assembler. And then pipe 4 and underground pipe 4. Let's do it. There we go. You are fine. Let's make you 50. Anything weird? Yes, definitely. Hangars and construction bot 2s. And large buffer chests. I don't even make large buffer chests. I'm not even sure I make large storage chests. Well, I must because I make hangar 2s. Okay. I mean... Sure, I guess I can make the large variants of the logistics chests. Let's see, so I have large storage. So, large supply. Assuming you're used in something. Active depot. I'm never gonna do that. But you're used in the landing pad. You know what? Sure, whatever. I might as well just make you now. Okay, you aren't used in anything, and I can't imagine a reason to ever make you. Large buffer is used in small assembler, okay. And how about you? Bizarrely you are. Okay. I guess I'm, of all things, making large purple chests as well. Why not? Okay. What else? I guess I can go for medium miners and the new tier crushers. Sure. I think I have a little more new stuff in here as well. What are you? Mining tool 2. Okay. Probably important. Anything else? Get rid of all of those. There we go. I don't see anything else. No, I don't actually make these small purple chests. I guess I'm probably going to need to do that for the large purple chests. Then these get to just stay parameters, because I don't know what I would do in there. How have you lost power? Barely don't reach. Okay. Fair enough, I guess. There. Okay, so you all should have power again. You should be running. I don't make graphene yet. That's going to be made in a nanofab. Compressed argon, huh? So what all uses graphene? Looks like there's actually quite a few important uses for graphene. Okay. So I do need like a legit setup for it. Okay, you're going in the chemical area, I guess. Alright. That's just something I have to make, so let's go get on it. Okay, so your carbon composite. Let's grab one of the nano guys. One of the nano guys. Oh, I know you're in here somewhere. Okay, you were in the other tab. Well, there we go. So let's say like right there-ish. And then request across the top. Graphene, graphene. What are these recipes? Nucleotides. Okay, so phosphoric acid, amino acid, sugar. Amino acids, ammonia, glycerol, oxygen. Propene, methanol, oxygen, and then sugars, glycerol, and oxygen. Interesting. Okay. I'm sure I will need to get into those. Watch me procrastinate. Okay. So you come over this way. I put you over there. How many inputs? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, perfect count. So I have 2 liquids and 2 solids. So let's make the solids on the left. So graphite and monocrystalline silicon. There we go. And then you also need, let me just double check. So nitric acid, yes, and argon. Oh, you actually got placed, so I can set your settings. Now, do I want to bring in argon and compress it on site, or do I want to bring in compressed argon? That is the question. How many more things need compressed argon? I realize I just looked at this. I know that I did. I just do not remember. Where on earth did I start setting this up? There we go. Okay. So you're used in the lamps, Stirling engine. Those things I already make. You're used in leg augmentation. And graphene. Okay. Where is argon? Let me just go look at it. Give a good look. Okay. Yeah, I can just also store compressed argon. That's not exactly a big deal. I'll put you, like, right here. Yeah, that works. And let's get a compressor. So you are 4 times faster. Yeah, I mean, sure. Let's get argon in over here. It's whatever. I was trying to figure out which way would be better, which way is less worse, but like, either way, they're not that great. So compressed argon, get you going, and I will just request compressed argon. That way, I don't have to do it in my limited space in here. Okay. Just move these guys up a smidge. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's leave it at 4. That way I can have a belt in here. And you can have gas here and a gas across the front. And then wastewater can go out the front. You know what? You just go like that. That's fine. And then I'll just have a long output. There we go. So you produce 0.04 per second, naturally. And you also produce silica. Awesome. Excellent. Okay, I still don't have any substations, apparently. Because there's no concrete. What? Allow logistics. There you go. Yep, that'll do it. I wonder if I've missed out on any of the others. Let me just... Oh yeah, I certainly have. Oh, there you go. I probably don't need that many heat pipe 2s, but, you know, I appreciate the resolve. Yeah, let's go here. Heat pipe 2 and, like, 1.5k. There we go. This is tier 3 tanks. Let's go ahead and bump you up to 50, especially since we already have tier 4 pipe now. This makes sense. We can go ahead and increase you to 400. Okay. Do I put lamps in a chest? Yes, I do. I put you in a chest? Yes, I do. Okay. So that should be everyone a-okay. Are you running now? Yes, you have concrete. Yay! Everything's actually working now. Okay, very cool. So, this whole area should soon pop into life. Let's get back to this area. So, oh yeah, I needed to go over here, find where I produce silica, which is in this area in here, and yeah, unfortunately I have this area that provides silica. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to change you to channel 1. Anything on channel -1 will still receive from here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a request depot for silica. And you're going to be on channel 2. And then I'll send all of my overflow silica into here. So let's go ahead and move these inserters. Because I do fully intend on somehow getting a belt into here. I just don't really know how. Maybe you actually want to be there to give me one room around the bend. I can underground you. Yeah, the pipes are right in the way. Okay, I can underground right here. And right there. And then input priority on the right. There you go. I can even split and do the same thing down here, actually. Right there. Splitter, input priority on the left. There we go. Not that this works. Because it definitely doesn't. I can just do the same right there. Never mind. This shouldn't be a request, this should be a storage. And then the other one will be a active depot. That makes more sense. Actually, I don't like that, because with an active depot, there's no way to tell it to only move full stacks. So, I will move forward with my original idea. Also, these should probably be exchanged. Let's grab you, vertical flip, and go right there. Let's at least make these match so they all pull from the same square, like all the other ones do. And then I can just break that. That can go away. And then this can come in this way. Get split. And go up. Come down, over, and in. There we go. I've seen worse. I've seen better, but I've seen worse. Okay. So, you're going to be on channel 2. You're going to have, like, 12 drones or something. We'll start with, like, 8. Come on, trucks, you got this. Bring the trucks in, please. Okay, or you can do a little drive-by, just a little hug. Okay, you just wanted to make sure I was doing okay. I appreciate it. Anyway, you are channel 2, you should be channel 1. And then whenever we make this stuff over here, we'll send it out on channel 2. Okay, so you're coming this way. This is the last set. Filter you. Silica. And flip you the other way. There we go. Okay, so silica goes that way, and the graphene goes the other way. In which case, I can just bring you up this way. There we go. Not too bad if I say so myself. And then we just fill you in. In fact, I might still have you on my clipboard. Yes, I do. There we go. Okay. I just need you to get placed, please. That's correct. Okay. So you become 2. And then you're going to become graphene. That's right. Okay. Okay, let's get the gases piped in. Right there. And you come over this way. Very nice. Now we need inserters. Yep, practically no items. The item that we're going to be limited on first is the graphene at 3 times the output and twice the other input. I'm not going to bother putting it on its own belt and then bringing in a dedicated belt of the monosilicon. It can just be half belted. So after 100, we would still only be at 12. So, you know, we'll be fine. Let's see what I can do module-wise. Let's see. You're not that expensive. So what if I give you, like, 1 prod? Let's say 2 prod, because I can always beacon you later if I want. And then a speed. I'm just curious what exactly that's going to do, though I guess the only thing affecting you really is the plus 20% speed, though you do also gain 8%. So you're going to be 20% faster, but also have 8% productivity, so that does make it a little harder to tell exactly how much you're going to be producing how quickly. Also, practically 0 wastewater. I will go ahead and use an outfall 2, just because it would be silly to use a 1 at this point. Okay, there's the modules. Hello, modules. Let's get in here. Now I just need the speed, please. And they're nowhere in sight, ironically. Okay, well, even with just this, that does change the numbers a little bit. From 0.03, you've now become 0.05, so that's almost doubled. Even though it's only an 8% increase. Okay, so now you consume 0.15 graphite. So exactly 100 will give me a yellow belt. Maybe I should have another set on the other side. That seems pretty reasonable. There we are. Connect you there. Nope, that's the one place you can't connect because the argon has to connect there. Where would you come in? You can come in right there. That's fine. Okay, so you got both your gases. You just need your 2 item inputs, which should come in this way. I'll extend that out 1 so I can get a splitter in. And then that's going to come down this way. And fit in right there. We're not even asking for substations down this way yet, so let's go ahead and get that in place. And if we're gonna need 100, I can only assume that's gonna take a decent amount of space. Those are already substations. Okay, cool. So let's just get a good amount planned. Yep, just missing substations. Okay. Just waiting for the bots to get all this placed in. Just little proof of concept, make sure it all works. And once it works, I'm going to copy and paste it just a whole bunch. you really should be working. Oh, well, we're missing those. I mean, they're on the way. They don't show up as missing. It's just taking a while for them to get placed. There we go. Okay, so that should be all of the inputs. And yes, you are running. Very nice. Same on the bottom, I'd assume. Well, we're waiting on a substation, but I mean, we have the items, we have the inserters. It's literally just a copy and paste. I think we're probably fine. So, grab you, but we have to be a little careful not to grab stuff that we don't want. Connect that. Connect you. You're actually already good. Interesting. Make sure that connects and that connects, as well as that connects. Argon connects this way, which makes it a little challenging to get around the roboport. But there we go. Let's grab you, move you down this way, just a couple copy and pastes. The bottom seems good, wastewater's fine, top's good. We just need to make sure that we get the argon connection. Okay. So, how many do I have? We've got 20 right now. Okay. I mean, 20's not too terrible. Make sure we bring this over. Might even go ahead and just do this specifically. Just seems easier. Didn't want to replace you with a tier 1. My bad. Okay, speaking of replace, let's get this moving. So, how many can I get in one go? So the far left side is repeat for placement reasons, so 12. Okay. So does that line up with the roboports at all? The middle roboport, underground. Okay, ironically, middle of roboport, underground, but not the same facing underground. So unfortunately, no, that doesn't really work. Just continue the pipes down a little bit. Oh, there's also a radar on this one. Let's move the radar up that way. Though I can't demolish the radar until after it's already been, you know, after they've already placed the new one. Eat that. You're good though. You're good. Yep. Everything looks cool. Just making sure everything aligns. We don't have any broken pipes anywhere. I mean, obviously we need this here, but honestly, I don't even need to move the radar. It's fine where it is. It's like a perfect fit right in the middle. Did miss a belt, though. I did miss a belt. Okay, so graphene is building up. Silica is building up. Okay, we're up to 40. So if I can grab 20 easily. That starts here, so let's grab from there to allow me to place it a little easier. So 40, 60, 80, 100. There we go. Just clean up all the little bits and pieces that don't really need to be there anymore. Or just at all. I'm definitely gonna need pumps, but it shouldn't be too bad. Like, all of these are decently spread around, so once it starts yelling at me, it shouldn't be too difficult to figure out where to throw a pump. Just checking the pipe extent. Yeah, you know, I might as well just go ahead and put it right there. There we go. Oh, that's an interesting place for you to want to be. Okay, you get to go up there. Enjoy your adventure. Okay, so how far does this have to go? Like, where am I? Okay, I'm about half done. Let's go ahead and just get all of the undergrounds placed first. Then I'll come back for the normal pipes. Forgot to, ask the game nicely. Oh, right there. How do I do that on you? Okay. So you are supposed to be there, which means this comes up a little bit. There we go. And over. Then that's kind of it. Like, you just come over that way and connect in. And you can just underground. Okay, it did start yelling at me for pipe extents. Somewhere or another, the wastewater. Where did I throw all those pumps? And does it matter? There you are. And there we go. Much better. Okay. I just realized that if I do it up top here, I'll probably want to do it on the bottom as well. Oh, the bottom has gats occasionally. Like broken connections that don't quite make it. Like right there. There we go. I do need power, so let's just continue this on this way. Oh, looks like that's perfect though. Yep, shouldn't need any more than that. I lied. I need one more at the top. There we go. You can just underground. You don't need to do whatever this was. There we go. Because there's no connection in the middle there, we can just go right under. Okay, it does look like, for the most part, that all of the pipe extent issues are behind me, so we should be able to breathe easy now. Might as well go ahead and upgrade those two. I don't know, strictly speaking, what their item throughput per second is, but it's probably not high enough to keep up with all of these guys. Okay, so these are running. If I need more, I can come back and add more. The bots are still working away at it. If it's not exactly right, then I'll come back and fix it. Does that, however, allow me to start buffering it up in here? So let's throw you over that way. There we go. Once again, what exactly are you used in? Pipe, solar, battery, circuits, filters. Okay, so things here and there, but not like extraordinary things. Okay, kind of amazing that no one's come over and done this yet. Just like, please? I almost thought for a second maybe I just didn't have any, but nope. They just don't wanna. There we go. Okay, so that's gonna start getting graphene in here. Something in here needed graphene. Oh, the underground pipe did, didn't it? Yep, look at that. So with the pipe satisfied, we can make the underground pipe. Means we can make the underground belt. And that means we can make the splitter. Maybe not very many of them, but we have started making them. And you're being picked up and put in the machine that's trying to make Crusher 3s. That's not exactly where I wanted you to go. There was only one of you, fortunately. I guess I ought to go up there and look and see what else Crusher 3 takes. Medium Miner 3 Trash Compactor. Well, no one have any worries there because I'm certainly not going to be making trash compactors automated today. Also, Medium Miner takes... Okay, Medium Miner takes lubricant. Well then, I guess you go down in the other corner, and then you get to just become a number again. So lubricant's right there. Let's say, okay, you have lubricant as well. Can I fit in here? I can fit in here. In fact, that's where the motor 2s used to go. There we go. So, long reach to pick up. And then a normal one to feed you. And I am going to have to start boxing belt 3s, but that's why I have a whole dedicated boxing area, so that's not exactly a big deal. In fact, I can just do it from map view. So, there they are. So I'm already boxing underground blue belt. I guess it's time to box regular blue belts as well. So let's go here, logistics, let's go belt, boxed, and let's keep like 50 of them. I think it's only fair. Okay, so with all of that, where does that even leave me? Like, what kind of things am I about to get? So I can do the splitters pretty soon. 20 large assembler 2s. Okay, I haven't looked at the recipe for a large assembler 2 yet. Large assembler 1, medium assembler, substation, gates, relays. Okay, I can do all that. That's not a problem. You can just go right here. I also want large miner too. Let's get this started first though. Stack the 20. 20 sounds fair. You're a little pricey, but you know, hopefully you'll be worth it. So we have this whole bot area over there. I'll probably expand into the left region as well, but for the large ones, let's go into this area. The water might eventually have to move. That's whatever. Let's put you right there. So, large miner. I don't have the large furnace yet. I probably don't have anything else that needs to be made in a large assembler. Oh, I do have flotation cell 3s. What's even your recipe? What do you think? Pressure 2, hydro plant, flotation. Sure, what a bizarre recipe, but why not, I guess? Okay, yeah, you just get to be parameter 2 and parameter 3. So, keep like 200 of you. And like 40 of you. Okay, so with the new material done, that gives me pipes. That should give me green splitters. I can start making progress on the new assembler. Let me go sneak a peek at the splitters and see how everything's going up here. Okay, so you're running. I have literally no splitter 4s. Okay, there's 3 of them. Oh, there's 4. Okay. Place 10 splitter 4s. Whoops. Okay, well, I guess while that's going, medium miner 3 has to be relocated. Didn't I already do this? Kind of looks like it. Okay, I do need to make small miner 3. Yeah, okay, all of this stuff needs to be multiplied pretty high. Even if you are a slow recipe, keep some sort of, you know, some sort of stock in here. There we go. Okay, so I can just change you into small miner 3. And you still stack to 50, but I still say we probably want a couple more than that. Okay. Fortunately, it does look like I have all of those, except for ceramic powder box, which you're never going to guess how I'm going to achieve. There we go. Did I do anything to these, or are you just limited? Oh, I did it to the inserter. Okay. I knew I'd limited you somehow, I just could not remember how for the life of me. So that's going to... I literally already forget. The sleep deprivation started to get to me a little bit. So ceramic powder, it gives me ceramic powder box, which is going to give me small miner, that's what it is. You're also apparently used for rocket parts in the silo. And, like, several other weird things. Okay. Fair enough. The power pole connections in here are actively trying to kill me. Let's go ahead and reorganize them just a smidge. Okay, the war crime is over. There's another 2, so that should bring me to 6. So only 4 more. And I do have another on the way. Okay, so while that's cooking, let's see if the... Oh, you never got power. That would probably help things a little bit. Okay, there you go. You are able to request things. It's just gonna take you a second to get them. That's fine. Did I start making... I did. It's, the last one down here, I believe. Can't see anything walking through there. Okay. So you need medium assembler 3. You know, fair, actually. I guess that does make sense. That means I'm also going to need the small. Let's go ahead and pick these up and move them over this way. So let's see. We want the green assembler. Probably going to be on the tab with the assembler on it. At least I would assume. Okay, I can do medium assembler. I guess the small one has to be done in a small assembler. Yeah, the rest of these things can just stay parameters. You know, I literally still have parameters left. Rather than making new ones, I can just come over here. Assembler. There we go. And yeah, we'll keep like 50 of you, that's fine. And I am already making small assembler 3s. They're just waiting on large buffer chests. Okay? I remember coming down to make large buffer chests. Just not necessarily where they wound up. I have small. Did I just never make the large one? I guess not. Okay. Have fun. Yeah, I have small buffer chests, but I do not have large. Just like to make sure. Yeah, one large buffer chest. It's the only one. Okay. I think it's time for a sip of water. I think my goal for the rest of the night is probably to clear these 3 checkpoints right here, and then I'm probably going to call it a night. It might be a slightly early night for me, but it, all things considered, it'll still probably be, 10 hours or so. So, not exactly a short stream. Let's see, you're waiting on undergrounds. You have 2 more in you. So that gives me 8, if my count is accurate. You are waiting on this guy. Okay, and you're running, so can't really complain there. You do need the higher tier productivity in ya. Go ahead and get those in since you're so expensive. Might as well just get those everywhere that I can right now. Like, if it's gonna let me, then I might as well. Yeah, just waiting on these guys, it looks like. You're 0.06. Let's see, you're 0.23. You can consume 0.35. So, what if I made another small square? What are you? Can only be made in a small assembler. Sure, you're probably important. Don't really care for any of these. Just gotta go through them, get the little exclamation mark off. Okay. So where was I? Pipe. So 2 more of you, and another one of you. And then these specifically get to have regular pod, because they're not that expensive, but they're still expensive. But more than anything, they're really slow. So they need all the speed they can get. Okay, are you actually used in anything? Just out of curiosity. Used in Nanofab 2, Construction Bot 3. Yeah, okay, so you are definitely used. My intuition was correct. Let's keep more than 10. Let's keep like 50 of you. And yeah, that should be possible to be made. It's just going to be quite expensive. We have more of you coming in now. That's good. Yeah, we should be cool. Let me make sure you request from buffers. Yes, you do. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Do you have any more on you? Yes, you do. And there we go. So what's left? We've got the augment. What is that? Automation deployment. Yes. We've got the produce 100 filter 2s or filter 2 box. Produce 100 filter 2 or... Okay, so just one filter box, or like 100 filter boxes? What do you mean? Okay, I do have a recipe for you that's a boxed recipe, so maybe I'll try it. You take graphene, textile, titanium, and alumina. Okay, so you're made in a medium only. Medium assembler only, okay. Do I have one more? Yes, I do. Okay, so let's set you to that recipe. So filter 2. There you are. And just keep like 20 or something of these boxes, since one box holds so many. Alumina, titanium sheet, textile. So let's add those down here. So alumina. So alumina. Next is textile. So textile. Titanium. Nope, that's the actual titanium sheet. That, right there. Okay, so titanium, textile, alumina, graphene, filter 1. Okay, so graphene and filter 1. So graphene. Oh, that wasn't correct. Actual graphene, please. Was wondering why it was only giving me 20. That didn't seem appropriate. Even then, 50 seems pretty low. Let's go for 100. And then you get to be graphene box. You, however, do get to be like 20 or so. Just because you are a little more expensive. Okay, and filters. Filter 1s. There we go. And this should be the last bit. Yeah, there we go. And again, we'll knock you back just because what's gonna use boxed filters? Yep, literally nothing. You just get made into the other filter. That's it. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Okay, so you should have everything you need. Let's go ahead and upgrade you. Just upgrade most all of these. Okay, so you're getting filters, you're getting graphene, you're getting titanium sheets. Everyone is getting what they want. You are all request from buffers. Yes, okay. I would think it wouldn't take quite that long to get everything up there. I do have a titanium box. That's a pretty small buffer. Let's bring that way up. There we go. If I do have concrete in here, then I don't need concrete in here. That can go away. So I'm just trying to produce this filter. Waiting on graphene and a filter box. Okay. Ceramic powder. Do I keep ceramic powder nearby? Because again, that seems like that should be pretty close. Doesn't look like it, so that seems like a great one to add. What all uses alumina? Because I feel like that's something that's been used a time or two. Okay, basically nothing. Never mind, I take it back. On the way, maybe I'll just increase your store amount. Keep you topped up. Okay. Filters are not on the way because apparently I don't have any more. Okay. Well, have mine, and then I guess I'll go investigate filters. In fact, can I just do another square next to you? Because I'm sure it's going to be some sort of belt-fed shenanigans. So, small, big, normal. So let's just do filters right here. Oh, okay. What is a normal filter made of? Filter 2 unboxing gives filter 2. No kidding. Okay, hold on. Where's just a regular old filter though? Okay. So I can make you in a chem plant if I want to use aluminum sheet, but I definitely don't. I want to be using iron. Okay, I can still make you in a chem plant. It takes carbon dioxide, graphite, and plastic. So, iron sheet, graphite, and plastic. Go ahead and take that and replace you. So, iron sheet. And then this becomes iron sheet. And I'm doing it this way because this just feels more multi-purpose. This feels more correct, like the way that I'm probably supposed to be doing it. By boxing the simpler materials and then using them to craft the more complex materials, and then just winding up with a more complex boxed material. That just seems better. So, graphite. And we'll see what happens. Okay. So, I believe I also need, like, carbon dioxide or something. Carbon dioxide, yes. So, where am I gonna get carbon dioxide? I know carbon dioxide, like, weaves through here somewhere. Oh, right there. Carbon dioxide. Okay. In fact, I already have a filter set up in here somewhere. There you are. You're just bringing things in from a belt. I guess you can stay. Not like you're hurting anything. I would just need to get carbon dioxide somewhere else, or ship these products over that direction. Either way is fine, honestly. Carbon dioxide right here. Just getting vented. So I might as well pop in here and make use of it. So let's grab a chem plant and just throw it. Like right there, maybe. Then that can back up. You come down this way. Let's upgrade this tank so that we get better pipe extents. And then we're going to go with a boxed recipe for filter 1. There we go. Okay, so that's supposed to be up there. Duly noted. Let's get a blue chest. And a red chest. And there we go. You can be logistics limited. That just makes more sense. Okay, and you're requesting one of everything. Let's make it like 15. There we go. You also need power. Probably a good idea to bring power in. That should give me boxes of filter 1 that I can then craft into boxes of filter 2s that I can then unbox into just regular filter 2s. Yep, that's pretty slow. I mean, it's not egregiously slow, but it's pretty slow. But there we go. So that's some number of filters. Honestly, I don't even know. So the recipe is supposed to give us 4 boxes from 20 filters. So they should be 5 filters apiece. And they've already been carried away. Okay, there we go. So we have some productivity, which means you have already run. There we go. We've got 6 filter 2s. Did that do the thing? Okay, I guess it wants me to craft the equivalent of 100 filter 2s, which is just however many filter 2 boxes. I guess that's fine. We'll check and see if there's any reason you need to stay as a box. Filter 2 box for hydro plant. Interesting. Filter 2 used in heat exchanger, well, air filter, distillery 3. Okay, so I do need to unbox you, but I also need you boxed just for the hydro plant. But it's not like I'm going to be unboxing literally all of you, I guess. Yeah, that seems fine. And so you're going to stop when filter 2s, not the boxed ones, are like 100, I guess. I guess that's fine. How are the assembling machines going? Let me find them. Okay, still need... Products finished 0, still need the medium assembler 3. Medium assembler still needs small assembler, which needs large buffer chest. This is the large buffer chest? Is it like large buffer chest 2 or something? Large buffer chest 1. Ah. That'll do. Ooh, okay. Yeah, like I said, I'm definitely getting close to the end here. Into my stamina, that is. So we gotta get this on the ball. Yeah, just waiting on assembler 3s, which are running just very slowly. I'm contemplating beaconing you, to tell you the truth. My power barely might be able to sustain that. Now, one of the things that I said I was going to do at some point and just continue to not do is I really should take the batteries wherever they are. Wherever they are. There we go. So I have grid batteries, and I've just never placed any, and I really should. Trying to figure out, like, where a reasonable place to put some would be. And I'm really not sure. I would like to incorporate some into this pattern here. Maybe upgrade the solar panels. But at the same time, it's a very nice pattern, and I'd hate to mess with it. Maybe I'll just run some up this way, though I believe this is an absolute blueprint rather than a relative, so maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe I'll put some along the bottom down here. Let me go ahead and make these substations. There we go. And then I'll add some batteries along the bottom. There we go. And batteries. Let's see. Well, I guess I can't really see the effective range of the substation until they've actually been placed. Not the worst thing in the world, but I do wish they'd get it done. There we go, there's the construction bots. My heroes. 1, 2. Okay. Well, I can see the range now at least. So I know it's going to be a square of something like this. If I could actually draw straight, that would be awesome. Let's see, that's already 48, this rectangle right here. Okay, so that's as far to the left as I can go. But I've already overtaxed by 150, so I'd say that's probably plenty. Oh, I also missed... How did I even manage that? Let's break that. And break that. There we go. Okay. Oh, cool. Everything looks better now. Everything should be... yeah, no gaps or anything, so we're cool. Okay, there's one more down. Very nearly have that checkpoint. All I need is the 20 large assemblers. Small assemblers are assembling. Okay, just temporarily. Just for now. Let's throw a speed beacon on here to get the small assemblers going just a little faster, because I need them a little faster than they're coming along. And maybe for these medium guys as well. There we go. Okay, all cool. Now, productivity plus 10, but crafting speed is only reduced by 10%. I did finish that, the one filter checkpoint. So let's go ahead and start some of this new research on the go. And let's go see how things are doing. So medium assemblers are cranking along. Let's see. Products finished 7. There we go. Let's go check on the big guy. I don't know how many mediums to how many larges, but I'm gonna guess it's quite a lot of mediums to one large. Okay, it is only 2 mediums. Though it does take a large at the previous tier, but whatever. I'm mostly okay with that. Okay, so you're beginning to produce. So I have 6. I needed 20. I guess I'll just go ahead and start upgrading what's down here. How many of these over here? 16 total. So even once I've upgraded all of these, I'll still have to go and upgrade 4 of the big ones over here, which is actually entirely it. I only have 4, and even then 2 of them are not in use. So that's, in a way, the perfect number. In a way, 2 more than I'm using. So depends on perspective. Oh, come on, you got this. Okay, there's one. Get you in there. Speaking of which, I wonder if I have any more exploration drones. It would be cool to just pop off a couple. Just see if you can find anything interesting. It's not like I was doing anything terribly important there anyway, so I'm curious if I can discover any more resource patches or anything that might be worth noting. There's another volcanic patch. Okay, I should never have problems with power again. There's 15 million sandstone and 6.5 million calcite. Oh, and another 5 million calcite, okay. So I should also probably never have problems with calcite again. 5 million iron. I mean, 12 million bauxite. Bauxite's been insane the whole game. Another 24 million sandstone. Yeah, maybe not the most useful, but still, it's like, it's just proving that it goes crazy. Okay, so 7 more. So I am more than halfway there. And that is my last remaining checkpoint here, yes. Okay. Yep, just waiting on the medium. Does look like medium's chugging along. Let's see, you're producing 0.06. Okay, that means even irrespective of the crafting speed of the large assembler, we could only at most make 0.03 per second. So every 30 seconds we get 0.9. So it takes more than 30 seconds to get one large assembler. Oh no, wait. How long would it take to get a medium assembler though? Between 16 and 17 seconds, okay. So double that, yeah, like 35 seconds or something. Something is popular over here. Not even sure what. Okay. Let's see, so replace these, and then I have this one. So I need literally 3 more. All I need. Bet you have another module slot, okay? Yes, you do. Oh, I can just mark you for upgrade, and then as you come in, you'll just get placed, and I'll just get the landmark whenever. That's a way better strategy. You're now going to be painfully slow, but have a just a silly amount of productivity in you. Might not be a bad idea to go ahead and mark some of the windmills in here as tier 2s. Go ahead and upgrade those. So tier 1 to tier 2. That you look to be the same thing. I'm gonna go with this one. I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I'm missing 98 of them, but that's not exactly a surprise. And here's the last one. That should be the last assembler needed to get the checkpoint. Surely someone will be along to come collect it. Nope. Okay, I will. And there we go. We got the checkpoint. Okay, so that's a good bit of science cleared out today. Let's see, where did we even start? Yeah, we were like way up in here somewhere. So we've cleared a good chunk of that. Wonder what the next thing we want to pursue is. We do have the ability to make the first of these biochemistry sciences, whatever it is. I didn't even look at your recipe, really. You need electrical engineering, chemistry, sugar, amino acid, fatty acid, nucleotide. Make biochem. In a chemical plant. Well, you know what? That sounds like a wonderful thing to start working towards tomorrow. Or, not tomorrow, but, you know, next time. Just curious what all's in here. There's lots of weird stuff in here. Okay. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's been some pretty good progress for one day, I'd say. I'm gonna go ahead and stand in my usual spot down here below the bots, right on this little patch of road right here. Go ahead and get rid of that. And thank you everyone for coming out. Tips and tricks are always welcome. I'm going to save so that I'm not sad. Oh man, today was the day the power went out. That's wow, that feels like a long time ago. Well, I guess it was a long time ago. But anyway, yeah, that's it for me. Thank you for coming out, and I hope to see you in the next one. See you later.